Chapter 1 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Chapter 1 Smarlinghue. A diminutive gas jet's sickly yellow flame illuminated the room with poverty-stricken inadequacy. High up on the wall, bordering the ceiling, the moonlight, as though contemptuous of its artificial competitor, streamed in through a small, square window and laid a white, flickering path to the door across a filthy and disreputable rag of carpet, also through a rent in the roller shade which was drawn over a sort of antiquated French window that opened on a level with the floor and in line with the top light. The moonlight disclosed a narrow and squalid courtyard without. In one corner of the room stood a battered easel, while against the wall near it and upon the floor were a number of canvases of different sizes. A cot bed, unmade, its covers dirty and in disorder, occupied the wall space opposite the door. In the centre of the mean and uninviting apartment stood a table, its top littered with odds and ends, amongst which the remains of a meal, dishes and food, fraternized gregariously with a painter's palette, brushes and paint tubes. A chair or two, long since disabled, and a rickety washstand completed the appointments. The moonlight's path across the floor wavered suddenly. The door opened, was locked again, and with a quick, cat-like step, a man moved along the side of the wall where the shadows lay thickest near the door, dropped on his knees, and began to fumble hurriedly with the base board of the wall, pausing at every alternate second to listen intently. A minute passed. A section of the baseboard was lifted out, the man's hand was thrust inside, and emerged again with a large roll of banknotes. He turned his head for a quick glance around the room. His eyes, burning out of a gaunt, hollow-cheeked, pallid face, held on the torn window-shade, and then, in almost frantic haste, he thrust the banknotes back inside the wall and began to replace the baseboard. But it was not the window-shade, nor yet the courtyard without with which he was concerned. It was the sound of a heavy footstep outside the door. And now the door was tried. The man on the floor, working with desperate energy to replace the baseboard, coughed in an asthmatic, wheezing way, as there came the imperative smashing of a fist upon the door panels, coupled with a gruff, curt demand for admittance. Again the man coughed, to drown perhaps a slight rasping sound as the baseboard slid back into place, and, rising to his feet, shuffled hastily to the door and unlocked it. The door was flung violently open from without. A heavy-built, clean-shaven, sharp-featured man stepped into the room, slammed the door shut behind him, relocked it, and swept a shrewd, inquisitive, suspicious glance about the place. "It took you a damned long time to open that door, Mr. Smarlinghue," he said sharply. The man addressed touched his lips with the tip of his tongue nervously, shrank back, and made no reply. The lapel of the visitor's coat, thrown carelessly back, displayed a police shield on the vest beneath, and now, completing a preliminary survey of the surroundings, the man's eyes narrowed on Smarlinghue. "I guess you know who I am, don't you? Heard of me perhaps, too, eh? Clancy of Headquarters is my name." He laughed menacingly, unpleasantly. Smarlinghue's clothes were threadbare and ill-fitting. His coat was a size too small for him, and from the short sleeves protruded blatantly the frayed and soiled wristbands of his shirt. He twined his hands together anxiously and retreated further back into the room. "I haven't done anything, honest to God, I haven't," he whined. "Ain't, eh?" The other laughed again. "No, of course not. Nobody ever did. But now I'm here, just dropped in, socially, you know, I'll have a look around." He began to move about the room. Smarlinghue, still twining his hands in a helpless, frightened way, still circling his lips nervously with the tip of his tongue, followed the other's movements in miserable apprehension with his eyes. Clancy, as he had introduced himself, shot up the roller shade, peered out into the courtyard, yanked the shade down again with a callous jerk that almost tore it from its fastenings, and strode over toward the easel, contemptuously kicking a chair that happened to be in his way over onto the floor. Reaching the easel, he picked up the canvas that rested upon it, stared at it for a moment, and with a grunt of disdain flung it away from him to the ground. There was a crash as it struck the floor, a ripping sound as the canvas split, and with a pitiful cry Smarlinghue rushed forward and snatched it up. It was sold," he choked. I was to get the money tomorrow. I've had bad luck for a month. Nothing sold but this, and now. He drew himself up suddenly, and with the ruined painting clutched to his breast, shook his other fist wildly. "You have no right here," he screamed in fury. "Do you hear? I've not done anything. I tell you I've not done anything. You have no right here. I will make you pay for this. I will. I will." His voice was rising in a shrill falsetto. "I will make you—" "You hold your tongue," growled Clancy savagely, "or I'll give you something more than an old chromo to make a row about. I don't want any mass meeting of your kind of citizens. Get that?" He caught Smarlinghue roughly by the shoulder and pushed him into a chair near the table. "Sit down there and close your jaw." Cowed, Smarlinghue's voice dropped to a mumble, and he let the torn canvas slip from his fingers to the floor. Clancy laughed gruffly, pulled another chair to the opposite side of the table, sat down himself, and eyed Smarlinghue coldly for a moment. "Sold it, eh?" he observed grimly. "How much were you going to get for it?" A cunning gleam flashed in Smarlinghue's eyes and vanished instantly. He wet his lips with his tongue again. $10, he said hoarsely. Clancy brushed aside the litter on the table and nonchalantly laid down a $10 bill. With a sharp little cry that brought on a fit of coughing, Smarlinghue stretched out his hand for the money eagerly. Clancy drew the money back out of reach. "Oh, no, nothing like that," he drawled unpleasantly. "Don't make the mistake of taking me for a fool. I'm not buying any 10-cent art treasures at $10 a throw." Smarlinghue's eyes remained greedily riveted on the $10 note. He began to twine his hands together once more. "I don't know what you mean," he muttered tremulously. "Don't you?" retorted the other shortly. "Well, I mean exactly what I say. I'm not buying any pictures. I'm buying you. I've been keeping an eye on you for the last 3 or 4 months. You're just the guy I've been looking for. As far as I can make out, there ain't a dive or a roost in the Badlands where you don't get the glad hand, eh?" I haven't done anything. Not a thing. I swear I haven't," Smarlinghue burst out frantically. "Ah, forget it." Clancy permitted a thin smile to flicker contemptuously across his lips. "You've got a whole lot of friends that I'm interested in. Get the idea? There ain't a crook in New York that's shy of you. You've got a stand in everywhere." He held up the $10 bill. "There's more of these. Plenty of 'em." Smarlinghue pushed back his chair now in a frightened sort of way. You mean you want me for a stool pigeon?" he faltered. "You got it," said Clancy bluntly. Smarlinghue's eyes roved about the room in a furtive, terror-stricken glance, his hand passed aimlessly over his eyes, and he crouched low down in his chair. "No, no," he whispered. "No, no, for God's sake, Mr. Clancy, don't ask me to do that. I can't. I can't. I wouldn't be any good. I can't. I won't." Clancy thrust head and shoulders aggressively across the table. "You will, if you know what's good for you," he said evenly. "And what's more, there's a little job you're going to break your hand in on tonight." "No, no, no! I can't! I can't!" Smarlinghue flung out his arms imploringly. Clancy lowered his voice. "Cut that out!" he snapped viciously. "What's the matter with you? You'll be well paid for it. And have police protection. You ought to know what that'll mean to you, eh? You live like a gutter snipe here, half starved most of the time, for all you can get out of those ungodly daubs." A curious dignity came to Smarlinghue. He sat upright. "It is my art," he said. "I have starved for it many years. Some day I will get recognition. Some day I—" "Art? Hell!" sneered Clancy. and then he laughed coarsely as, his fingers prodding under the miscellany of articles on the table, he suddenly held up a hypodermic syringe. "This is your art, my bucko. Why, you poor boob, don't you think I know you? Cocaine's the one thing on earth you live for. You're stewed to the eyes with it now. Here, just watch me. Suppose," he caught the syringe in a quick grip between the fingers of both hands, "suppose I just put this little toy out of commission now, and—" With a shrill screech, Smarlinghue sprang from his chair and clawed like a demented man at the other's hands for possession of the hypodermic. Clancy surrendered the syringe with a mocking grin and shoved Smarlinghue backward into his chair again. "Oh, yes, you're an artist all right, a coke artist," he remarked coolly. "But that's what makes you solid in every den in New York, and that's how you come in useful to me. Well, what do you say?" There was a hunted look in Smarlinghue's eyes. "They'd kill me," he said huskily. "Sure they would," agreed Clancy easily. "If they found you out, it would be good night, all right. That's what you're getting paid for. But," his voice hardened, "if you don't come across, I'll tell you what I'll do to you. "You can't do anything, not a thing," Smarlinghue cried wildly. "You haven't anything on me at all. I've never done a thing, not a single—" "Oh, I guess there's enough to make you sweat," Clancy cut in brutally. "You give me the icy paw, and I'll see that the tip leaks out from the right quarters that you are a stool pigeon. That'll take care of your finish too, won't it? Good and plenty." Smarlinghue stared miserably. Again and again his tongue circled his lips. Twice he tried to speak, and only succeeded in mumbling inarticulately. Clancy got up from the table, walked round it, and, standing over the crouched figure in the chair, tapped with his finger on the hypodermic in Smarlinghue's hands. "And that ain't all," he announced with a malicious grin. "You come in and play the game with me, or I'll fix it so that you'll never get another squirt of dope if you had $1,000,000 to buy it with. Ah, I thought that would get you." Smarlinghue was on his feet. The terror of the damned was in his face. "No, no, my God, no, not that. You wouldn't do that." He reached out his arms to the other. "You know, I've gone too far to do without it. If I didn't have it, "I've seen a few of them in that sort of jim jams," said Clancy malevolently. "You can't tell me anything about it. If you appreciate it, that's enough. It's up to you. You heard what I said. If you're looking for that particular kind of hell, go to it. Only don't kid yourself. When I pass the word to put the screws on, the lid's down for keeps. Well, what's the answer? Coming across? Quick now, I haven't got all night to spend here." Smarlinghue's hands were trembling violently. He sat down in his chair in a pitiful, uncertain way. "Yes, yes," he whispered. "Yes, I got to do it. I'll do it, Mr. Clancy, I'll do it. I'll do anything." A half leer, half scowl was on Clancy's face as he stood regarding the other. "I thought you would," he grunted roughly. "Well then, we'll get down to business. And tonight's business. You know the back entrance to Malay John's hangout?" Smarlinghue's eyes widened a little in a startled way. He nodded his head. "Very good," said Clancy gruffly. "You'll have no trouble in getting in there. And once in there, you'll have no trouble in getting up to Malay's private den. I've been wised up that Malay and a few of his pals are getting ready to pull off a little game uptown. I want the dope on it. All of it. They've been meeting in Malay's den for the last few nights. Understand? They drift in between 11:30 and 12. You get there a little before 11:30. You haven't anything to be afraid of, so don't lose your nerve. Malay himself is away this evening and won't be back before midnight, and the door won't be locked, as otherwise the others couldn't get in. Everything's clear for you. Savvy? Once you're in the room, there's plenty of places to hide, and that's all you've got to do, except keep your ears and eyes open. Get the lay?" Again Smarlinghue nodded, unhappily this time. "All right," said Clancy crisply. "I'm not coming around here any more unless I have to. It might put you in bad. You can make your reports and get your orders through Whitie Karn at his dance hall." Whitey Khan?" The explanation seemed to come involuntarily, in a quick, frightened way from Smarlinghue. Clancy's lips twisted in a smile. "Kind of a jolt, eh, Smarlinghue? You didn't suspect he was one of us, did you? And there's more than Whitey Khan. Well, it will teach you to be careful. Suppose Whitey, for instance, passed the word that you were a snitch, eh? It won't do you any harm to keep that in mind once in a while." He moved over to the door. "Well, good night, Smarlinghue. I guess you understand, don't you? You ought to be a pretty valuable man, and I expect a lot from you. If I don't get it—" He shrugged his shoulders, held Smarlinghue for an instant with half-closed, threatening eyes, and then the door closed behind him. Smarlinghue did not move. The steps receded from the door and died away along the passage. A minute, 2 minutes went by. Suddenly Smarlinghue pushed back the wristband of his shirt and pricked the skin with the needle of the hypodermic. The door, without a sound, swung wide open. Clancy stood in the doorway. "Good night again, Smarlinghue," he said coolly. The hypodermic fell clattering to the floor. Smarlinghue jumped nervously in his chair. Clancy laughed significantly and, without closing the door this time, strode away again. His steps echoed back from the passageway. The front door opened and shut. His boot heel rang on the pavement without, and all was silence. Smarlinghue rose from his chair, shuffled across the room, closed the door and locked it, then shuffled back again to the roller shade over the little French window and, taking a pin from the lapel of his coat, fastened the rent together. A passing cloud for a moment obscured the moon rays from the top light. The gas jet choked with air, spluttered, burning with a tiny blue hissing flame. Then the white path lay across the floor again, and the yellow flare of gas spurted up into its pitiful fullness. And in Smarlinghue's stead stood another man. Gone were the stooping shoulders, gone the hollow cheeks, the thin extended lips, the widened nostrils, as the little distorting pieces of wax were removed, and out of the metamorphosis, hard and grim, set like chiselled marble, was revealed the face of Jimmie Dale. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The warning. For a moment Jimmie Dale stood there, hesitant, the long, slim, tapering fingers curled into the palms of his hands, his fists clenched tightly, a dull red suffusing his cheeks and burning through the masterly created pallor of his make-up. And then slowly, as though his mind were in dismay, he walked across the room, turned off the gas, and going to the cot, flung himself down upon it. What was he to do? What ghastly irony had prompted Clancy to sort him out for a police spy? If he refused, if he attempted to stall on Clancy's threat to stamp him in the eyes of the underworld as a snitch meant ruin and disaster, absolute and final, for Smarlinghue would then have to disappear. On the other hand, to be allied with the police increased his present risks 1,000-fold, and they were already hazardous enough. It meant constant surveillance by the police that would hamper him, rob him of his freedom of movement, adding difficulties and perils innumerable to the enacting of this new dual personality of his. Jimmie Dale's hands clenched more fiercely. It was an impossible situation. It was untenable. That he could play his role in the underworld with only the underworld to reckon with, yes. But with the police as well, watching him in his character of a poor, drug-wrecked artist, constantly in touch with him, likely at any moment to make the discovery that Smarlinghue and Jimmie Dale, the millionaire clubman, a leader in New York's most exclusive set, were one and the same? No! And yet what was he to do? With the Gray Seal it had been different. Then police and underworld alike were openly allied as common enemies against him. But none had known who the Gray Seal was until that night when the magpie had roused the Badlands like a hive of swarming hornets with the news that the Gray Seal was Larry the Bat. None had known until that night, when it was accepted as a fact that Larry the Bat, and therefore the Gray Seal, had perished miserably in the tenement fire. Around the squalid room, lighted now only by the moonrays, Jimmie Dale's eyes travelled slowly, abstractedly. Yes, in that one particular it was different. But here was the new sanctuary, and again he was living the old life, in close, intimate companionship with the underworld, the old life that only 6 months ago he had thought to have done with forever. He turned his face suddenly to the wall and lay very still. Only his hands still remained tightly clenched, and the hard-set look on his face grew harder still. 6 months ago, like some mocking illusion, like some phantom of unreality that jeered at him, it seemed now he had lived for a few short weeks in a dreamland of wondrous happiness, a happiness that all his own great wealth had never been able to bring him, a happiness that no wealth could ever buy, the joy of her, the glad promise that for always their lives would be lived together. And then, as though she had vanished utterly from the face of the earth, she was gone. The Tocsin. Marie LaSalle to the world, she was always, and always would be, the Tocsin to him. Gone. A hand unclenched and passed heavily across his eyes and flirted the hair back from his forehead. She had taken her place in her own world again. Her fortune had been restored to her, its management placed in the hands of a trust company. The interior of the mansion on Fifth Avenue, with its sliding walls and secret passages that had served as headquarters for the Crime Club, was in the process of reconstruction. And she had disappeared. It had come suddenly, and yet, as he understood now, though then he had only attributed it to an exaggerated prudence on her part, not without warning. In the 3 weeks that had intervened between the night of the fire in the old sanctuary and her disappearance, she had permitted him to see her only at such times and at such intervals as would be consistent with the most casual of acquaintanceships. He remembered well enough now her answer to his constant protests, an answer that was always the same. "Jimmie," she had said, "a sudden intimacy between us would undo all that you have done. You know that. It would not only renew, but would be almost proof positive to those who are left of the Crime Club that their suspicions of Jimmie Dale were justified, and from that as a starting point it would not take a very clever brain to identify Jimmie Dale as Larry the Bat and the Gray Seal. Don't you see? You never knew me before all the misery and trouble came. There was nothing between us then. To see too much of each other now, to have too much in common now, would only be to court disaster. Our intimacy must appear to come gradually, to come naturally. We must wait. A year at least, Jimmie." A year! And within a few hours following the last occasion on which she had said that, Jason, his butler, had laid the morning mail upon the breakfast table, and he had found her note. It seemed as though he were living that moment over again now, as he lay here on the cot in the darkness. His eagerness as he had recognized the well-known hand amongst the pile of correspondence, the thrill akin to tenderness with which he had opened the note, and then the utter misery of it all, the room swirling about him, the blind agony in which he had risen from his chair, and, as he had groped his way from the room, the sudden, pitiful anxiety on the faithful old Jason's face, which, even in his own distress, he had not failed to note and understand and be grateful for. There had been only a few words in the note, and those few carefully chosen, guarded, like the notes of old, lest they should fall into a stranger's hand. But he had read only too clearly between the lines. She had had only far too much more reason for fear than she had admitted to him, and those fears had crystallized into realities. One sentence in the note stood out above all others, a sentence that had lived with him since that morning months ago, the words seeming to visualize her, high in her courage, brave in the unselfishness of her love. Jimmie, I must not, I cannot, I will not bring you into the shadows again. I must fight this out alone." He recalled the feverish haste in which he had acted that morning, the one thought that had possessed him being to reach her if possible before she could put her designs into execution. Benson, his chauffeur, reckless of speed laws, had rushed him to the hotel where, pending the remodelling of the Fifth Avenue mansion, she had taken rooms. Here he learned that she had given up her apartments on the previous afternoon, and that it was understood she had left for an extended travel tour, and that her baggage had been taken to the Pennsylvania station. From the hotel he had gone to the trust company in whose hands she had placed the management of her estate. With a few additional details, disquieting rather than otherwise, it was the story of the hotel over again. They did not know where she was, except that she had told them she was going away for a long trip, had given them the fullest powers to handle her affairs, and, on the previous afternoon, had drawn a very large sum of money before leaving the institution. He had returned then, like a man dazed, to his home on Riverside Drive, and had locked himself in his den to think it out. She had covered her tracks well, and had done it in a masterly way, because she had done it simply. It was possible that she had actually gone away for a trip, but it was more probable that she had not. He had had, of course, no means of knowing, but the sort of peril that threatened her, his intuition told him, was not such as to be diverted by the mere expedient of absenting herself from New York temporarily, and besides, she had said that she would fight it out. She could hardly do that in the person of Mary LaSalle, or away from New York. She was clever, resourceful, resolute and fearless, and those very traits opened a vista of possibilities that left his mind staggering blindly as in a maze. She was gone, and alone in the face of deadly menace. He remembered then the curious, unnatural calmness underlying the mad whirling of his brain at the thought that that was not literally true, that she was not, nor would she ever be, alone while he lived. It was only a question of how he could help her. It had seemed almost certain that the danger threatening her came from one of two sources, either from those who were left of the Crime Club, relentless, savage for vengeance on account of the ruin and disaster that had overtaken them, or else from the Magpie, and behind the Magpie, masked like some satanic phalanx, every denizen of the underworld, for Silver Mag had disappeared coincidentally with Larry the Bat, coincidentally with the Magpie attempted robbery of the supposed Henry LaSalle's safe, to which plot she was held by the underworld to be a party, coincidentally with the dispersion of the Crime Club, and coincidentally with the reappearance of the heiress Mary LaSalle. And further, Silver Mag stood condemned to death in the Bad Lands as the accomplice of the Gray Seal. But Silver Mag had disappeared. Had the underworld, prompted by the Magpie, solved the riddle? Did it know, or guess, or suspect that Silver Mag was Mary LaSalle? Which was it, the Crime Club or the Magpie? Here again he could not know, though he inclined to the belief that it was the latter, but here in either case the means of knowing, of helping her, the way, the road, was clearly defined, and the road was the road to the underworld. But Larry the Bat was dead, and the road was barred. And then a half-finished painting standing on an easel at the rear of his den had brought him inspiration. It was one of his hobbies, and it swung wide again for him the door of the underworld. None, in a broken-down, disappointed, drug-shattered artist, would recognize Larry the Bat. The only similarity between the two, the one thing that must of necessity be the same in order to explain plausibly his intimacy with the dens and lairs of crimeland, the one thing that would, if nothing more, assure an unsuspicious, tolerant acceptance of his presence there, was that, like Larry the Bat, he would assume the role of a confirmed dope fiend. But as there were many dope fiends, thousands of them in the Bad Lands, that point of similarity, even if Larry the Bat were not believed to be dead, held little, if any, risk. For the rest, it was easy enough. and so there had come into being these wretched quarters here, the new sanctuary, and Smarlinghue. But the mere assumption of a new role was not all. It was not there that the difficulty lay. It was in gaining for Smarlinghue the confidence of the underworld that Larry the Bat had once held. And that had taken time, was not even yet an accomplished fact. The intimate personal acquaintance of Larry the Bat with every crook and dive in gangland had aided him, as Smarlinghue, to gain an initial foothold, but his complete establishment there had necessarily had to be of Smarlinghue's own making. And it had taken time. 6 months had gone now, 6 months that, as far as the Tocsin was concerned, had been barren of results, mainly, he encouraged himself to believe, because his efforts had been always limited and held in check. 6 months of anxious, careful building, and now, just as he was regaining the old-time confidence that Larry the Bat had enjoyed, just as he was reaching that point where the whispered secrets of the underworld once more reached his ears, and there was a promise of success if, indeed, she was still alive, had come this thing tonight that spelled ruin to his hopes and ultimate disaster to himself. If she was still alive! The thought came flashing back, and, with a low, involuntary moan, mingling anguish of mind with a bitter, merciless fury, he turned restlessly upon the cot. If she were still alive! No sign, no word had come from her. He had found no clue, no trace of her, as yet, through the channels of the underworld. Her surveillance of the Magpie, whose friendship he had begun to cultivate, had, so far, proved fruitless. It came upon him now again, the fear, the dread, which he had known so often in the past few months, that seemed to try to undermine his resolution to go forward, that whispered speciously that it was useless, that she was dead. And misery came. And he lay there staring unseeingly into the moon rays as they streamed in through the top light. Time passed. Then a smile played over Jimmie Dale's lips, half grim, half wistful, and the strong, square jaw was suddenly outflung. If she was alive, he would find her. If she was dead, his clenched hand lifted above his head as though to register a vow, the man or man, her murderer or murderers, whether tomorrow or in the years to come, would know a day of reckoning when they should pay the debt. But that was for the future. Tonight there was this vital, imminent danger that he had to face, this decision to make whose pros and cons seemed each to hold an equal measure of dismay. What was he to do? He laughed shortly, ironically, after a moment. It was as though some malignant ingenuity had conspired to trap him. He was caught either way. What was he to do? The question kept pounding at his brain, growing more sinister with each repetition. What was he to do? Defy the police, and be branded as a stool pigeon, a snitch, an informer in every nook and cranny of the underworld? He could not do that. Everything, all that meant anything in life to him now, would be swept from his reach at even the first breath of suspicion. Nor was it an idle threat that his unwelcome visitor had made. He was not fool enough to blind himself on that score. It could be only too easily accomplished. And on the other hand, but what was the use of torturing his brain with a never-ending rehearsal of details? Was there a middle course? That was his only chance. Was there a way to safeguard Smarlinghue and, yes, this miserable hovel of a place, priceless now as his new sanctuary? He followed the moonpath's slant with his eyes to where it touched the floor and disclosed the greasy, threadbare, pitiful carpet. A grim whimsicality fell upon him. It would be too bad to lose it. It was luxury to what Larry the Bat had known. There had not even been a carpet in the old sanctuary, and he sat suddenly bolt upright on the cot, his eyes, that had mechanically travelled on along the moonpath, strained now upon where the light fell upon the threshold of the door. There was a little white patch there, a most curious little white patch, that had not been there when he had thrown himself on the cot. Came a sudden, incredulous thought that sent the blood whipping fiercely through his veins, and with a low cry, in mad, feverish haste now, he leapt from the cot and across the room. It was an envelope that had been thrust in under the door. In an instant he had snatched it up from the floor, and in another, acting instinctively, even while he realised the futility of what he did, he wrenched the door open, stared out into a dark and empty passageway, and, with a strange, almost hysterical laugh, closed and locked the door again. There was no writing on the envelope. There was not light enough to have deciphered it if there had been, but he had need for neither writing nor light. Those long, slim, tapering fingers, those wonderful fingers of Jimmie Dale, that seemed to combine all human faculties in their sensitive tips, had already telegraphed their message to his brain. It was the same texture of paper that she always used. It was from her. It was from the Tocsin. Joy, gladness, a relief so terrific as it surged upon him as to leave him for the moment physically weak, held him in thrall, and he stumbled back across the room and slipped down into a chair before the table and dropped his head forward into his arms, the note tightly clasped in his hand. She was alive. The Tocsin was alive and well, and here in New York, and free, and they had not caught her. It meant all those things, the coming and the manner of the coming of this note. A deep thankfulness filled his heart. It seemed that it was only now he realised the full measure of the fear and anxiety, the strain under which he had been labouring for so many months. She was alive. The Tocsin was alive. It was like some wonderful song that filled his soul, excluding all else. How little the contents of the note itself mattered! The one great, glorious fact for the moment was that she was alive. It was a long time before Jimmie Dale raised his head, and then he got up suddenly from his chair and lit the gas, but even then he hesitated as he turned the note over, speculatively now, in his fingers. So she knew him as Smarlinghue. In some way she had found that out. His brows gathered abstractedly, then cleared again. Well, at any rate, it was added proof that so far her cleverness had completely outwitted those who had pitted themselves against her, so much so that even her freedom of action, in whatever role she had assumed, was still left open to her. He tore the envelope open. There was no preface to the note, no "Dear Philanthropic Crook" as there had always been in the old days. Instead, the single, closely written sheet began abruptly, the writing itself indicating that it had been composed in desperate haste. He glanced quickly over the first few lines. "You should not have done this. You should never have come into the underworld again. I begged, I implored you not to do so. And now you are in danger tonight. I can only hope and pray that this will reach you in time, and—" He read on, in a startled way now, to the end, then read the note over again more slowly, this time muttering snatches of it aloud. "Chicago. Slimmy Jack and Malay. Birdie Lee. Released from Sing Sing today. Triangular scar on forehead over right eye." And then, for a little while, Jimmie Dale stood there staring about the room, motionless, rigid as stone, save that his fingers moved in an automatic, mechanical way as they began to tear the note into little shreds. But presently into his face there crept a menacing look, and an angry red began to tinge his cheeks, and his jaws clamped ominously. So that was the game at Malay John's, was it? Birdie Lee was out again. She had not needed to mention any scar to enable him to identify Birdie Lee. He knew the man of old. The slickest of them all, the cleverest of them all, before he had been caught and sent to Sing Sing for a 5 years' term, was Birdie Lee. The one man of them all that he, Jimmie Dale, might regard as a rival, so to speak, where the mastery of the intricate mechanism of a vaunted and much advertised guaranteed burglar-proof safe was concerned. And Birdie Lee was out again. There was danger if he went to Malay John's, she'd said, and it was true. But what if he did not go? What, for instance, if Birdie Lee went through with his night's work? Jimmie Dale walked slowly across the room, halted before the wall near the door, stood for an instant hesitant there, and then, as though in a sudden final decision, dropped down on his knees and, working swiftly, removed a section of the baseboard from the wall for the second time that night. Out came the neatly folded clothes of Jimmie Dale, and with them, serving him so well in the days gone by, the leather girdle, or undervest, with its stout sewn, upright pockets in which nestled, in an array of fine, blue steel, highly tempered instruments, a compact, powerful burglar's kit. It was the one thing that he had saved from the fire in the old Sanctuary, and that more by accident than design. He had been wearing the girdle that night when he had stolen into the Crime Club, and afterwards had returned to the Sanctuary with the intention of destroying forever all traces of Larry the Bat. And then, only half dressed, as he was changing into the clothes of Jimmie Dale, the alarm had come before he had taken off the girdle, and, without thought of it again at the time, he had still been wearing it when he had made his escape. He looked at it now for a moment grimly, and smiled in a mirthless way. He had not used it since that night, and that night he had never meant or thought to use it again, only to destroy it. He reached into the aperture in the wall once more, and drew out a pocket flashlight and an automatic pistol, and laid them down beside the clothes and the leather girdle. Then, pulling off his coat and shirt, he ran noiselessly across the room to the washstand. A few drops from a tiny phial poured into the water, and the pallor, the sickly hue from his face, was gone. It was to be Jimmie Dale, not Smarlinghue, who would keep the rendezvous at Malay John's. And now he was back across the room once more, turning out the light as he passed the gas jet. The leather girdle, that went on much after the fashion of a life preserver, was fastened over his shoulders and secured around his waist. The remainder of his clothes were stripped off with lightning speed, and in their place were donned the fashionably tailored, immaculate tweeds of Jimmie Dale. It was like some quick-moving, shadowy pantomime in the moonlight. He gathered up the discarded garments, tucked them into the opening in the wall, replaced the baseboard, slipped the automatic and flashlight into the side pockets of his coat, and stood up, his fingers feeling swiftly over his vest and under the back of his coat to guard against the possibility of any telltale bulge from the leather girdle underneath. An instant he stood glancing critically about him. Then the roller shade over the window was lifted aside, the window itself, on carefully oiled hinges, was opened noiselessly, closed again, and, hugged close against the wall of the building, hidden in the black shadows, Jimmie Dale, so silent as to be almost uncanny in his movements, crept along the few intervening feet to the fence that enclosed the courtyard. Here, next to the wall, a loosened plank swung outward at a touch, and he was standing in a narrow black areaway beyond. There was only the depth of the house between himself and the street, and he paused now, crouched motionless against the wall, listening. He heard no footfalls from the pavement, only, like a distant murmur, the night sounds from the Bowery, a block away. Only the muffled roar of an elevated train. The way was presumably clear, and he moved forward again, cautiously. He reached the front of the building, which, like the old Sanctuary, was a tenement of the poorer class, paused once more, this time to peer quickly up and down the dark, ill-lighted cross street, and, satisfied that he was safe from observation, stepped out on the sidewalk and began to walk nonchalantly along to the Bowery. And here, at the corner under a street lamp, he consulted his watch. It was 10 o'clock. He smiled a little ironically. Certainly, they would hardly expect him as early as that. Well, he would be a little ahead of time, that was all. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Man with the Scar. Jimmie Dale walked on again, rapidly now, heading down the Bowery. At the expiration of perhaps 10 minutes he turned east, and still a few minutes later, in the neighbourhood of Chatham Square, plunged suddenly into a dark alleyway. There was, of course, as there was to all such places, an unobtrusive entrance to Malay John's. His lips tightened a little as he moved quietly forward. To venture here in an unknown character was not far from being tantamount, if he were discovered, to taking his life in his hands. Malay John was a queer customer and a bad enemy, though counted straight by the underworld and trusted by the crooks and near crooks as few other men were in the Bad Lands. And if Malay John was queer, the place he ran was queerer still. Ostensibly he conducted a dance hall, and a profitable one at that, but below the dance hall, known only to the initiated, deep down in a sub-cellar, was perhaps the most remunerative gambling joint and pipe layout in crimeland. Jimmie Dale halted before a doorway in the alley. The rear of a low building rose black and unlighted above him. A confused jangle from a tinny piano, accompanying a blatant cornet and a squeaky violin, mingled with the dull scrape of many feet, laughter, voices, singing. The dance hall at the front of the building was in full swing. He glanced sharply up and down the dark alleyway, and then, leaning forward, placed his ear to the panel of the door, and the next instant opened the door softly and stepped inside. It was pitch black here, but it was familiar ground to Larry the Bat in the old days, and therefore to Smarlinghue in the new. The short passageway in which he was standing terminated, he knew, in a rear entrance to the dance hall, which was always kept locked and used only by Malay John himself, and which was just at the foot of the stairs that led upward to Malay John's combination of private den, office, and sleeping apartment, while at the side of the passage, halfway along, was that other door, always guarded on the inside, that required an open sesame to gain admittance to the dive below. And now he crept stealthily past this latter door, reached the staircase, and went swiftly up to the landing above. Here another door barred his way, and here again he placed his ear to the panel. But this time to listen, it seemed, interminably. Every faculty was strained and alert now. He could take no chances here, and the uproar from the dance hall below, while it had safeguarded his ascent of the stairs, was confusing now and by no means an unmixed blessing. Still he crouched there, his ear to the panel, and then, satisfied at last, he tried the door. It was locked. "The penalty of being early," murmured Jimmie Dale softly to himself. His hand reached in under his vest to one of the pockets in the leather girdle, and a tiny steel instrument was inserted in the lock. There was a curious snipping sound. The door knob turned slowly under his hand. Then, cautiously, inch by inch, he pushed the door open, slipped through, and stood motionless on the other side of the threshold. Save only from the dance hall below, there was not a sound. The door closed again that snipping sound as it was relocked. And then the round, white ray of Jimmie Dale's flashlight circled his surroundings. There was a sort of barbaric splendour to the place. Malay John was something of a sybarite. It was a single room, whose floor was covered with rich Turkish rugs, whose walls were covered with Oriental hangings, and in one corner was a great white divan, canopied, also with Oriental hangings at head and foot, serving presumably for a bed. But, striking a somewhat incongruous note, others of the appointments were modern enough. The flat-topped desk in the centre of the room with its revolving chair, for instance, and a large, ponderous safe that stood back against the rear wall. Jimmie Dale crossed the room for a closer inspection of the safe, and, as his flashlight played over the single dial, he shook his head whimsically. No, it would be hardly true to call that modern. It was only an ancient monstrosity, a helpless thing at the mercy of any cracksman who... The flashlight in his hand went out. Like lightning, Jimmie Dale, his tread silent on the heavy rugs, leaped back across the room, and in an instant slipped in behind the end hangings of the divan, and stood pressed closely against the wall. A key turned stealthily in the lock, the door opened as stealthily, then silence. Then a flashlight swept suddenly around the room, darkness again, and then a hoarse whisper: "All clear, Bertie. Lock the door." The door closed. The flashlight played down the room again, and upon Jimmie Dale's lips came a twisted smile as, his fingers edging the hanging slightly to one side, he peered out. The light ray moving before them, two dark forms stole across the room to the safe. "There you are, Bertie," said one of them. "Ain't she a beaut? Say, a kid could open it. Didn't I tell you I was handing you one on a gold platter?" The light ray now flooded the front of the safe, and outlined the forms of the two men. One of them, holding the flashlight, dropped on his knees and began to twirl the dial tentatively. The other leaned negligently against the corner of the safe. "I ain't so sure it's easy, Slimmy," replied the man on his knees, after a moment. He stopped twirling the dial and looked up. "Mabbe it'll take longer than we figured on. Are you sure there ain't no chance of Malay getting back? I'd rather stack up against every bull in New York than him." The twisted smile on Jimmie Dale's lips still lingered. So that was Slimmy Jack there, leaning against the safe. Slimmy Jack and Birdie Lee. His fingers drew the hangings a little further apart. The room was in complete darkness except for the circle of light around the safe, and it was as though what was being enacted before him were some strange, realistic film thrown upon a screen. Just two forms in the white light, their faces masked, against the background of the safe with its glittering nickel dial. And now Slimmy Jack, from his negligent pose, straightened sharply and leaned towards Birdie Lee. "Say, what's the matter with you, Birdie?" he exclaimed roughly. "You didn't let 'em get your nerve up the river, did you? You've been acting kind of queer all day. I told you before, Malay wouldn't be back in time to monkey with us. We don't have to stand for this. I told you that too. You don't think I'm a fool, do you, to steer you into a lay that's got a comeback on myself, unless the thing was planted right? Why, damn it, Malay knows I saw the coin put in there. D'you think I'd give him a chance of suspecting me? It's all fixed. You know that. Now go to it. There's a nice little piece of money in there that'll keep us going till we pull that Chicago deal." "All right," Birdie Lee answered tersely. "Keep quiet then, and I'll see what I can do." He laid his ear against the safe, listening for the tumbler's fall, as, holding the flashlight in his left hand, its rays upon the dial, the fingers of his right began to work swiftly again with the glistening knob. From below, the confused dull medley of sound from the dance hall seemed only to intensify the silence in the room. Slimmy Jack stood motionless at the side of the safe, his elbow resting against the old-fashioned protruding upper hinge. A minute, two, another, and still another dragged by. Came then a short ejaculation from Birdie Lee. Slimmy Jack bent forward instantly. "Got it?" he demanded eagerly. "No, curse it!" gritted Birdie Lee. "My fingers seem to have lost their touch. I ain't had much practice for the last 5 years up there in Sing Sing." "Well then, soup it!" grunted Slimmy Jack. "You could blow the roof off, and no one would be the wiser with that racket downstairs. We can't waste all night over it." "What are you going to soup it with?" Birdie Lee flung back gruffly. "We didn't bring nothing. You said—" "I know I did." A sullen menace had crept suddenly into Slimmy Jack's voice. "I said you could open an old tin can like that with your hands tight, and so you can. Try it again." Jimmie Dale's fingers stole inside his shirt and into a pocket of the leather girdle, and brought forth a black silk mask. He slipped it quickly over his face. Birdie Lee was at work once more. It was about time to play his own hand in the game. The Tocsin had made no mistake, he was sure of that now, and— Birdie Lee spoke again. "It's no use, Slimmy," he muttered. "I guess I ain't any good any more. I can't open the damn thing." "Try it again," ordered Slimmy Jack shortly. "But it's no use, I tell you," retorted Birdie Lee. "I ain't got the feel in my fingers." "You try it again." There was a cold, ominous ring in Slimmy Jack's voice. Birdie Lee drew back a little on his knees, glancing quickly up at the other. What do you mean by that, Slimmy?" he exclaimed in a startled way. "I'll show you what I mean, and I'll show you blamed quick if you don't open that safe," Slimmy Jack threatened hoarsely. "Blast you, you're stalling on me, that's what you're doing. I've seen you work before. You could open that thing with your fingernails if you wanted to. Now, open it." "But I can't," protested Birdie Lee. "I wouldn't hand you anything like that, Slimmy. You know that, Slimmy. Open it! And open it quick!" Slimmy Jack's hand was wrenching at his side pocket. "But I tell you I can't, Slimmy!" cried Birdie Lee, almost piteously. "It's queered me up there in the pen. He was rising to his feet. "Slimmy, for God's sake, what are you doing? There was a flash, the roar of the report, a swaying form, a revolver clattering to the floor, and with a crash Slimmy Jack pitched forward and lay motionless. Then Silence. It had come without warning, in the winking of an eye, and for a moment it seemed to Jimmie Dale that he could not grasp the full significance of what had happened. That Slimmy Jack, his sleeve catching on the hinge of the safe as he had finally succeeded in jerking his revolver from his pocket, had, a grim, ironical trick of fate, accidentally shot himself. Mechanically, automatically, Jimmie Dale's hands went to his pockets and produced his own flashlight and revolver. But he did not move. His eyes now were on Birdie Lee, who, like a man dazed and terror-stricken, had lurched back against the safe, the flashlight that dangled in his hand sweeping queer, aimless patches of light about the floor. Still silence. Only the uproar from the dance hall that would have drowned out to those below the sound of the revolver shot. Then Birdie Lee staggered forward and knelt beside the prostrate form on the floor. He stood up again presently, swaying unsteadily on his feet, turning his head wildly about, now this way, now that. And then his whisper, broken, hoarse, quavered through the room. "He's dead! My God! He's dead!" "Drop that flashlight!" Jimmie Dale's voice rang cold, imperative. "Drop it!" And, sweeping the hangings aside, the ray of his own light suddenly full upon Birdie Lee, he leaped forward. With a low, terrified cry, the other let the flashlight fall as though from nerveless fingers, and shrank back against the safe. "Now put your hands above your head!" directed Jimmie Dale curtly. The man obeyed. Dark, frightened eyes stared out at Jimmie Dale from behind the mask that covered Birdie Lee's face. Swiftly, deftly, Jimmie Dale felt over the other's clothing for a weapon. There was none. Then, himself in darkness, the blinding light in Birdie Lee's face, he pulled off the other's mask, and with a grim, quick touch of his revolver muzzle traced out the white, pulsing, triangular scar on the man's forehead. "So you're up to your old tricks again, are you, Birdie?" he inquired coldly. 5 years up the river wasn't enough for you, eh?" The man drew himself up suddenly, and, squaring his shoulders, made as though to speak, and then, with a swift, hopeless gesture, turned his back, and, leaning over the top of the safe, buried his head in his arms. A strange smile touched Jimmie Dale's lips. He stooped down, picked up the revolver from the floor, slipped it into his pocket, bent over Slimmy Jack for an instant to assure himself that the man was dead. Then, stepping back to the safe, he laid his hand on the ex-convict's shoulder. "Birdie," he said quietly, "could you open this safe if you wanted to?" The man swung sharply around, the prison pallor of his face a pitiful, death-like colour in the flashlight's rays. "Who are you?" he asked thickly. "A friend, perhaps, if you can open that safe," Jimmie Dale answered. A puzzled look crept into Birdie's eyes. "What do you mean?" he stammered. "I mean that I want the proof that you're straight," Jimmie Dale said softly. "I've been here in the room all the time. I want to know whether you were stalling on Slimmy Jack or not. And I want to know if you were stalling, how you came to be here with him." "That's a queer spiel," said Birdie Lee in a troubled way. "I thought at first you were a bull, but you don't talk like one. Maybe you're playing with me, but whether you are or not, I guess it won't make much difference what I say. You couldn't help me if you wanted to now, with him dead there." He jerked his head towards the form on the floor. "Tell me, anyhow," insisted Jimmie Dale quietly. Birdie's hand lifted and swept across his eyes. "Well, all right," he said after a moment. "I'll tell you. Me and Slimmy used to work together all the time in Chicago and out west, after I left New York, and until I came back here one day and pulled one alone and got sent up for it. Well, today, when they let me out of Sing Sing, Slimmy had come on from Chicago and was waiting for me. He had a deal all fixed in Chicago that we was to pull together, a big one, and this little one here was to keep us going until the big one came off. He was with Malay John in this room today when a gambler from up the state somewhere blew in with a roll of about $3,000 and handed it over to Malay to keep
while he knocked around town for a day or two. Well, they put the money in this safe here, and that's what Slimmy was after for a starter. I told Slimmy I was all through, that I was going straight. He wouldn't believe me. Guess you don't. I guess nobody will. I got a record that's maybe too black to live down, and oh, well, what's the use? I meant to live decent, but I guess any chance I had is gone now." His voice choked. "That's the way I doped it out up there in the pen, that I was going straight. That's all, isn't it? I told Slimmy I was through, but Slimmy held something over me that was good for 20 years. What could I do? I said I'd come in on this, figuring that I could queer the game by stalling. I tried it. If you were here, you saw me. I pretended that I couldn't open the safe, and—" "Can you?" inquired Jimmie Dale gently. "That thing?" Birdie Lee smiled mirthlessly. "Why, it's only a double common—" "Open it, then," prompted Jimmie Dale. Birdie Lee stooped impulsively to the dial of the safe, hesitated, then straightened up again and shook his head. "Nah," he said. "I guess I'll take my medicine. I don't know who you are. I might just as well have opened it for Slimmy as for you. It looks as though you were after the same thing he was." Jimmie Dale smiled. "Stand a little away from the safe, Birdie. There!" he instructed, and, as the other obeyed wonderingly, Jimmie Dale knelt to the dial. "You see, I trust you not to move," he said. The dial was whirling under the sensitive fingers, and, like Birdie before him, his ear was pressed against the face of the safe. The moments went by. Birdie Lee was watching in an eager, fascinated, startled way. Came at last a sharp metallic click as Jimmie Dale flung the handle over, and the door swung wide. He shut it again instantly and locked it. "It's your turn, Birdie," he said calmly. "You see that, as far as I or my intentions are concerned, it doesn't matter whether you open it or not." "Who are you?" There was awed admiration in Birdie's voice. "You're slicker than ever I was, even in the old days. For God's sake, who are you?" "Never mind," said Jimmie Dale. "Open the safe if you can." "I can open it all right," said Birdie, moving slowly forward. "And quicker than you did, because I got the combination when I was working on it with Slimmy watching. Throw the light on the knob, will you?" It was barely an instant before Birdie Lee swung back the door. "Now lock it again," directed Jimmie Dale. And then, as the other obeyed, he held out his hand to Birdie Lee. "You're clear, Birdie." A tremor came to the other's face. "Clear?" repeated Birdie unsteadily. "Yes. You get your chance. That's one reason why I came here tonight, to spoil Slimmy Jack's play, to see that you got your chance if you really wanted it, as," he added whimsically, "I was informed you did. Go ahead, Birdie. Make your getaway. You're free." But Birdie Lee shook his head. "No," he said, and his voice caught again. "It's no good." He pointed to the still form on the floor. "I guess I go up for more than safe cracking this time. I guess it'll be the chair. When they find him here, dead, shot, they'll call it murder, and they'll put it on to me. The police know we've been together for years. They know he came here today when I got out. We've been seen together today. We were seen quarrelling this afternoon in a saloon over on the Bowery. That was when I was refusing to start the old play again. They'd have what looked like an open and shut game against me. I wouldn't have a hope." It was a moment before Jimmie Dale answered. What the man said was true. He would not have a hope for an honest life after 5 years in a penitentiary. He lifted his flashlight again and played it over Birdie Lee. They showed, those years, in the pallor, the drawn lines, the wan misery in the other's face. And then Jimmie Dale's lips set firmly under his mask. There was a way to save the man. It was something he had never intended to do again, but it was worth the price to save this man. It would be like a bombshell exploded in the underworld. It would arouse the police to infuriated activity. It would stir New York to its depths. But, after all, it could not touch Smarlinghue. It would only instill the belief that somehow Larry the Bat had escaped from the tenement fire. It would only mean a hunt for Larry the Bat day and night. But Larry the Bat no longer existed. And it would save this man. He clamped the flashlight between his knees, leaving his hands free, and from the leather girdle drew the old-time metal case, thin, like a cigarette case, and from the case, with a pair of little tweezers that precluded the possibility of telltale fingerprints, lifted out a small, diamond-shaped, gray-coloured paper seal, adhesive on one side, which he moistened now with his tongue, and, stooping quickly, attached it to the dead man's sleeve. There was a sharp, startled cry from Birdie Lee. "The Gray Seal! You're Larry the Bat! They passed the word around in Sing Sing that you were dead, and—" "And it will be the Gray Seal who's wanted for this, not you," said Jimmie Dale quietly. Then, almost sharply: "Now make your getaway, Birdie. Hurry! You and I part here, and the greater distance you put between yourself and this place to night, the better." But the man seemed as though robbed of the power of movement, and then his lips quivered and his eyes filled. "But you," he faltered, "you're doing this for me, and I Jimmie Dale caught the other's arm in a kindly grip. "Good night, Birdie," he said significantly. "I'm the last man now that you could afford to be seen with. You understand that. And I guess you can understand that I've reasons for not wanting to be seen myself. You've got your chance. Give me mine to get away, alone." He pushed the man abruptly toward the door. Still Birdie Lee hesitated. Then, catching Jimmie Dale's hand, he wrung it hard, and, with a half-choked sob, turned and made his way from the room. For an instant Jimmie Dale stood looking after the other through the darkness, listening as the stealthy steps descended the stairs. Then suddenly he knelt again beside the dead man on the floor. "You were clever, Slimmy," he murmured. "Smarlinghue wouldn't have had a chance of getting out from under this break, if your plans had worked out. And I didn't know you, of course, because you were a Chicago crook." He took off the dead man's mask, and played his flashlight for a moment over the cold, set features. A queer smile twisted Jimmie Dale's lips. It was Clancy of Headquarters. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Diamond Pendant. The murderer of Slimmy Jack had evidently been discovered too late for the make-up of the early morning papers, but from the noon editions onward it had been flung across the front pages in glaring type. Even the most stately journals, for the nonce aroused out of their dignified calm, indulging in display headlines that, quite apart from the mere text, could not but have startled their equally stately and dignified readers. The Gray Seal, the leech that fed upon society, the murderer, the thief, the menace to the lives and property of law-abiding citizens, the scourge that for years New York had combated in the no more effective fashion than that of gnashing its teeth in impotent fury, had suddenly reappeared with a fresh murder to his credit. And New York had thought him dead. Jimmie Dale, leaning back on the seat of his limousine as the car, now halting at a corner, now racing with 100 others to snatch a block or two of distance before the next monarchical traffic officer of Fifth Avenue should hold it up again a victim to the evening rush, turned from first one to another of the pile of papers beside him. His strong, clean-shaven face was grave, and there was a sober light in the dark, steady eyes. In the St. James Club, which he had just left, perhaps the most sedate, certainly the most exclusive club in New York, it had been the one topic of conversation. Elderly gentlemen, not usually given to excitability, had joined with the younger members in a hectic denunciation of the police as criminally inefficient, and had made dire and absurdly vain threats as to what they, electing themselves for the moment a supreme court of last resort, proposed to do under the circumstances. The irony was exquisite, if they had but known. Also, there was the element of humour, only there was a grim tinge to the humour that robbed it of its mirth. Some day they might know. He glanced out of the window as the car was held up again. Everybody in the crowd, that waited on the corners for the stream of traffic to pass, seemed to have their eyes glued to their newspapers. Even Benson, his chauffeur, during the moment of inaction, was surreptitiously reading a paper which he had flattened out on the seat beside him. Jimmie Dale's eyes reverted to the newspaper in his hand, one of the most conservative. There was no mistaking the tenor of the leading article on the editorial page. Quote, "It is not so much that a thug and criminal known as Slimmy Jack should have been murdered by another wretch of his own breed. Indeed, that such should prey upon one another is far from being a matter of regret, for we might hope in time for the extermination of them all by the simple process of mutual attrition and at correspondingly little expense to ourselves. But that this so-called Gray Seal should still prove to be alive and at large is a matter that concerns every citizen personally. He does not confine his attentions to the Slimmy Jacks. The criminal records of the past few years reek with his acts, that run the gamut of every crime in the Decalogue, crimes for the most part actuated apparently by no other motive than a monstrously innate thirst for notoriety, and the victims, for the most part, too, have been the innocent and the defenceless. What is the end of this to be? If the police cannot cope with this blood-mad ruffian, is New York to sit idly by and submit to another reign of terror instituted and carried on under the nose of authority by this inhuman jackal? If so, we are committing a crime against ourselves, we are insulting our intelligence and—" The man who had written that was a personal friend. Jimmie Dale threw the paper down and picked up another, and after that another. They were pretty well all alike. They rehearsed the discovery of Larry the Bat as the Gray Seal. They rehearsed the story of the fire in the tenement of 6 months ago, in which it was supposed that Larry the Bat had perished. They differed only in the virulence, a mere choice of words, with which they now demanded that this Larry the Bat, alias the Gray Seal, should be dug out like a rat from his hole, and the city be freed once and for all, and with no loophole for misadventure this time, of this ogre of hell, as one paper put it, that was gorging itself upon New York. The furrows gathered on Jimmie Dale's forehead as he folded up the papers and stared at his chauffeur's back through the plate glass front of the car. He had known that the reappearance of the Gray Seal would arouse the community to a wild pitch of excitement, but he had far underestimated the effect. He could gauge it better now, though. He had only to look out of the windows at the passers-by. And this was only the respectable element of the city, whose head and front was the police, and dangerous enough for all the bitter taunts, gibes and recriminations with which the police was maligned. There was still the far more dangerous element of the underworld. He had not been in that quarter since he had left Malay John's the night before, but he could picture it now well enough. God help him if he ever fell into those hands! In dens and dives, in the dark corners of that sordid world, they would be whispering blasphemous vows of vengeance against him, one to another, and, relative to the hate and fear that welded them into a single unit, the police sank into insignificance. More than one of their elite had gone to the electric chair through the instrumentality of the Gray Seal. More than one was serving at that moment a long term behind penitentiary walls. Whose turn was it to be next? They needed no editorial prod in the underworld to run Larry the Bat to earth. There was the deeper spur of self-preservation. They knew who the Gray Seal was now, and the first blow that he had aimed upon his reappearance had apparently been at one of themselves. Their search for Larry the Bat would not be an indifferent one. It was true that Larry the Bat no longer existed, that in that respect he was encompassed by a certain security he had not enjoyed before, but how long would that last? One slip, one moment off his guard, would wreck all that in the twinkling of an eye. Between the police and the underworld, New York would be scoured from end to end for Larry the Bat, and, failing to find trace or sign of their quarry, how long would it be before they would put more faith in the evidence of the tenement fire than in the evidence of the Magpie, upon whose testimony alone Larry the Bat had been accepted as the Gray Seal, and believe again that Larry the Bat was dead, and that therefore they had not yet solved the identity of the Gray Seal? He had never intended that the Gray Seal should ever have been heard of again. He shrugged his shoulders philosophically. One's intentions in this world did not always count for much. His hand had been forced, and he had paid the price to save Birdie Lee. He could not regret that. Whatever the consequences, the price had not been too high, and yet... His eyes roved again over the crowded thoroughfare. A car edged by his own. 2 men were in the tonneau. One held a newspaper which he thumped with a menacing fist as he talked. The door windows of Jimmie Dale's limousine were down, and he caught 2 bitter, angry words. "Gray Seal!" The sober expression on Jimmie Dale's face deepened. Only a fool would attempt to minimize or underestimate the meaning of what he saw around him. A hint, for instance, that he, Jimmie Dale, millionaire clubman, riding here in his limousine, was the Gray Seal, and this great, teeming, though orderly Fifth Avenue would be transformed like magic into a seething, screaming whirl of madmen, and he did not care to follow that trend of thought. He was quite well aware what would happen. The car, close up against the curb, stopped once more in a traffic blockade. Smarlinghue was the most vital factor to be considered now, for... He caught his breath quickly. Through the open window of the limousine a white envelope fluttered and fell at his feet. The car was moving forward again. For the fraction of a second Jimmie Dale did not move, save to straighten rigidly as though from some sharply administered galvanic shock. And then, with a low cry, "The Tocsin!" He was at the door, his head thrust out through the window, his fingers mechanically wrenching at the door handle. A mass of people were surging across the street toward the opposite corner. Eagerly his eyes swept over them. He pushed the door open a little as though to step out, and shut it again quickly as, with a yell of warning, another car, jockeying for position as his own moved out into the stream of traffic, swept by from behind. It had been quite useless. He knew that. He had known it subconsciously even at the moment when he had sprung to his feet. Apart entirely from the crowd, she would undoubtedly be in some clever disguise, and he could not have recognized her in any event. He stooped, picked up the envelope, and sat down again quietly, his eyes travelling swiftly in the direction of his chauffeur. Benson's back was still imperturbably turned toward him. In the roar of dozens of motors all starting forward at once, Benson evidently had not heard the yell of warning, or, if he had been too much occupied with his own immediate duties to pay any attention to it. Jimmie Dale tore the envelope open, and, in a sort of grim, feverish haste, unfolded the sheets which it had contained. "Dear Philanthropic Crook, since you will be called that," he read. A quick, eager flush came to his cheeks. She knew how, since she had shown last night that she knew him as Smarlinghue, that, despite all her own brave, resolute protests, he was determined to fight this thing out to the end, separately if she would not let him join forces with her, but, in any case, to the end. It was the old name again, Dear Philanthropic Crook. Did it mean that she had surrendered, then, at last, that she had finally accepted the situation, and that he was to enter this shadowland of hers beside her? The flush died away. It was only his own wish that had been father to the thought. This was another call to arms, of quite a different nature, and born, not out of her own peril, but born, as in the old days again, out of the maze of her strange environment. You have set New York ablaze. You have made me far more afraid for you than I am for myself, but I cannot see where there is any danger here, or else I would not have written this. You... He was reading impetuously now, his brain, alert and keen, sorting and sifting out, as it were, the salient, vital points. Old Colonel Milford and his wife, Louisiana, letter, family heirloom,
French descent, old setting, 3 large diamonds pendant from necklet of smaller ones, $10,000 to $12,000, steel bond box, lower right-hand drawer of desk, plan of second floor, West 88th Street. He turned the page, studied for a moment the carefully drawn plan that covered the next sheet, then turned to the third and last page. And suddenly his face hardened. He had been called a jackal by the papers, but here were two who bore a clearer title to the name. He knew them both. J. Kisneve, better known as Old Attic in the underworld, as crooked as his own bent and twisted form, a miserly, cunning fence, crafty enough, if report were true, to have garnered a huge, ill-gotten harvest under the nose of the police. And the other, one self-styled Henry Thorold, alias whatever occasion might require, smooth, polished, educated, the most dangerous of all types of crook, was the brains of a certain clique whose versatile operations were restricted only between the limits of porch climbing and the callous removal, via the murder route, of any one when deemed expedient for either personal or financial reasons. Jimmie Dale read on to the end of the page. His jaws were clamped together now, the square, determined chin outthrust, and while one hand held the letter, the other curled into a clenched fist. It was dirty work, vile, miserable work, a coward's work. And then Jimmie Dale smiled grimly, as his eyes fell upon the glaring headline of the paper on the top of the pile beside him. Perhaps the morning papers would carry other headlines that would be still more startling. He began to study the several sheets again, critically, carefully this time. There should be no danger here, she said. He knew what she meant, that she counted on his being able to nip the whole scheme in the bud. He shook his head thoughtfully. That might be true. He might be able to do that, probably would, for it was still very early. But if not, what then? He glanced out of the window. They were just turning into Riverside Drive. He looked at his watch. It wanted but a few minutes of 7. Progress up the avenue had been unusually slow. He tore the letter into small fragments, and reaching out through the window, let the pieces flutter away in the wind. It was none too early at that, and it was unfortunate that he must first of all go home. There were certain things there indispensable to the night's work. On the other hand, it was fortunate that he did not have to lose even more time by being obliged instead to go to the new sanctuary for what he needed, fortunate that he had been Jimmie Dale last night when he had left Malay John's, and that he had gone directly home from there. The car stopped. Benson sprang from his seat and opened the door. "Don't put up the car yet, Benson. I'm going a little further uptown," said Jimmie Dale, with a pleasant nod, and ran up the steps of his house. Jason, his butler, opened the door for him. "I shall not be dining at home tonight, Jason." Jimmie Dale handed over his hat, not a suitable one for the evening's special requirements. The old man's face wrinkled up in disappointment. "That's too bad, sir, Master Jim." Jason took liberties, but they were the genuine heart liberties of a lifetime's service. And why not, since, as he was fond of saying, he had dandled his Master Jim as a baby on his knee? "There was to be just what you're specially fond of tonight, Master Jim. The cook made a particular point of—" "Yes, I know." Jimmie Dale's hand squeezed the old man's shoulder in friendly fashion. It was not the cook, but Jason, who would have originated the menu with the painstaking care and thoughtfulness of one dealing with a life and death matter. "But it can't be helped. I didn't know until just a little while ago, or I would have telephoned. I'm going right out again." "Very good, sir." Jason bowed. "Your clothes, Master Jim, are—" "I shan't dress, Jason," said Jimmie Dale, and, crossing the reception hall, with its rich oriental rugs, he ran up the wide staircase, opened the door of his den, locked it behind him, and, switching on the lights, began to strip off his coat and vest, as he hurried toward the further end of the great, spacious, luxuriously appointed room that ran the entire depth of the house. He threw coat and vest on a nearby chair, and, sweeping the portières away from in front of a little alcove, knelt down before the barrel-shaped safe with its multitudinous glistening knobs that,
in the days gone by when he had been with his father in the business of manufacturing safes, the business that had amassed the fortune he had inherited, he had designed himself. His fingers flew over the dials. He swung the outer and the inner doors open, reached inside, took out the leather girdle with its burglar kit, and fastened it around his waist. Then, slipping an automatic and a flashlight into his pocket, he closed the safe, drew the portières together, and put on his coat and vest again. An instant later he was downstairs, and, selecting a soft slouch hat, Jason for the moment not being in evidence, went down the steps to his waiting limousine. "The Marlton, Benson," he directed, as he stepped into the car. "And hurry, please." The car started forward. It was not far to 88th Street, but the car would save time. And time was counting now, every minute of it priceless if, as the Tocsin had intimated, he was to forestall the game that was in hand. The Marlton was for Benson's benefit, but the Marlton, unless he had miscalculated the numbers, was barely more than a block away from the house he sought. And then, besides, there was another reason for haste. Colonel Milford and his wife would probably be at dinner now, and that left the upstairs part of the house at his disposal, since, apart from the elderly couple, the household consisted, according to the Tocsin, of only a single maid. He went over in his mind again the plan the Tocsin had drawn. Yes, she was quite right. There should be no danger. The whole matter, as far as he was concerned, was almost childishly simple and easy. If he were only in time. He shook his head a little impatiently at that, and, as he saw that they were approaching his destination, consulted his watch. It was exactly 20 minutes after 7. The car rolled up to the curb in front of the fashionable family hotel. Jimmie Dale alighted. "I shall not need you any more tonight, Benson," he said. He walked quietly into the hotel, through the lobby, down a corridor, and out of the entrance that gave on the cross street. Then his pace quickened. He traversed the block, crossed the road, turned the corner, and a minute later was approaching the house she had designated. It was one of a row. His pace slowed to a nonchalant stroll again. It was still quite light, and he was by no means the only pedestrian on the street. A moment's preliminary, even if cursory, examination of the exterior would not be amiss. Counting the numbers ahead of him, he had already located the house. He frowned a little. A light burned in the upstairs front room. There was a light in the lower hallway as well, but that was to be expected. Why the one upstairs? Had the Colonel and Mrs. Milford already finished their dinner? Jimmie Dale reached the house, and casually, without hesitation, mounted the steps, and quite as casually, making a pretence of ringing the electric bell, opened the unlocked outer door, stepped into the vestibule, and, without a sound now, closed the door behind him. He tried the inner door tentatively. It was locked, of course, but it was locked only for an instant. From the girdle under his vest came a little steel instrument. There was a faint, almost inaudible protesting snip from the interior of the lock, and, his fingers turning the knob with a steady, silent pressure, he opened the door slightly. Crouched there, he listened, and then, a smile of relief flickering on his lips, he pushed the door open and slipped into the hallway. The explanation of the light upstairs was that it had probably been left burning inadvertently. They were still at dinner, for he could hear voices from the dining room at the rear of the hall. As silent as a shadow now, Jimmie Dale, closing the inside door, moved across the hall and went up the stairs. On the landing he paused, and then advanced cautiously. The light streamed out from the open door of the front room, and there was always the possibility that no, a glance from where he stood close against the wall at the edge of the door jamb showed him that the room was unoccupied. He entered the room quickly, crossed quickly to a quaint old escritoire against the opposite wall, and stood beside it. The lower right-hand drawer, she had said. The little steel instrument with which he had opened the vestibule door was still in his hand, but he did not use it now. Instead, with a low, dismayed ejaculation, as his fingers ran along the drawer edge, he dropped on his knees for a closer examination, and his lips closed tightly together. He was too late. The first finger touch had told him that, and now his eyes corroborated it. The drawer had been forced by a Jimmie of some sort, judging from the indentations in the wood. The lock was broken, and he pulled the drawer open. Inside lay the steel bond box, its lid bent back, and wrenched and twisted out of shape. The box was empty. Without disturbing the box, Jimmie Dale mechanically closed the drawer again and stood up, looking around him. In a subconscious way, when he had entered the room, he had been cognizant of a certain strangeness in its appointments, but then his mind had been centred only on the work in hand. Now there seemed a sort of pitiful congruity in the surroundings themselves and in the old heirloom that had been stolen. It seemed as though the room spoke to him of past glories. The furniture was out of date and, too, a little in disrepair. It seemed as though there clung about it the pride and station of other days, a station that it was finding it hard to maintain in these. And he thought he understood. It was a fine old family, that of the Milfords of Louisiana, a very proud old family in the way that it was fine to be proud, proud of its name, proud that its sons were gentlemen, proud of its loyalty to its own traditions and standards, a pride that neither condition nor adversity could mar. And now the diamond pendant was gone. He could well understand how they had clung to that, and he started suddenly. Was he a fool that he had wasted even a moment in giving play to his thoughts? Voices were reaching him now from below, footsteps were sounding from the lower hall, there was a creak upon the stairs. They were coming. He had hardly any need for the quick, searching glance he flung around him. The plan that the Tocsin had drawn was mapped out vividly in his mind. He stepped backward softly through half-opened folding doors into the room in the rear. From this room a door, he knew, opened into the hallway. His escape, after all, need give him little concern. He had only to step out into the hall after they passed and make his way downstairs. A woman's voice from the stairway came to him. "My dear, you must have left the light burning." "Unless it was you," a man's voice answered in good-humoured banter. "You were the last one in the room." "But I'm sure I didn't," the feminine tones asserted positively. The steps passed along the hall, and from behind the folding doors Jimmie Dale saw an elderly couple enter the front room. Both were in evening dress. And somehow, suddenly, at sight of them, Jimmie Dale swallowed hard. The old gentleman, kindly, blue-eyed, white-haired, was very erect, very straight in spite of the fact that he must have been close to 70 years of age, and with the sweet-faced, old-fashioned little lady with the gray hair who stood beside him, they made a stately pair. For all that their clothes, past glories like the furniture, were grown a little shabby, a little threadbare. But with what a courtly air they wore them, and with what a courtly air now he held her to a chair, and bent over her, and lifted up her face, and held it tenderly between both his hands. "How well you look tonight in your dress," he said, and his blue eyes shone. "I am very proud of you." He stroked the hand against her cheek. "Do you remember the first time I ever wore it?" She was smiling up at him. "Oh, yes." He nodded his head slowly. "It is strange, isn't it? That was a long time ago, when our friends were married back there in the old state. And tonight again, way up here in New York, they have not forgotten us on this their anniversary." Silence fell for a moment between them. Then he spoke again, a little sadly. "Would you wish those days back again if you could?" She hesitated thoughtfully. "I do not know," she said at last. "Sometimes I think so. We had John then." "Yes," he said, and turned away his head. Her hand, as Jimmie Dale watched, seemed to tighten over her husband's, and now, though her lips quivered, there came a little smile. "But we have his memory now, dear," she whispered. Agitated, the old gentleman moved abruptly away from the chair, and Jimmie Dale could see that the blue eyes were moist. "That is true. We have his memory." The old colonel's voice trembled, and then his shoulders squared like a soldier on parade. "Tut, tut!" he chided. "Why, we are to be gay tonight. and it is almost time for us to be going. We, too, shall celebrate. You shall wear the pendant, just as you did that other night." "Oh, Colonel!" There was mingled delight and hesitation in her ejaculation. "Do you really think I ought to? That it wouldn't be out of keeping with our present circumstances?" "Of course I think you ought to," he declared. "And see," he started across the room, "I will get it for you and fasten it around your throat myself." He reached the escritoire, opened a little drawer at the top, took out a key, stooped to the lower drawer, inserted the key, turned it once or twice in a puzzled way, then tried the drawer, pulled it open, and, with a sharp, sudden cry, reached inside for the steel bond box. The little old lady rose hurriedly, in a startled way, from her chair. "What is it? What is the matter?" she cried anxiously. The box clattered from the colonel's hands to the floor. "It is gone," he said hoarsely. "It has been stolen." "Gone!" She ran wildly forward. "Stolen! No, no! It cannot be gone!" They stared for a moment into each other's faces, and from each other's faces stared at the rifled box upon the floor, and then a look of wan misery crept grey upon the little old lady, and she swayed backward. With a cry that to Jimmie Dale seemed one of more poignant anguish than he had ever heard before, the old gentleman caught her in his arms and supported her to a chair. Then, running quickly to the hall, called loudly for the maid below. There was a merciless smile on Jimmie Dale's lips. He was retreating now further back into the room toward the door that gave on the hall. "I wonder," said Jimmie Dale to himself through set teeth, "I wonder if a man wouldn't be justified in putting an end for keeps to that devil Thorold for this." He heard the maid come rushing up the stairs. He could no longer see into the other room now, but a confused mingling of voices reached him. "The police! Next door and telephone! The light! While we were at dinner!" Jimmie Dale opened the door, slipped across the hall, made his way silently and swiftly down the stairs, and with the single precaution of pulling his slouch hat far down over his eyes, stepped boldly out of the front door, walked quietly down the steps, walked briskly but without apparent haste along the street, and turned the first corner. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Death to the Gray Seal! Jimmie Dale hurried now, making his way to the nearest subway station, and took a downtown train. There should be no danger, the Tocsin had written. His eyes darkened with a flash of passion. Danger! Danger was a small, pitiful factor now. He had been too late through no fault either of his or the Tocsin's, but he still knew where the pendant was, or would be. Time was counting again. He was afraid now only that he might be too late a second time. Old Attic would not let any grass grow under his feet in disposing of the diamonds through one of the many channels at his command, and once they had passed out of that scoundrel's hands they were as good as hopelessly lost. Also, there was Thorold to reckon with. Thorold would naturally get the pendant first, then turn it over to Jake Kisneve. Had Thorold already done so? It depended, of course, on when the theft had been committed. That snatch of conversation, "the light when we were at dinner," came back to him. His brows gathered. He crouched a little in his seat, staring abstractedly at the black tunnel walls without. Station after station was passed. Jimmie Dale's hand, resting on the window sill, was so tightly clenched that it seemed the skin must crack across the knuckles. But he was smiling when he left the subway. Only it was that same merciless smile once more. It was not alone the mere act of robbery that fanned his anger to a white heat. Again and again he was picturing in his mind that fine old gray-haired couple. Again and again he saw the old colonel bend and lift that sweet face to his, and saw them look into each other's eyes. There was something holy,
something reverent in that love which the years had ripened and mellowed with tenderness, something that was profound, that made of this night's work a sacrilege in touching them, and that poor jewel, clung to all too obviously through adversity for its past associations, was probably the last real thing of intrinsic value they possessed. "I'm not sure," muttered Jimmie Dale. He was fingering the automatic in his pocket. "I'm not sure I can trust myself tonight." 10 minutes' walk from the subway brought him before a dingy and dilapidated 3-story tenement on the East Side. The Nest, they called it in the underworld, and worthily so, for its roof sheltered more of the cheaper and petty class of criminals probably than any other single dwelling in New York. The steerers, the hangers-on, the stalls, those of the lesser breed of vultures and the more vicious therefore, who at best made but a precarious livelihood from their iniquitous pursuits. One of Jimmie Dale's shoulders was hunched forward, giving a crude and ill-fitting set to his fashionably tailored Fifth Avenue coat. He staggered slightly, and the flap of his collar protruded, while his tie, pulled out, sprawled over his vest. Also his slouch hat, badly crushed and looking as though it had rolled in the mire of the street, was tilted forward at an unhappy angle until it was balanced on the bridge of his nose. Men, women and children passed him by, for the street was crowded, paying him not the slightest attention. He lurched in through the front door of the tenement, swayed up against the hallway inside, and stood there, still swaying a little. It was dark here, and the atmosphere was musty and fetid. A murmur pervaded the place as of voices behind many closed doors, but apart from that the tenement might have been empty and deserted for all the signs of life it evidenced. And then the spot where Jimmie Dale had stood was vacant, and he was along the narrow hallway without a sound, and, opening a door at the rear, stood peering out. After a moment he closed the door again without fastening it, and, back once more toward the front of the hallway, began to creep silently up the stairs. He reached the top landing. Old Attic had 2 miserable rooms here, where he conducted his even more miserable business. Jimmie Dale dropped on his knees before the door that faced the head of the stairs and placed his ear to the panel. Noiselessly he tried the door. It was locked. He was smiling that merciless smile again in the darkness as his deft, slim fingers worked at the keyhole. He was not too late this time. Old Jake was there, and yes, Thorold too. They were even now haggling over the pendant. He could hear them quite distinctly now with the door open a crack. He pushed the door open a little wider, but very slowly, scarcely an inch at a time. He was in luck again. They were in the inner room. He opened the door still a little wider, stepped softly over the threshold, and closed the door behind him. Save for a dim light that filtered out through the half-open door of the inner room, it was dark here. Slowly, with that almost uncanny, silent tread that he had acquired on the creaky, rickety stairs of the old Sanctuary, Jimmie Dale began to move forward, the weight of his body wholly and firmly on one foot before the other was lifted from the floor, and, as he advanced, the black silk mask, from a pocket in the leather girdle, was drawn over his face. He could see them now quite plainly. The twisted, crunched-up form of old Jake, with his tawny bearded face, and narrow, shifting little black eyes, the smooth-shaven, suave, oily, cunning countenance of Thorold, the super crook. Both were sitting at a table in the miserly appointed room, whose only other articles of furniture were a cheap iron bed and a few chairs. Old Jake was whining. Thorold's voice held an angry rasp. 4,000, you cursed miser, and not a cent less, Thorold was saying. 3, whined the other. You ain't splitting fair. I got to take the stones out of their setting and sell 'em for what I can get. Stolen stuff's got to go cheap. You know that. It's worth 10 or 12, and you'll get at least 8 for it, growled Thorold. That's 4 apiece, and I've got to split mine again with the guy that pinched it. Hurry up, do you hear? I've got a date with him in half an hour over in my office. Ah! cackled old Jake.
Are you trying to be funny? All the thief gets out of it from you won't make much of a hole in your share." "That's my business," snapped Thorold. "You come across." "3," whined old Jake again. "4," Thorold flung back angrily. "Well, let's have a look at it again. I ain't seen it for years," grumbled old Jake. "I ain't trying to do you. We went into this thing so's we'd each get the same out of it. But I tell you it ain't easy to shove big stones when there'll be a police description out against them, and there ain't no big prices for 'em either." Thorold reached into his pocket, and even in the dull light of the single gas jet that alone illuminated the room, Jimmie Dale caught the fire and flash of the magnificent stones in the pendant that swung to and fro now as the men held it up. Old Jake, his hand trembling with eagerness, snatched at it, and, as Thorold laughed shortly, dove his fingers into a greasy vest pocket and produced a jeweller's magnifying glass, which he screwed into his eye. "One of these has got a flaw, and it's cloudy," he mumbled. "Never mind about the flaw. Flash your wad," invited Thorold, with a thin smile. Jimmie Dale's hand slipped under his vest to a pocket in the leather girdle, and from the thin metal case, with the aid of the tiny tweezers, lifted out a gray seal, and laid it lightly on the inside edge of his left-hand sleeve. He replaced the metal case with his right hand, and with his right hand drew his automatic from his pocket. He crept forward again, inch by inch toward the door of the inner room. Old Jake laid the pendant on the table, and from some mysterious recess in his clothing pulled out a huge roll of banknotes. "I'll make it 3.5 until I see what I can get for it. That's all I've got here, anyway." He began to count the money, laying it bill by bill on the table. "If I get more than 7, I'll split the difference even. That's fair. That's the way it's been ever since we started this. I don't know exactly what I can get for this, and then Jimmie Dale was in the room, his automatic covering the two men. "Don't move, please, gentlemen," he said quietly, as he stepped to the table. His eyes behind the mask travelled from the diamond pendant to the pile of banknotes, and from the banknotes to the two men, whose faces had gone suddenly white, and who now sat rigidly in their chairs as though turned to stone. "I appear to be in luck tonight." His lips, just showing beneath the mask, parted in a hard smile. "I was passing by, and—" His left hand reached out, swept up the money and the diamond pendant, and in their place, fluttering from his sleeve, a gray seal fell upon the table. There was a sharp, quick cry from Thorold, and the muzzle of Jimmie Dale's automatic swung like a flash to a level with the man's eyes. Old Jake had crumpled up now in his chair, and was glaring wildly at the little diamond-shaped piece of paper. He licked his lips with his tongue. There was fear in his eyes. "The Gray Seal! The Gray Seal!" he muttered hoarsely. "I appear to be in luck tonight," said Jimmie Dale again. "And" he put the money and the diamond pendant coolly in his pocket, "it would be too bad if I didn't play it up, wouldn't it? It doesn't often come as easy as this. Amazing carelessness to leave that outside door unlocked. But, as I was saying, with such a lavish display of opulence on the table, one is almost led to hope that there might be more where that came from. Now—" "I haven't got any more. Not another cent. Honest, I haven't," old Jake cried hysterically. "I swear to God I haven't, and—" "You hold your tongue!" There was a sudden snarl in Jimmie Dale's low tones. The man's voice was rising dangerously loud. "I'll tend to you in a moment." He swung on Thorold again, and, with his pistol pressed close against the man, felt deftly and swiftly over the other in search of weapons. He laughed tersely, finding none. "Empty your pockets out on the table," he ordered curtly. The man hesitated. Jimmie Dale smiled unpleasantly. Thorold swept a bead of sweat from his forehead. His lips were working nervously. All suavity and polish were gone now. There were only viciousness and fear, each struggling with the other for the mastery in the man's smug face. "Damn you, you blasted snitch!" he burst out furiously. "We'll get you down here some day and—" "Some day, perhaps," said Jimmie Dale softly. "But tonight Did I explain that I was in a hurry, Thorold? Every pocket inside out, please." Thorold's hand went reluctantly to his pockets. He began with the inside pocket of his coat, laying a pile of letters and papers on the table. "Anything there you want?" he sneered. "Go on," prompted Jimmie Dale. From vest pockets came a varied assortment of articles, watch, cigars, a cigar cutter, a silver mounted pencil and a fountain pen. The man's hands travelled to his outside coat pockets. "The inside pocket of the vest, Thorold," suggested Jimmie Dale coldly. With a malicious snort, Thorold unbuttoned his vest and turned the pocket out. There was nothing in it. Jimmie Dale nodded complacently. "My mistake, Thorold," he murmured apologetically. "Go on." The man continued to denude himself of his effects, but with increasing savagery and reluctance. There was silence in the room, and then, suddenly, so faint as to be almost inaudible, there was a soft pat upon the floor. Jimmie Dale did not turn his head. "I think you dropped something, Jake," he observed pleasantly. "Now take your foot off it and put it on the table." A miserable smile twisting his lips, old Jake stooped, picked up a roll of bills, and, mumbling and crooning to himself, laid it on the table. Jimmie Dale immediately transferred it to his pocket. "Yes," he said, "I certainly seem to be in luck tonight. That all you got, Thorold?" He reached forward and possessed himself of a well-filled wallet that Thorold had added to the heterogeneous collection in front of him. Thorold's face was black with fury. "There's the watch, you cheap poke-getter," he choked. "Don't forget to frisk that while you're at it." Jimmie Dale examined the collection with a sort of imperturbable appraisement. "No," he said judicially, "you can keep your watch, Thorold. I haven't got the same lay as our friend Jake here, and that sort of thing is too hard to get rid of to make it worth while. I'll take these, and that's all." He whipped the pile of letters and papers into his pocket. "You see, with a man of your profession, there's always the chance of there being something valuable amongst—" Jimmie Dale never finished the sentence. With a sudden, low, tigerish cry, Thorold heaved the end of the table upward between himself and Jimmie Dale, and, quick as a cat, as Jimmie Dale staggered backward, leaped from behind it. "Get him, Jake! Get him, Jake!" he cried. "He won't dare to fire in here for the noise. Get him, you fool, he—" But Jimmie Dale was the quicker of the two. A vicious left full on the point of Thorold's jaw stopped the man's rush, but only for the fraction of a second. Thorold, recovering instantly, flung his body forward, and his arms wrapped themselves around Jimmie Dale's neck. And now old Jake, screeching like a madman, was circling around them, snatching, clawing, striking at Jimmie Dale's face and head. Thorold was a powerful man, and, at the first tight-locked grip, as they swayed together, trained athlete though he was himself, Jimmie Dale realised that he had met his match. Again and again, with all his strength, he tried to throw the other from him. Around and around the room they staggered and lurched, and around them followed the wizened, twisted form of old Jake, like a hovering hawk, darting in at every opportunity for a blow, shrieking, yelling, cursing with infuriated abandon. And then, from below, a greater peril still, came the opening and shutting of doors, voices calling. The tenement at the racket, like a hive of hornets disturbed, was beginning to stir into life. If they caught him there! If they caught the Gray Seal there! It brought a desperate strength to Jimmie Dale. He had heard too often that slogan of the underworld, "Death to the Gray Seal." He tore one of Thorold's arms free from his neck. They were cheek to cheek. Thorold was snarling out a torrent of blasphemy with gasping breath. He wrenched himself free still, and then, their two hands outstretched and clasped together as though in some grim devil's waltz, they reeled toward the bed at the far end of the room and smashed into a chair. And, as they lost their balance, Jimmie Dale, gathering all his strength for the one supreme effort, hurled the other from him. There was a crash that shook the floor, as Thorold, hurtling backwards, struck his head with terrific force against the iron bedstead and dropped like a log. Jimmie Dale was on his feet again in an instant, but not before old Jake had run, yelling madly, from the room. A glance Jimmie Dale gave at Thorold, who lay limp and motionless, a
a crimson stream beginning to trickle over temple and cheek. Then, with a bound, he reached the gas jet and turned out the light. Old Jake's voice screamed from the hallway without. "Help! The Gray Seal! The Gray Seal! Help! Help! Quick! The Gray Seal!" The staircase creaked under the rush of feet. Yells began to well up from below. Jimmie Dale darted into the outer room and crouched down beside the doorway. "Death to the Gray Seal!" The whole building, in a pandemonium of hellish glee, seemed to echo and re-echo the shout. Jimmie Dale was deadly calm now, as his fingers closed around his automatic; and, deadly cool, the keen, alert, active brain was at work. It was black about him, pitch black. There were no lights in the hallway. Yes, a dull glimmer now. A door farther along had opened, but dark enough in here where he waited. There was a chance, with the odds heavily against him, but it was the only way. They were on the landing outside now, and now, old Jake shouting excitedly amongst them, a dozen forms swept through the doorway, and scuffing, stamping, yelling, made for the inner room, and Jimmie Dale slipped out into the hall, his lips pressed tightly together. That had been as he had expected, but the danger still lay before him in the 3 flights of stairs. Someone was coming up now, more than one, the stragglers. But there would be stragglers until the last occupant of the tenement was aroused. He dared not wait. In a minute more, in less than a minute, they would have lighted the gas again in there and found him gone. He jumped for the head of the stairs. A dark form loomed up before him. Jimmie Dale launched himself full at the other. There was a cry of surprise, an oath, the man pitched sideways, and Jimmie Dale sprang by. A yell went up from the man behind him. It was echoed by a wild chorus from above, as of wolves robbed of their prey. It was re-echoed by shouts from the stairways and halls below. And with his left hand on the banisters to guide him, taking the stairs 4 and 5 at a time, Jimmie Dale went down. And now, aiming at the ground, his revolver spat and barked a vicious warning, cutting lurid flashes through the murk ahead of him. Doors that were open along the hallways shut with a hurried bang. Dark forms like rats running for their holes scuttled to safety. Women screamed and shrieked. Children whimpered. On Jimmie Dale ran. For the second time he crashed into a form and won by. They were firing at him from above now, but by guesswork, firing down the stairwell. The pound of feet racing down the stairs came from behind him, 2 flights behind him. He calculated he had that much start. He gained the entrance hallway where all was dark, leaped for the front door, opened it, pulled it shut with a violent slam, and, whirling instantly, running swiftly and silently back along the hall, he reached the rear door that he had left unfastened, darted out, and a moment later, swinging himself over a high backyard fence, dropped down into the lane beyond. Whipping off his mask, he ran on like a hare until he approached the lane's intersection with a cross street. And here, well back from the street, he paused to regain his breath and rearrange his dishevelled attire. Then, edging forward, he peered cautiously up and down, and smiled grimly, and stepped out on the street. He was a good block away from the tenement. From the direction of the Nest came sounds of disorder and riot. A patrolman's whistle rang out shrilly. It had been as close a call perhaps as the Gray Seal had ever known, but, at that, the night's work was not ended. There was still the actual thief. Thorold had said he was to meet the man in his, Thorold's, office in half an hour to split their ill-gotten gains. Jimmie Dale's jaw squared. The thief! His hand at his side clenched suddenly. Would it be only the thief, or would he have to reckon with Thorold again as well? Could Thorold keep the appointment? It was a question of how badly Thorold was hurt, and that he did not know. Jimmie Dale walked on another block, still another, then turned so as to bring him into, but well up, the street on which the tenement was situated. From here, far down the ill-lighted street, he could see a mob gathered outside the Nest. And then, as he stood hesitant, there came the strident clang of a bell, the beat of hoofs, and he caught the name of the hospital on the side of an ambulance as it tore by. And, at that, he swung suddenly about, and, making his way across to Broadway, boarded an uptown car. 20 minutes later he closed the door of a telephone booth in a saloon on lower Sixth Avenue behind him, and consulting the directory for the number, called the hospital. "This is police headquarters speaking," said Jimmie Dale coolly. "What's the condition of that tenement case with the broken head?" "Hold the wire a minute," came the answer, and then, presently, "Not serious, but still unconscious." "Thank you," said Jimmie Dale. He hung up the receiver and made his way out to the street. The coast was clear then, as far as Thorold was concerned. Jimmie Dale walked on halfway up the block and turned into the lighted hallway of a small building whose second floor, above a millinery establishment, was rented out for offices. It was here that Thorold maintained what he called his office. Mounting the stairs and emerging upon a narrow corridor that was lighted at one end by a single incandescent, Jimmie Dale halted before a door that bore the legend "Henry Thorold, Agent." Jimmie Dale's lips twisted into grim lines. Agent! Of what? He glanced quickly up and down the corridor, slipped his little steel instrument into the lock, and opened the door. He stepped inside, closing the door without relocking it, and, using his flashlight now, moved forward and entered a sort of inner office that was partitioned off from the rest of the room. There was a flat-top desk here, a swivel chair, an armchair, a rather good drawing or two on the walls, and a soft, yielding carpet underfoot. Thorold was far too clever to overdo anything. It was simply businesslike, with an air of modest success about it. Jimmie Dale appropriated the swivel chair behind the desk. Half an hour from the time he had left the tenement. He should not have long to wait, for he had used up nearly, if not quite, all of that time already, and the thief would certainly have every incentive to be punctual. He laid his flashlight, turned on, upon the desk, and, taking his automatic from his pocket, examined it. There were still 2 cartridges remaining in the magazine. He slipped the weapon into the side pocket of his coat and began to sort over the papers and letters he had taken from Thorold. He opened one, a letter, glanced at its contents, and nodded. It was the one to which the Tocsin had referred. He returned the others to his pocket, began to read the one in his hand, and suddenly, leaning forward, snapped out his light. Was that a step coming up the stairs? He listened now intently. Yes, it was coming nearer. He listened now intently. Yes, it was coming nearer. He laid down the letter on the desk and put on his mask. Still nearer came the step. It had halted now before the door. And now the hall door opened and closed. Jimmie Dale sat motionless, except that his hand crept to his coat pocket, and from his coat pocket to the desk again. The door closed softly. A man had entered the outer room. And certainly a man who was no stranger to the place, for he was moving unerringly in the darkness toward the partition door. The man was in the inner office now, passing the desk, so close that Jimmie Dale could have reached out and touched him. There was a soft, rubbing sound as the man's hand felt along the wall for the electric light switch, a click. The room was suddenly flooded with light, and, with a low cry, blinking there in the glare, staring at Jimmie Dale's masked face, stood Colonel Milford. And then the old gentleman swayed and caught at the back of the armchair for support. Upon the desk lay the diamond pendant, glittering under the light. "My God!" he whispered. "What does this mean?" "It means, Colonel," said Jimmie Dale softly, "that Thorold couldn't come, that old Jake found one of the diamonds cloudy and with a flaw, and that the deal fell through. And it means, Colonel, that you will never be called upon to steal Mrs. Milford's diamonds again. There's a letter here that " The letter! The old gentleman was staggering toward the desk. He reached out his hand for the letter, hesitated as though he were afraid that Jimmie Dale was only tantalizing him, would never let him have it. And then, with a little cry of wondrous gladness, he snatched it to him. "I'd destroy that if I were you," suggested Jimmie Dale quietly. "I don't imagine that Thorold or old Jake will ever bother you again, but there are lots of Thorolds in New York." He motioned toward the pendant. "That is yours, too, Colonel." The old gentleman was fingering the letter over and over, as though to assure himself that it was actually in his possession, and into his blue eyes as they travelled back and forth from the pendant to Jimmie Dale there crept a half wondering, half wistful light. "I do not know why you have done this for me, or who you are, sir," he said brokenly, "but at least I understand that in some strange way you have stepped in between me and those men. You know the story, then?" "Only partially," said Jimmie Dale with a smile, as he shook his head, "but you need not—" "I would wish to thank you, sir." The old Southerner was stately now in his emotion. "I can never do so adequately. You are at least entitled to my confidence." His face grew a little whiter. He drew himself up as though to meet a blow. "My boy, my son, sir, stole a large sum of money from the bank where he was employed in New Orleans. He was not suspected, and indeed, as far as the bank is concerned, the matter remains a mystery to this day. Shortly afterwards the Spanish War broke out. My son was an officer in the local regiment. He obtained an appointment for the front." The old gentleman paused. Then he stood erect, head back, at salute, like the gallant old soldier that he was. "My son, sir, was a thief, but he redeemed himself, and he redeemed his name. He fell at the head of his company, leading his men." Jimmie Dale's eyes had grown suddenly moist. "I understand," he said simply. "He wrote this letter to me, making a full confession of his guilt, and gave it to me, telling me not to open it unless he should not come back." The colonel's voice broke. Then, with an effort, steadied again. "It would have killed his mother, sir. It strained our resources most severely to pay back the money to the bank, and I lied to her, sir. I told her that our investments were proving unfortunate. 2 years ago I completed the final payment without the bank ever having found out where the money came from, and then we moved up here to New York. You see, sir, it was a little difficult to maintain our former position in Louisiana, and among strangers less would be expected of us. And then, sir, shortly after that, I do not know how, this letter was stolen, and for 2 years Thorold has held it over my head, threatening to make it public if I refused his demands. I gave him all the money I could get. I have thought sometimes, sir, that I should put a revolver in my pocket and come down here and shoot him like a dog. But then, sir, the story, I was afraid, would come out. Yesterday he made a final demand for $5,000. I did not have the money. He suggested Mrs. Milford's pendant there. He promised to return the letter and any sum above the 5,000 that he could get for the diamonds. I knew he was lying about the money, but I believed he would return the letter, knowing that I now had nothing left. That is why I am here tonight." Again the old gentleman paused. It was very still in the room. Jimmie Dale had taken the thin metal case from his leather girdle and was fingering it abstractedly. And then the colonel spoke again. "And so," he said slowly, "I stole the pendant this afternoon, and pretended tonight that it was done at dinner time, and pretended, too, to make the discovery of the theft myself. You see, sir, it was not only the old name that would be smirched. There was the boy to think of, and he had redeemed himself. And Mrs. Milford would have wanted me to do that, to take 1,000 of her jewels, if she had had them, if she had known. But you see, sir, she could not know without it breaking her heart. I think the dearest thing in life to her is the boy's memory." Outside on Sixth Avenue an elevated train roared and thundered by. It seemed strangely extraneous and incongruous. "And now, sir," the old gentleman's voice seemed tired, a little weary, "though you give me back the pendant, I do not see how I can return it to my wife. It was part of the agreement that I should notify the police. It made it impossible for me to inform against Thorold, for I was the thief." Jimmie Dale nodded. "I was thinking of that," he said. He opened the metal case, and, while the old gentleman watched in amazement and growing consternation, he lifted out a gray paper seal with his tweezers, moistened the adhesive side with the tip of his tongue, and pressed the seal firmly with his coat sleeve over the central cluster of the pendant. The old gentleman tried twice to speak before a word would come. "You, the Gray Seal," he stammered at last. But only tonight I was reading in the papers, and they said you were a murderer, an ogre of hell, and—" "And now, possibly," interrupted Jimmie Dale whimsically, "though circumstances will force you to keep your opinion to yourself, you may have an idea that, as between you and the papers, you are the better informed. Well, at least the Gray Seal's shoulders are broad. You need not worry about Thorold or old Jake. I took pains to make them aware that the Gray Seal, quite inadvertently, of course, had taken a passing fancy to the pendant. You have only to wrap it up and send it by mail to yourself, and when it arrives," he laughed softly as he stood up, "notify the police again. Let them do the theorizing. It is one of their cherished amusements. And, oh, by the way, Colonel, have you any idea how much Thorold and his precious friend Kisneve have blackmailed you out of in the last 2 years?" "I did not have very much left when I came to New York," said the colonel in a stunned way, still staring at the gray paper seal. "Between $4,000 and $5,000. "That's too bad," murmured Jimmie Dale. He took the banknotes from his pocket and laid them on the desk. "I'm afraid it's not quite all here, but I can assure you it's all they had." He held out his hand. "But you're not going that way?" cried the colonel, and his eyes filled suddenly. "How am I to repay you? How am I to—" "Very easily," smiled Jimmie Dale, "and, to use your own expression, very adequately, by remaining here, say 3 minutes after I've left." He caught the colonel's hand in his and wrung it hard, and then, with a "Good night" flung over his shoulder, Jimmie Dale was gone. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Rehabilitation of Larry the Bat. The small French window of the new sanctuary, that gave on the dirty little courtyard which, in turn, paralleled the black and narrow lane with its high board fence, opened cautiously, noiselessly. A dark form slipped silently into the room. The window was closed again. The dilapidated roller shade was drawn down, and, guided by the sense of touch, the rent that gaped across it was carefully pinned together. There was no moon to shine in through the top light and uncharitably disclose the greasy, ragged carpet or the squalor of the room. The dark form, like a shadow, moved across the room to the door, tried the lock, slipped an inner bolt into place, then returned halfway back to the windows and paused by the wall. A match flame spurted through the blackness, and then, hissing as though in protest, the miserable, clogged gas jet blue with air, still leaving the corners of the room dim and murky, grudgingly lighted up its immediate surroundings, and Jimmie Dale, immaculate in evening clothes, stood looking sharply about him. Here and there about the room, upon this article and that, as though fixing its exact and precise location, his glance fell critically. Then he stepped back quickly to the door and knelt by the threshold. The tiny, unobtrusive piece of thread that must break if the door were opened by but that fraction of an inch was still intact. No one, then, had been here since last, as Smarlinghue, the seedy, drug-wrecked artist, he had left the place the day before, for, on entering, he had already satisfied himself that the French window had not been tampered with. A hard smile flickered across his lips. It was a grim transition, this, from the luxury, the wealth and refinement of New York's most exclusive club, which he had left but half an hour ago. The smile faded, and he passed his hand a little wearily across his eyes. The strain seemed to grow heavier every day, the underworld more prone to suspicion, the police more vigilant, that ominous slogan in which crime and the law for once were one, "Death to the Gray Seal," to ring more constantly in his ears. It was becoming more fraught with peril, danger and difficulty than ever before, this dual life he led, and he had thought it all ended once. That was only a few months ago, when the way had seemed clear for them both, for the Tocsin and himself. Well, he was here tonight to end it again if he could, by playing perhaps the most desperate game he had ever attempted. He shook his head. It was more than the hazard, the danger and the peril of his dual life that brought the strain. It was the Tocsin, his love for her, her peril and her danger, the unbearable anxiety and suspense on her account that was never absent from him. And it was that kept him in the underworld, that had forced him to create again a role in gangland, the role of Smarlinghue, in the hope that he might track her enemies down. She would not help him. If she knew, and she must know, the authors of this new danger that had driven her once more into hiding, she would not tell him. She was afraid for him. She had said that. She had said that she would fight this out alone, and that she would not, could not, whatever the end might be, bring him again into the shadows, throw his life again into the balance. It was her love, pure, unselfish, a wondrous love, that had prompted her to this course, he knew that, and yet. But why all this again? His brain was numbed with its incessant dwelling upon it day after day. Jimmie Dale's hands clenched suddenly. That night, a week ago, when he had been so nearly caught in the nest, had brought very forcibly upon him the realization that he could not risk any longer a haphazard course of action if he was to be of help to her, for next time his own luck might go out. And so the idea had come, the one single definite mode of attack that lay within his power, and he had used the weak to advantage, and he was ready now. From the first it had seemed almost certain that the danger which threatened her must come from one of two sources, and there was a way to probe one of these to the bottom. He did not know who they were, those who remained of the Crime Club, or where they were, but he knew the Magpie, and he knew where the Magpie was to be found, and tonight he would know, settling the question once for all that the Magpie knew. He turned, walked back across the room, and, a few feet along from the door, knelt down close to the wall. An instant later, with the loose section of the baseboard removed, he reached inside and took out a curious assortment of garments which he laid on the floor beside him. They were not Smarlinghue's clothes. They were even more shoddy and disreputable. His brows gathered critically as he surveyed the wretched boots, the mismated socks, the frayed, patched trousers, the greasy flannel shirt, the ragged coat, and the battered, shapeless slouch hat. Matched closely enough to the originals to pass without question, gathered from here and there painstakingly, with infinite trouble, during the week that had passed, were the clothes of Larry the Bat. It was a dangerous, almost desperate chance, but he, too, was desperate now. To be caught, even to be seen as Larry the Bat, meant flinging every stake he had in life into the game. More rabid than ever was the cry of the populace for vengeance upon the Gray Seal. More active than ever, combing den and dive, their dragnet spreading from end to end of the city, were the efforts of the police to effect the Gray Seal's capture. More like snarling wolves than ever, the blood lust upon them, mad to sink their fangs into the Gray Seal, were the denizens of the underworld, and populace and police and underworld alike knew Larry the Bat as the Gray Seal. If he was seen, if he were caught. They had thought that Larry the Bat had perished in the Sanctuary fire that night, and that in Larry the Bat had perished the Gray Seal. But the Gray Seal had been at work again since then, and, logically enough, there had followed the deduction that, after all, Larry the Bat had in some way escaped. Jimmie Dale began to remove his expensively tailored dress suit. It had made it much easier for him, easier to play the role of Smarlinghue, easier for the Gray Seal to work, that they, the populace, police and underworld, had of late searched only for a character that, in truth, until tonight had literally vanished from the face of the earth, a character known as Larry the Bat. But now Larry the Bat was to assume tangible form again, to accept the risk of recognition, to go out amongst those whose one ambition was his destruction, to court his own death, his ruin, the disclosure that Larry the Bat was Jimmie Dale, that Jimmie Dale, the millionaire clubman, a leader in New York society, was therefore the Gray Seal, and with this disclosure drag an honoured name in the mire, be execrated as a felon. It seemed almost the act of a fool, worse than that indeed. Even a fool would not invite the blow of a blackjack, the thrust of a knife, of a revolver bullet from the first crook in gangland who recognised him. Even a fool would not voluntarily take the chance of thrusting his head through the door of one of Sing Sing's death cells. And for an instant, fought out with himself times without number though this had been since he had first conceived the plan, Jimmie Dale hesitated. It was very still in the room. In his hands now he held a bundle of neatly folded clothing ready to be tucked away in the aperture in the wall. He looked around him unseeingly. Then suddenly the square jaw clamped hard, and he stooped, thrust the bundle into the opening, and began rapidly to dress again as Larry the Bat. If it was the act of a fool, it was even more the act of a coward to shrink from it. It was the one way to force the Magpie to lay his cards face up upon the table. It was the Magpie who had discovered that Larry the Bat was the Gray Seal. It was the Magpie who had led gangland to batter down the Sanctuary doors. It was the Magpie who had clamoured the loudest of them all for the Gray Seal's death. And it was the Magpie, therefore, who had reason to fear Larry the Bat as he would fear no other living thing on earth. And it was upon that which he, Jimmie Dale, counted, the psychological effect upon the Magpie on finding himself suddenly face to face and in the power of Larry the Bat, with the unhallowed reputation of the Gray Seal that did not stop at murder, to discount any thought in the Magpie's mind that the choice between a full confession and death was an idle threat which would not be put into instant execution. Yes, it was simple enough, and sure enough, that part of it. The Magpie would tell what he knew under those circumstances, and tell eagerly. But if, after all, the Magpie knew nothing? Jimmie Dale snarled contemptuously at himself. Childish! That, of course, was possible, but in that case he would at least have run a false lead to earth, and have eliminated the Magpie from any further consideration. Jimmie Dale took out a make-up box from the opening in the wall, and, carrying it with him to the table, propped up a small mirror against a collection of Smarlinghue's paint tubes. His fingers were working swiftly now with sure, deft touches, supplying to his face, his neck, his hands and wrists, not the unhealthy pallor of Smarlinghue, but the grimy, unwashed, dirty appearance of Larry the Bat. It was the toss of a coin, heads or tails, whether the Magpie was at the bottom of this or not. The Magpie knew that Silver Mag had been in the affair that night when Larry the Bat was discovered to be the Gray Seal. The Magpie knew that Silver Mag was a pal of Larry the Bat, and therefore, equally with the Gray Seal, the underworld had passed sentence of death upon her. But did the Magpie know that Silver Mag was Marie LaSalle,
any more than he knew that Larry the Bat was Jimmie Dale? That was the question, and its answer would be wrung from the Magpie's lips tonight. A piece of wax was inserted in each nostril, and behind the lobes of his ears, and under his lip. Jimmie Dale stared into the mirror. The vicious, dissolute face of Larry the Bat leered back at him. And then, returning abruptly to the loosened section of the baseboard, he restored the make-up box to its hiding place. He reached inside again and procured a pistol and flashlight, which he stowed away in his pockets. There would be no need tonight for that belt with its compact little kit of burglar's tools, no need for that thin metal box with the gray-coloured, adhesive paper seals, the insignia of the Gray Seal, for tonight the Gray Seal would appear in person. No, wait, that collection of little steel picklocks, and the Jimmie, he would need those. He felt for them in one of the pockets of the leather girdle, transferred them to the pocket of his ragged trousers, and slipped the baseboard back into place. And now he stepped to the gas jet and turned out the light. Then the roller shade was raised, the French window silently opened, silently closed, and Larry the Bat, hugging close against the wall of the building, crept to the fence, and, lifting aside a loose board, passed out into the lane, and from the lane to an empty and drearily lighted cross street. There was no sanctuary now. Who in the underworld would fail to recognize Larry the Bat? He was out in the open, on the fringes of the Bad Lands, where recognition was to be feared from every passer-by, and where, if caught, he would do well and wisely to use his own automatic upon himself. And he must go deeper still, into the heart of gangland, to reach that room in the basement beneath Poker Joe's gambling hell where the Magpie lived, or rather burrowed himself away in those hours that were miserly devoted to sleep. But Jimmie Dale knew his East Side as no other man in New York knew it as a man whose life again and again had depended solely upon that knowledge. By lane and alley, by unfrequented streets, now running, now crouched motionless in some dark corner, waiting for footsteps to die away along the pavement before he darted across the street in front of him, Jimmie Dale threaded his way through the East Side as through the twistings and turning of some maze, puzzling, grotesque and intricate, but with whose secrets notwithstanding he was intimately familiar. When he paused at last it was in a backyard, which he had entered by the simple expedient of climbing the fence from the lane behind. A low building loomed up before him, whose windows at first glance were dark, but through whose carefully closed blinds and tightly drawn shutters might still be remarked, if one were sufficiently inquisitive, the faint, suffused glow of lights from within. Jimmie Dale scarcely glanced at the windows. Poker Joe's at this hour, it must be close to 11 o'clock, he calculated, would be just about settling into its night's swing. He was quite well aware both that the place was lighted and that there were by now perhaps a score of gangland's elite already at the tables, and that the blinds and shades were closed and drawn interested him only in that it safeguarded him without from being seen by any one from within. But there was another window upon which Jimmie Dale now centered his entire attention, a narrow oblong window, cellar-like, just on a level with the ground, and here there was neither a light nor a drawn shade. He stole across the yard, and, 5 yards from the wall of the house, dropped down on his hands and knees and crawled silently forward. Keeping a little to one side, he reached the window and lay there listening intently. There was no sound save a low, almost inaudible murmur of voices from the windows above him. Nothing from the direction of that dark oblong window that he could reach out and touch now. The Magpie was presumably not at home. The long, slim, tapering fingers, whose nerves, tingling sensitively at the tips, were as eyes to Jimmie Dale, those fingers that, to the Gray Seal, were like some magical open sesame to the most intricate safes and vaults, felt along the window sill, and, from the sill, made a circuit of the sash. The window, he found, was hinged at one side and opened inward, and now, under the pressure of his steel jimmy inserted between the ledge and the lower portion of the frame,
It began to yield. Lying there on the ground, Jimmie Dale, his head close to the opening, listened with strained attention again. He had not made much noise, scarcely any, not enough even to have aroused the Magpie if, say, by any chance the Magpie were within asleep. The sounds from the floor above seemed to be louder now, to reach him more distinctly, but from the basement room itself there was nothing, no sound even of breathing. Satisfied that the room was unoccupied, Jimmie Dale pushed the window wide open and peered in. It was like looking into some dark, cavernous hole, and he could not distinguish a single object. Then his hand slipped into his pocket for his flashlight, and the round, white ray shot downward and around the place. The floor of the room was perhaps 5 feet below the level of the window sill. To the left, against the wall, was a bed. There was a chair, a table sadly in need of repair, a few garments hanging from nails driven haphazardly into the plaster, and, save for a dirty piece of carpet on the floor, nothing else. The flashlight played slowly around the room. Opposite the window was the door, and suspended from the center of the ceiling was a single incandescent lamp. With a sort of grim nod of approval, Jimmie Dale snapped off his flashlight, and, turning around, worked himself in through the window feet first, and dropped silently to the floor. He had only to wait now until the Magpie returned, whether it was a question of hours or minutes. Jimmie Dale made his way to the chair and sat down, and again he nodded his head grimly. It was very simple. He had only to wait, and this place, this burrow of the Magpie's, could not have been improved upon for his purpose. It was eminently suitable, so suitable that there seemed something ironical in the fact that it should have been the Magpie who had chosen it. One could commit murder here, and none would be the wiser. And none would be more keenly alive to that than the Magpie himself. A threat from the Gray Seal in these surroundings left nothing to be desired. They were making too much noise above to hear anything in this room below the ground, and the little window afforded an instant means of escape without the slightest danger of discovery. Yes, the Magpie, not being a fool, would very thoroughly appreciate all this. Time passed. It was a nerve-racking vigil that Jimmie Dale kept, sitting there in the chair, waiting. It was so dark he could not have seen his hand before his face. And it was silent, in spite of that queer composite sound of voices and shuffling feet and the occasional squeak of chair legs from above. A silence that seemed to belong to this miserable hole alone, that seemed immune from all extraneous noises. And after a time, in a curious way, the silence seemed to palpitate, to beat upon the eardrums, to grow almost uncanny. His lips tightened a little, and he smiled commiseratingly at himself. His nerves were getting a little too tautly strung, that was all. He was listening too intently for that expected step upon the stair, for the opening of that door he faced. And it was not like him to have an attack of nerves, and especially in view of the fact that his plan, in the simplicity of its execution, did not even warrant anxiety for its success. He had only to remain quiet until the Magpie entered and turned on the light, then clap his automatic to the Magpie's head. The psychology of fear would do the rest. And yet, what was it? As the minutes dragged along, fight it as he would, a distinct depression, a panicky sort of uneasiness was settling down upon him. The darkness, in a most unpleasant and disconcerting way, seemed to be full of eeriness, of warnings. For perhaps 10 minutes he sat there in the chair, silent and motionless, angry, struggling with himself, but his disquietude would not down. Rather, it but grew the stronger, until it took the form of imagining that he was not alone in the room. He scowled contemptuously at himself. There was another psychology than that of fear, the psychology of suggestion. That silence, palpitating in his eardrums, began to whisper: "You are not alone here. You are not alone. You are not alone. Was that a sound there outside the door? A step cautiously approaching? He leaned forward tensely. No. His laugh was low, short, furious. No. It was only from above, that sound. Jimmie Dale's face hardened. It was childish, this sensation of presence in the room, but it was also unnerving. Why should so unusual a thing happen to him tonight? Was it purely overwrought nerves due to the strain of the peril he ran as Larry the Bat? Or was it intuition? Intuition had never failed him yet. Well, whatever it was, he would put a stop to it. He was here tonight to get the Magpie, and nothing should interfere with that. Nothing. He and the Magpie would square accounts tonight, and square them once for all. Not alone here in the Magpie's den, eh? His flashlight streamed out, and began slowly and deliberately to circle the room. If his brain was so restless and active that it must indulge in fantasies, it could at least be diverted into another channel than... Jimmie Dale strained forward suddenly in his chair. That was a pair of boots there at the foot of the bed. There was nothing strange in a pair of boots, but these boots were poised most curiously on their heels, with the toes pointing upward. They just barely protruded from the foot of the bed, which accounted for his not having been able to see them from the window when he had flashed his light around. He could not see the upper portions of them even now. And then, under his breath, Jimmie Dale jeered at himself again. True, the boots were in a most peculiar position, but had his nerves reached the state where a pair of boots would throw him into a panic? How logical for someone to be hiding there under the bed, with his feet in plain view! And yet, what held the boots upright like that? The foot of the bed itself, jammed there perhaps, or... "Damn it!" gritted Jimmie Dale. "I'm worse than a child tonight." He rose from his chair, stepped across the room to the foot of the bed, and like a man dazed, his flashlight playing on the boots, his automatic flung forward in his hand, he stood staring downward, following his flashlight's ray with his eyes. Was he mad? Was his brain now playing him some hideous trick? The boots were not empty. He could see a man's ankles, the bottoms of a town's trousers. But the ankles and the trousers seemed utterly insignificant. On the sole of the right boot was a diamond-shaped, gray-coloured paper seal. His own insignia, the insignia of the Gray Seal. For an instant, it might have been, he stood there rigidly, realizing in a sort of ghastly, subconscious way that the man under the bed made no movement, made no attempt to evade discovery, made no sound. And then Jimmie Dale stooped quickly and raised one of the other's feet a few inches from the floor. It fell back, a dead weight. Jimmie Dale's jaws were hard clamped. There was devil's work here. Some of the Magpies, possibly. Every faculty alert now, Jimmie Dale was quietly lifting aside the small iron bed. The Magpie was no fool. By underworld and police alike, it would be accepted without questions that the Gray Seal had held a day of reckoning in store for the Magpie. Had the Magpie traded on that, to get rid of someone who was in his way, this outstretched, inert thing on the floor, and lay it to the door of the Gray Seal? It was clever, hellish in its cunning, and it would appear plausible enough. The Gray Seal had come here, say, searching for the Magpie, and in the darkness had struck another down. Yes, the Magpie could get away with that. It would stand to reason that the Magpie would not lure a victim to his own den and... A low cry was on Jimmie Dale's lips. The bed was moved out now, and he was stooping over a man whose head was gruesomely battered above the right temple and back across the skull. The flashlight wavered in his hand as he held it focused on the other's face. It was the Magpie. Dead. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Bond Robbery. It seemed to Jimmie Dale that, in the darkness, the room was full of unseen devils laughing and jeering derisively at him. It seemed that reality did not exist, that only unreality prevailed. The Magpie dead! It seemed for the moment that he had utterly lost his grip upon himself, that mentally he was being tossed helplessly about, the sport of fate. The Magpie dead! It meant what did it mean? He must think now, and think quickly. It meant, first of all, that any hope for the Tocsin which he had built upon the Magpie was shattered, gone forever. And it meant that gray seal on the sole of the dead man's boot, that the murder had been committed with even greater cunning and finesse, and an even greater security for the murderer than he had attributed to the Magpie a moment since, when he had thought the Magpie the instigator and not the victim of the crime. He was examining the wound, searching for the weapon. It must have been a blunt instrument of some sort, with which the blow or blows had been struck. There was nothing. The Magpie lay there, dead. That was all. Mechanically, Jimmie Dale replaced the bed in its original position over the murdered man, and stood staring down again at the gray seal on the Magpie's boot. It was not why the Magpie had been murdered, it was who had murdered him. Once, long, long ago, almost at the outset of the Gray Seal's career, a spurious gray seal had been used before. But this was a vastly different and far more significant matter. Then it had been an attempt to foist the identity of the Gray Seal upon a poor, miserable devil in order to secure a reward. Here it was a crime, murder, coolly, callously laid to the Gray Seal, that the guilty man might escape without a breath of suspicion. Just another crime credited to the Gray Seal. No one would dispute it, no one would question it. No one would dream that it had been done by any one other than the Gray Seal. There was a brutal possibility about the ingenuity of the man who had struck the blow. It was the Magpie who had put his finger upon Larry the Bat as the Gray Seal. It was the Magpie who had tried to accomplish the Gray Seal's death. Would it, then, occasion even surprise that the Magpie should be found murdered in his own den at the hands of the Gray Seal? It was even his own argument, the very reason that had led him to assume the role of Larry the Bat and had brought him here to the Magpie's tonight. Jimmie Dale bent down for a closer inspection of the diamond-shaped Gray Seal on the boot's sole. It was not one of his own, but it was so similar that it would unquestionably pass muster. The red crept to Jimmie Dale's cheeks and burned there, as a sudden, merciless anger swept upon him. Who was the man who had done this? Who sheltered himself from murder behind the Gray Seal? He laughed low and bitterly. Only another crime attributed to the Gray Seal. It would not smirch the Gray Seal any. The Gray Seal had been accused of worse than this. But the man who had dared to place that Gray Seal there would answer for it. He was still laughing in that low, bitter way as he knelt now and took out his pocket-knife. The Gray Seal at least would not be found. He was lucky there. He had only to scrape it off and no. Wait! Would it not be better to leave it there? It would throw the murderer off his guard if he believed that his plan had worked, and it could make little difference to the Gray Seal's record to be held guilty of another murder temporarily. Temporarily. Yes, that was it. Here was one crime of which the Gray Seal would be vindicated, and the guilty man be Jimmie! It seemed to quiver, low-breathed through the darkness. His name. His name! Was he bereft of all his senses? His name, here in this horrible murder hole! Was he indeed mad with his imaginings, with these voices that had been whispering and laughing and jeering at him out of the blackness? And, absurdly, it had seemed this time that it was the Tocsin's voice. Jimmie, quick! On the floor under the window! He whirled like a flash. Mistake? Imaginings? No! It was the Tocsin! It was her voice! The gleam of his flashlight cut the black, and leaping across the room, played upon the small, narrow, oblong window. It was from there the voice had come. But it was only black and empty there. And around the room his flashlight swept, and it was black and empty there, too, except for a square, white object upon the floor below the window. She was gone. And it was like a half sob that came from Jimmie Dale's lips. "Gone," he whispered miserably. "Gone." Why had she gone like that? Why had she not waited, just for a moment, just for the single instant, if he could have had no more, that he would have given his life to have? And the answer was in his soul. He knew, and he knew that she too knew, that it would not have been moment or an instant, that he would never have let her go again. And to follow her? He shook his head. By the time he had climbed out of the window, what trace, any more than there was now, would there of her? She was gone, a sort of finality in her act, as there always was, that left nothing to be done or said. But the note, that white thing there upon the floor. He crossed the room, picked it up, tore it open, and, with his flashlight upon it, began to read. "Jimmie, Jimmie." It was scrawled in haste, only a few lines. His eyes travelled rapidly over the words, and suddenly his breath came fast. "My God!" he cried out sharply. As though he could not have read aright, he read again, disjointed words and phrases muttered audibly. "Afraid not in time. Hurry. This afternoon. The Magpie in Virat. Kenleigh, insurance broker. Safe in Kenleigh's house. Ground floor. Left. $100,000. Bonds. Will try it. Meighan of headquarters. 1:30 at Virat's. Gray Seal. Larry the Bat. If dangerous, keep away." One glance around the room Jimmie Dale gave instinctively, and then he was crawling through the window, and, outside, regaining his feet, he darted across the yard and out into the lane. Kenleigh, the insurance broker. He repeated the address she had given in the note over to himself. It was an apartment house on Avenue near Washington Square. He ran on as he had come through lane and alley, working his way out of the Badlands. It was dangerous, of course, in any case, but once clear of that section of the city which houses the underworld, his risk of discovery was greatly minimized, since, though familiar to every denizen of gangland, Larry the Bat was naturally not the same intimate figure in the more law-abiding and respectable districts, and he should, except for an extraordinary piece of bad luck, pass in the quarters he was now heading for as no more than exactly what his appearance proclaimed him to be, a disreputable and seedy vagrant. It was slow work, hurry as he would, doubling and zigzagging his way up through the East Side, discouraging, when time was so great a factor, to cover 3 and 4 times the actual distance in order to keep to the lanes and alleys whose shelter he dared not leave. But he was spurred on now by a sort of grim, unholy joy. He knew now who had murdered the Magpie and why. He knew now who was making a tool, a cat's paw of the Gray Seal. He knew now who had so cynically elected him, if caught, as a substitute for the other to the electric chair. It was Virat, Frenchy Virat, the suave, sleek gambler, confidence man and crook. Well, the game was of Virat's choosing, and they would play it out now to the end, Virat and the Gray Seal, if it was the last act of his, Jimmie Dale's, life. It was only a question now of whether or not Virat had completed all his work, or whether there was yet time to get to Kenleigh's. It was close to midnight as Jimmie Dale came out on Washington Square. He crossed to Waverly Place, and, on the point of starting along Fifth Avenue, drew suddenly back around the corner. A man, walking rapidly, was just turning into Fifth Avenue from the opposite corner. Jimmie Dale drew in his breath sharply. He'd got out of sight just in time. He recognized the quick, springy walk of the other. It was Meighan of headquarters. And then Jimmie Dale smiled a little whimsically. They were both bound for the same place, he and Meighan of headquarters, Kenleigh's apartment that was a little way further on there along the avenue. A short distance behind the other, but on the opposite side of the street, Jimmie Dale followed the detective. There was hardly any use now in going to Kenleigh's, for, if the detective was really bound for there, it made his, Jimmie Dale's, errand useless. The summoning of the headquarters man was prima facie evidence that the robbery had already been committed. And yet a certain grim curiosity remained. Just how had it been done? And besides, she had said 1:30 at Virat's, so there was time to spare. The distorted lips of Larry the Bat thinned ominously. No, it was not useless even now. He had a very strong personal interest in all that had taken place. Virat would be the less likely to slip through his fingers, or through the fingers of the law, for the information that the scene of the robbery might supply. Meighan disappeared suddenly inside an apartment house which Jimmie Dale recognized as a rather fashionable one, devoted exclusively to bachelors' quarters. Jimmie Dale quickened his step, walked on to the next corner, crossed the street, and came back along the block. As he approached the apartment house entrance, voices reached him from the vestibule, and then he heard the closing of a door. "Ground floor left," murmured Larry the Bat to himself. He smiled facetiously. "Saves an interview with the janitor." He glanced sharply around him in all directions, and the next instant was inside the vestibule, and in another, without a sound, was crouched close against the apartment door. A delicate little steel picklock was working now, the deft fingers manipulating it silently, and then stealthily he pushed the door open a crack. A man's voice, agitated, came to him from within. "Perhaps 20 minutes, I don't know. The length of time it took you to get here. I was dining out. I phoned headquarters the instant I came in." Jimmie Dale pushed the door further open, slipped through, and left the door just ajar behind him. He was in the hallway of a very small apartment, of not more than 2 or 3 rooms, he judged. Diagonally ahead of him a light streamed out from an open door. He stole toward this, and, pressed close against the jamb of the door, peered in. It was a sort of sitting room or den, cosily furnished with deep, comfortable lounging chairs. There was a flat-topped desk in the centre, a telephone on the desk, and, at the rear of the room, a connecting door, leading presumably to the bedroom, was open. A clean-shaven, dark-eyed man of perhaps 35, Kenleigh obviously, was pacing nervously up and down. His face was pale, his hair ruffled, and, in his distraction, apparently, he had forgotten to remove the cloak which he was wearing over his evening clothes. In the far corner of the room, Meighan, the detective, knelt upon the floor amidst a scene of grotesque disorder. The door of a very small safe had been souped, and now sagged open. Books and papers littered the floor and were strewn over a mattress that, evidently dragged from the inner room, had been swaddled around the safe to deaden the sound of the explosion. "You don't understand," Kenleigh burst out with a groan. "This means absolute ruin to me. $100,000 in bonds, payable to bearer, and God help me, they weren't mine." "Say," Meighan, still busily occupied with the fractured safe, spoke gruffly, though not unkindly, over his shoulder. "I understand all right, but don't lose your nerve, Mr. Kenleigh. It won't get you anywhere, and it doesn't follow because the swag is gone that we can't get it back. I know the guy that pulled this job." "You what?" Kenleigh, his face lighting up as though with a sudden hope, stepped quickly toward the detective. "What did you say? You know who did it?" "Don't get excited," advised Meighan coolly. "Sure I know. That is, it's a toss-up between one of two, and that's easy. We'll round 'em both up before morning, and then I guess it won't be much of a trick to pick the winner. They won't be looking for trouble as quick as this. We'll get them all right. It's a toss-up between Mug Garrity and the Magpie." Kenleigh was staring incredulously at the detective. "How do you know?" he gasped out. I don't." "I dare say you don't." Meighan was chuckling now. "It's like this, Mr. Kenleigh. A crook's like any one else. Like an artist, say. You get to know 'em, get to spot 'em, especially safe workers, from certain peculiarities about their work. They can't any more help it than stop breathing. Here, for instance, the way he—" Meighan stopped suddenly. He had been pulling the mattress away from the front of the safe, and now, with a sharp, exultant exclamation, he stooped quickly and picked up a small object from the floor. He held it out, twirling it between thumb and forefinger for Kenleigh's inspection. A flashy scarf pin, horseshoe shaped, of blatantly imitation diamonds. Kenleigh shook his head bewilderingly. "I suppose you mean that you recognize it?" he ventured. "Recognize it?" Meighan laughed loudly, and, stepping past Kenleigh to the desk, picked up the telephone and called headquarters. "Recognize it?" With the receiver to his ear, waiting for his connection, he turned toward Kenleigh. "Why, say, walk over to the Bowery and show it to the first person you meet, and he'd call the turn. Pretty, isn't it? When he's dolled up, he's some. Hello!" He swung around to the telephone. "Headquarters? Meighan speaking from Kenleigh's apartment. Get a drag out for the Magpie on the jump. Eh? Yes. Left his visiting card. What? Yes, wound the mattress round the box and souped it. His scarf pin must have caught in the ticking and pulled out. Sure, that's the one. The horseshoe. Found it on the floor. What? Yes, the chances are 10 to 1 he will. It's his only play. All right, I'll get Mr. Kenleigh's story meanwhile. I'll be here till you phone. Yes. All right. Meighan hung up the receiver, sat down in a chair, and motioned toward another that was close alongside the desk. Turn out the light, Mr. Kenleigh, he said abruptly, and sit down here. Kenleigh looked his amazement. Turn out the light? He repeated perplexedly. Yes, Meighan nodded. And at once, please. Obeying mechanically, Kenleigh moved toward the electric light switch. There was a faint click, and the apartment was in darkness. Came then the sound of Kenleigh making his way back across the room and settling himself in the chair beside the detective. I don't quite see, said Kenleigh a little nervously. You will in a minute, interrupted Meighan in a low voice. Don't make any noise now, and don't speak much above a whisper. That little glass stick pin is worth 20 years to the Magpie. See, when he finds that he's lost it, he'll take any risk to make sure that he didn't lose it here. Get the idea? It would plant him for keeps, and nobody knows it any better than he does. You mean he'll come back here? Whispered Kenleigh eagerly. Meighan chuckled. Sure, he'll come back here, if he isn't nabbed beforehand. It's the only chance he's got. Don't you worry, Mr. Kenleigh. He's a shy bird, is the Magpie, or he'd have been up the river long before now. But we've got him coming and going this deal. Now then, I haven't got the details from you yet. What time this evening did you get back here before you went out to dine? It was quite dark now, and Jimmie Dale leaned forward a little to catch the words. Both men were speaking in guarded undertones. About 6 o'clock, Kenleigh answered. I came straight from the office. I put the bonds in that safe there, and I should say it was 7:15 by the time I'd dressed and gone out again. And say 11:30 when you got back. So some time between 7 o'clock and 11:30, Mr. Magpie got into the courtyard, put a Jimmie at work on the bathroom window beyond the bedroom there, got busy. More likely to be nearer 11 than 7. He would have been back before now, otherwise, eh? Meighan seemed to be communing with himself rather than talking to Kenleigh. Wouldn't make such an awful noise. Didn't need much juice on that safe. Pretty slick with the smother game. Didn't raise an item, anyway. There was silence for a moment. Then Meighan spoke again. Let's have your story, Mr. Kenleigh. How did you come to bring $100,000 worth of bonds home with you? And how did the Magpie get onto the lay? I don't know, unless he stood in with the bond firm's messenger. That's the only way in which I could account for it, said Kenleigh huskily. And I've no right to say that. God knows I've no wish to get an innocent man into trouble. I've no proof, but I can't see any other solution. Kenleigh's voice broke. He seemed to steady himself with an effort.
I'm an insurance broker with an office on Wall Street, as I dare say you know. A client of mine, a well-known millionaire here in the city, wanted $100,000 worth of the Canadian War Loan bonds, but for business reasons he has a large German connection. He did not want his name to appear in the transaction." Kenleigh hesitated. "Sure," said Meighan. "I see. Wise guy. Go on." "He commissioned me to get them for him." Kenleigh's voice was agitated as he continued. "I telephoned Thorpe, Leland and Company, the brokers, where I was personally known, explained the circumstances, and placed the order. My client was to give me a check for the amount on the delivery of the bonds to him. I was to place this to my own credit in the bank and check against it in favour of Thorpe, Leland and Company. They sent the bonds over to my office by a messenger about 5 o'clock this afternoon. It was too late to put them in a safe deposit vault. I locked them first in my office safe, and then I grew nervous about them and took them out again." "Anybody see you do that?" queried Meighan quickly. "No, I don't see how they could. I've only a small one-room office, and there was nobody there but myself." "And so they kind of got your goat, and you figured the safest thing to do was to bring them home with you," suggested Meighan. "Yes." There was a miserable note of dejection in Kenleigh's voice. "Yes, that's what I did, and I put them in that safe. You know the rest, and oh my God, what am I to do? My client, naturally, won't pay for what he does not receive, and I owe Thorpe, Leland and Company $100,000. He laughed out a little hysterically. $100,000! It sounds like a joke, doesn't it? I've got a little money, all I've been able to save in 10 years' work. A few thousand. I'm ruined." "Don't talk so loud," cautioned Meighan. He whistled low under his breath. "You're certainly up against it, Mr. Kenleigh, but you buck up. We'll get him. And anyway, bonds can be traced." "These are payable to bearer," said Kenleigh numbly. "There were 3 classes of bonds in this issue, those payable to bearer, those registered as to principal, and those fully registered. That is where the interest is paid by government check instead of the bonds having coupons. Naturally, under the circumstances, it was the payable to bearer bonds that my client wanted." "Well, they're numbered, aren't they?" Meighan returned encouragingly. "That's poor consolation for me," said Kenleigh bitterly. "Suppose some of them, or even all of them, were recovered that way in time. Where do I stand tomorrow morning?" "I guess that's right, if the Magpie ever got a chance to hand them over to some fence," admitted Meighan. "The fence could dispose of them by the underground route all over the country, where the numbers weren't staring everybody in the face. Yes, I guess they could cash in all right. Or it wouldn't be much of a trick for a good plate worker to alter a number or two either. The game's big enough. But," Meighan chuckled again, "he hasn't got away with it yet." Kenleigh made no answer. It was still again in the apartment. Through the darkness, only a few feet away from Jimmie Dale, the 2 men sat there silently, waiting, as he had waited, in the darkness and the silence, for the Magpie. There seemed an abhorrent, gruesome analogy in the situation, this waiting for a murdered man to come. The minutes dragged by, 10, 15 of them. And now Jimmie Dale, cramped though he was, dared not shift his position. The movement of a foot, the slightest stir, would be heard. It would have been better if he had gone before they'd ceased talking. He had heard enough long before then, and yet Suddenly, startling, like the clash of an alarm bell through the silence, the telephone rang. Jimmie Dale heard Meighan fumble for the receiver, and then, as the other spoke, seizing the opportunity, he began to retreat stealthily back across the hallway toward the vestibule door. "Hello?" Meighan's voice was still guarded. "Yes. Yes? What?" His voice rose suddenly in a rasping cry. "What's that? Dead? Murdered?" Wait a minute. Kenleigh, they've found the Magpie murdered in his room." "Murdered!" cried Kenleigh. Then, frantically: "But the bonds! The bonds! Did they find the bonds? Ask them! Tell them to look! The bonds! Are the bonds there?" "Hello?" Meighan was evidently speaking into the phone again. "Any trace of the bonds? What? Yes, yes. Go on, I'm listening." "Who? What? Good Lord!" The receiver clicked back on its hook. "What is it? What do they say?" demanded Kenleigh feverishly. "Mr. Kenleigh," said Meighan soberly, "there's been a little feud on in the underworld for the last few months. It came to a showdown tonight, and the man that won played in luck. He's killed 2 birds with 1 stone, I guess. It looks damn black for your bonds, I'm afraid." "They're gone?" faltered Kenleigh. "Yes, and for keeps, I guess," said Meighan gruffly. He laughed shortly, mirthlessly. "You can turn the light on now. We wait a long time here for the Gray Seal." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. At 1:30. Larry the Bat closed the outer door noiselessly behind him, slipped through the vestibule, and, an instant later, was slouching along Fifth Avenue, heading back toward Washington Square. His hands in his ragged pockets clenched. It had been well worked out, with a devil's ingenuity. The police had swallowed the bait, jumped to the inevitable conclusion desired, and credited the Gray Seal with a double crime of theft and murder without an instant's hesitation. Well, why shouldn't they? It had been well planned, it was natural enough. Larry the Bat, in his turn, laughed mirthlessly. But the game was not yet played out. Through the byways, lanes, and alleys of the underworld, Jimmie Dale once more threaded his way, and finally, mounting the dark stairway leading upward from the side entrance of a small house just off Chatham Square, he let himself stealthily into a room on the first landing. It was Virat now, and this was where Virat lived, a locality where a stranger took his life in his hand any time. Below stairs was a pseudo tea merchant's store, kept by a Chinese hatchet man. But Lang Chang had not been in evidence when he, Jimmie Dale, had crept up the stairs, for there had been no light in the store windows. And now Jimmie Dale's flashlight was playing around the room. 1:30, she had said. It could not be more than 1 o'clock as yet. There was ample time to search for the bonds. He began to move noiselessly around the room, a rather ornately furnished combination sitting and bedroom. "Keep away if dangerous," had been the Tocsin's caution. He smiled grimly. What danger could there be? He had only to face one at a time. The Tocsin could absolutely be depended upon to see to that, and the advantage of surprise was with him. He was pulling out the drawer of her bureau now, and now his hands were searching swiftly under the mattress of the bed. It was necessary to secure the bonds. Barring that little matter of the numbers, they were as good as cash, and the matter of numbers would not trouble Virat. He knew Virat, and he had known Virat very well, but not so well by far as he knew him now. Virat was as suave and polished a gentleman crook as the country possessed. Virat was the sort of man who, after the uproar had died down, would have the nerve and address to take up his residence in some little out-of-the-way place, and either dispose of as many of the bonds at a time as he dared to those he would cultivate as friends, or even have the audacity to secure a loan on a modest number of them from the local bank itself, whose conversance with the missing numbers might be expected to be of the haziest description. Also, Virat would be careful to see that his offerings were not made at such dates as to have the interest coupons cause him any inconvenience by falling due within 24 hours. It would be quite simple for Virat. In 6 months, in as many places, with the length and breadth of the country to choose from, Virat could quite readily dispose of the lot.
not quite at the issue price perhaps if he secured loans, but still at a figure that would be very profitable for Virat. Or, as Meighan had suggested, with the aid of a confederate of the right sort, the change of a figure. Ah! Jimmie Dale, flat upon the floor, his hand stretched in under the washstand, drew out a short, round, heavy object. He examined this attentively for a second, and then, his face hardening, he slipped it into his coat pocket. He resumed his musings, and resumed his search through the room. Virat was clever enough to find means of disposing of the bonds in some fashion or other, and too clever to have ever committed murder for them otherwise, there was no doubt of that. And after all, what difference did it make whatever Virat's method might be? It was extraneous, immaterial. Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders. The vital question was, where were the bonds? It was a strange search there in the murderer's room, the flashlight winking and flinging its little gleams of light through the blackness. A strange search, thorough as only Jimmie Dale could make it, and still leave no telltale sign behind to witness that a single object in the room had been disturbed. But the search was futile, and at the end Jimmie Dale smiled whimsically. "The process of elimination again," he muttered. "I seem to be obsessed with that to-night. Well, not being here, there's only one place the bonds can be. The process of elimination has its advantages." The flashlight circled around the room, and held for a moment on the electric light switch near the door. "It must be after 1:30, said Jimmie Dale, and suddenly snapped off his light. There came a faint creaking noise. Someone was cautiously mounting the stairs. Jimmie Dale snatched his automatic from his pocket, and without a sound stole forward across the room to a position by the door. The footsteps were on the landing now. The doorknob was tried. The door began to open slowly, inch by inch, wider. A dark form slipped through into the room. The door was closed again. And Jimmie Dale, reaching forward, clapped the muzzle of his automatic against the other's head. But it was Larry the Bat who spoke, in a hoarse, guttural whisper. "Youse let a peep out of yours, and youse goes bye-bye for keeps. See? Put your hands over your head, and do it. Quick!" Jimmie Dale's left hand reached out and switched on the light. It was Meighan, hands elevated, startled, angry, who stood blinking in the glare. And then a low cry came from the man. "Larry the Bat! The Gray Seal! So it's a plant, is it? That damned she-pal of yours handed it to me good over the phone." Meighan's lips tightened. "And where's Virat? Did you kill him too?" Jimmie Dale's hand was searching swiftly through the detective's clothes. He transferred a revolver and a pair of handcuffs to his own pockets. "I had to take a chance on the light," said Larry the Bat plaintively. "'Cause I had to frisk youse." He turned off the light again. "Sure, she's a slick one." Larry the Bat, his left hand free again, turned his flashlight upon the detective. "Youse can put your flippers down now. Mabbe she staked youse to the tip that the bonds was here, eh?" "Yes, blast you, both of you!" growled Meighan. "Well, they ain't," said Larry the Bat coolly. "But mabbe after all she wasn't handing youse no steer." Meighan, savage at his own helplessness, snarled his words. "What do you mean?" he demanded. "Mabbe nothing, mabbe a whole lot." Larry the Bat dropped his voice mysteriously. "I was thinking of pulling off a little show here, and youse have the luck to get an invite, that's all. Mabbe I'll hand youse something on a gold platter, and mabbe I'll hand youse this." The automatic was shoved significantly an inch closer to Meighan's face. "Youse know me. Youse know what'll happen if youse play any funny tricks. No guy gets the Gray Seal alive. I guess youse are wise to that, ain't youse? Now then, over youse go behind that big chair on the other side of the table." Meighan, a puzzled look replacing the angry expression on his face, blinked. "What's the lay?" he queried. "I'm expecting company," grinned Larry the Bat. "Youse keeps yer yap closed till youse gets de cue, savvy? That's all. If youse play fair,
Maybe youse'll get a look in on the rake-off. If youse throws me down, the first shot I fires won't miss youse. Get on now. Get down behind that chair, quick." Hesitantly, following the flashlight's directing ray, covered by Jimmie Dale's automatic, Meighan, muttering, made his way across the room, and crouched down behind the back of a large lounging chair. Jimmie Dale leaned nonchalantly against the jamb of the door, the flashlight holding a bead upon the chair. "You'll pardon me if I keeps the spotlight on youse," drawled Larry the Bat. "Some of youse dicks ain't trustworthy." "Look here!" Meighan burst out. "This is a hell of a note. What—" "You shut your face!" Jimmie Dale's voice had grown suddenly cold and menacing. The stairs were creaking again, this time under a quick tread. "Listen! Say, youse don't have to wait long for the curtain to go up on the act. Don't youse make a sound!" The doorknob turned. Jimmie Dale whipped his flashlight into his pocket, and in a flash, as a man entered, switched on the light, and slammed shut the door. A dapper individual, wearing tortoise-rimmed glasses, with black moustache and goatee, was staring into the muzzle of Jimmie Dale's automatic. "Hello, Frenchy," observed Larry the Bat suavely. "Feelin' faint?" The man's face had gone a chalky white. He looked wildly around him as though seeking some avenue of escape. "Mon Dieu!" he whispered. "Larry the Bat! It is the Gray Seal! It is—" "Aw, cut out that parlez-vous dope!" Larry the Bat broke in curtly. "Youse don't need to pull that stuff with me, Virat. Talk New York, see?" Virat moistened his lips with the tip of his tongue. "What do you want here?" he asked huskily. "Oh, nothing much," said Larry the Bat. "I thought maybe youse might figure there was some of them bonds coming to me." "Bonds? I don't know anything about any bonds," said Virat, in a low voice. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You don't, eh?" inquired Larry the Bat ominously. "Well, then, I'll help to put youse wise. But mabbe I'd better get your gun first, eh?" As he had done to Meighan, he removed a revolver from Virat's pocket. "T'anks," he said. He pushed Virat with his revolver muzzle toward the table, and forced the other into a chair. He sat down opposite Virat and smiled unpleasantly. "Now, then, come across. Youse croaked the Magpie tonight." "You're dippy," sneered Virat. "I haven't seen the Magpie in a month." "And that's what youse did it with." Larry the Bat, as though he had not heard the other's denial, reached into his pocket and shoved a small, murderous, blood-stained blackjack, the leather-covered piece of a lead pipe that he had found beneath the washstand, suddenly across the table under Virat's eyes. With a sharp cry, staring, Virat shrank back. "Sure, now youse talkin'," approved Larry the Bat complacently. "But dat ain't all. Say, youse have got a gall. Youse thought youse planned me, did youse, with that Gray Seal on the Magpie's boot?" Jimmie Dale's voice was deadly cold again. "Well, what about that?" "What do you want?" mumbled Virat. Jimmie Dale's smile was not inviting. "I told youse once, didn't I? What do youse suppose I want? If I got to fall for it, I want some of them bonds, that's what I want." A look of relief spread over Virat's face. "All right," he said hurriedly. That's fair. I'll get them for you." He started up from his chair, his eyes travelling instinctively toward the door. "Youse sit down," invited Larry the Bat coldly. But you said—" I was going to get them," faltered Virat. "Sure," said Larry the Bat. "That's the idea. And say, I'm in a hurry. They ain't over there, Frenchy. Try nearer home." Virat's hands trembled as he unbuttoned his vest. He reached around under the back of his vest, drew out a flat package, and laid it on the table. He began to untie the cord. "Wait a minute," said Larry the Bat pleasantly. "I ain't in so much of a hurry now that I got me lamps on them. Youse can count 'em out after. Half for youse and half for me. Tell us how youse fixed the lay." And then, for the first time, Virat laughed, though still a little nervously. "Yes, that's square," he agreed eagerly. I was afraid you were going to pinch them all. I'll tell you, it was easy. I piped the Magpie off to a chap named Kenleigh having the bonds up there in his rooms in an apartment house. I couldn't crack Kenleigh's safe myself, but it was nuts for the Magpie, see? He cracked the safe. I was with him, and I copped that near diamond pin of his and left it there so there wouldn't be any guessing as to who pulled off the job, and then we beat it back to his place to divide. And I beaned him. I wasn't looking into any gun then, and handing over 50,000. Besides, with the Magpie out of the way, I had some alibi. Virat laughed shortly. That's where you come in. Everybody knew you had it in for him. All I had to do was, well, what you said I did. If you hadn't tumbled to it, and I'm damned if I can see how you did, there wasn't anything to it at all. It was open and shut that the Magpie pinched the swag and that you croaked him and beat it with the bonds. Say, said Larry the Bat admiringly, youse are some slick gazebo, youse are. But how did youse know that guy Kenleigh had the goods? That's none of your business, is it? Replied Virat, a little defiantly. You're getting yours now. Larry the Bat appeared to ponder the other's words, a curious smile on his lips. Well, maybe it ain't, he admitted. Let it go anyway and split the swag. Count 'em out. Virat picked up the package again and began to untie it. And again Jimmie Dale's hand slipped into his pocket. And then, quick as the winking of an eye, as Virat's hands came together over a knot, Jimmie Dale leaned across the table, there was a click, and the steel were locked on the other's wrists. There was a scream of fury, an oath from Virat. That's your cue, man, called Larry the Bat calmly. Come out and take a look at him. A ghastly pallor spreading over his face, staring like a demented man, as Meighan, rising from behind a lounging chair, advanced toward the table, Virat huddled back in his seat. Know him? Inquired Larry the Bat. The detective bent sharply forward. My God! He exclaimed. No, it can't. Mabbe, murmured Larry the Bat. Youse know him better when he ain't dolled up. He swept the glasses from Virat's nose and wrenched away the black moustache and goatee. Kenleigh, gasped Meighan. Mabbe, said Larry the Bat with a twisted grin. There's something he may have forgotten to wise youse up on, but he didn't mean to hide nothing in his confession. Did youse, Frenchy? And maybe there's one or two other things in the years he's been playing Kenleigh that he'll tell youse about if youse ask him, nice and pleasant like. Larry the Bat edged around the table and, covering Meighan with his revolver, backed to the door. Well, so long, Meighan, he said softly from the threshold. Think of me when they pins the medal on your breast for this. And then Jimmie Dale laid Meighan's revolver down on the floor of the room and locked the door on the outside with a picklock, and went down the stairs. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Weir the Wolf. Jimmie Dale's fingers, in the darkness, were deftly tying around his body the leather girdle with its finely tempered, compact kit of burglar's tools. It was strange, this note of hers tonight. Strange even where all the notes that she had ever written had been strange. It had been left half an hour ago at the door of the St. James Club, and he had hastened here to the sanctuary. It was curiously strange. 3 nights ago he had seen Frenchy Virat safely in the hands of the police, and Frenchy Virat was still safely in police custody. But he, Jimmie Dale, was not yet done with Frenchy Virat, it seemed. The note had made that quite clear. There was still the Wolf, and it was the Wolf that filled this anxious, hurried word from her tonight. The Wolf. He knew the Wolf well. As Larry the Bat in the old days, he had even known the other personally. As Smarlinghue of today, he had progressed that far into the inner circle of the underworld again as to be on nodding terms with the Wolf. The man was a power in the underworld, and a devil in human guise. In a career extending back over many years, a career in which no single crime in the Decalogue had been slighted,
the Wolf had successfully managed to evade the clutches of the law until his name had become a synonym for craft and cunning in the Bad Lands, and the man himself the object of the vicious hero worship of that sordid world where murder cradled and foul things lived. The police had marked the man, marked him a score of times. In their records 100 unsolved crimes pointed to the Wolf. But they had never got him. Always the thread of evidence that seemed to lead to that queer house near Chatham Square was broken on the way, and the Wolf, with steadily increasing prestige and authority in gangland, laughed in the faces of the police, and here and there a plain-clothes man, overzealous perhaps, died. That was the Wolf, but that was not all. Jimmie Dale's face hardened into grim lines as he lifted out from under the baseboard Smarlinghue's frayed and seedy coat and put it on. Between the Wolf and the Gray Seal there was now a personal feud. Above the reek of those whisperings in the underworld, above that muttered slogan, "Death to the Gray Seal," that men flung at each other from the twisted corners of their mouths, the Wolf had snarled, and the underworld had listened, and the underworld was waiting now. The Wolf had pledged himself to rid the Bad Lands of the terror that had crept upon it. He had sworn, and staked his reputation on his pledge, to get Larry the Bat, alias the Gray Seal, and in the eyes of the underworld, as the underworld sighed with relief, it was already accomplished, for the Wolf had never failed. Jimmie Dale stooped down, felt in under the baseboard again, and took out a little make-up box. The Wolf's incentive was not one of philanthropy toward his fellow denizens of Crimeland, whose ranks had been thinned by those who, thanks to the Gray Seal, had gone "up the river," some of them, many of them, to that room in Sing Sing's death house from which none ever returned alive. Nor was it, to give the Wolf his due, through a personal fear that his own career might end as those others had at the hands of the Gray Seal. Nor, again, was it through any tardy 11th-hour conversion, any belated edging toward the way of grace that found expression in a desire to array himself on the side of those representing the forces of law and order. It was none of these things that actuated the Wolf. It was Frenchy Virat, alias one Kenleigh, who was awaiting trial in the Tombs. Frenchy Virat was the Wolf's bosom friend. The wheezy, air-choked gas jet spluttered into a blue flame as Jimmie Dale lighted it. It disclosed, in shadow, the battered easel, the dirty canvases, some finished, some but tentative daubs, that banked the wall in disorder opposite the small French window, whose shade was closely drawn. It crept dimly into the far corner of the room and disclosed the cheap cot, unmade, the blanket upon it rumpled in negligent untidiness. It fell full, such as its fullness was, upon the rickety table that was littered with unwashed dishes and sticky paint tubes, and, at one end of the table, on an evening newspaper, and beside the newspaper, the Tocsin's note and the newspaper clipping. Jimmie Dale sat down at the table, brushed the dishes and paint tubes together into a heap, and propped up against them a cracked and streaked mirror. He opened his make-up box, and as, swiftly, with masterly touch, the gray, sickly pallor that was Smarlinghue's transformed his face, and as, from little distorting pieces of wax, there came into being the hollow cheeks, the thin, extended lips, the widened nostrils, he kept glancing at the newspaper, reading again an article that was set, on the front page, under heavy typed captions, the article which was identical with the clipping, and which latter the Tocsin had enclosed with her note, lest he should not have seen the original himself. Unidentified body found under pier in North River. Victim of foul play. Face is mutilated beyond recognition. The details as set forth in this story were gruesomely interesting enough from a morbid point of view, but from the point of view of the police they were both meagre and unsatisfactory. It was murder, unquestionably, and murder of a most brutal character. The headline had epitomized it: the face was mutilated beyond recognition. Every belonging, obviously with the design to prevent, or at least retard, identification, had been stripped from the body. One point alone appeared to be established, and that, if anything, but added to the mystery which surrounded the crime. According to medical opinion, the murder had been committed but a very short time before the body was discovered, and, since the victim had been found at 3 o'clock that afternoon, the body must have been thrown into the water in broad daylight. Jimmie Dale worked on, his fingers seeming to fly with ever-increasing speed. There was no time to lose. Every minute, every second counted against him. If he could only have acted on the instant as Jimmie Dale when he had received the note at the club. But he had not had that leather girdle at the club, no blue steel tools that would be needed, no mask, and he had not been armed. Everything had been here in the Sanctuary. And, once here, since he had been forced to lose that much time, he had risked a little more, precious as the moments were, for the advantages, the safety, the freedom of movement afforded by the character of Smarlinghue. However, it was still but barely 11 o'clock, and the chances were that the Wolf would hardly have deemed it late enough as yet to set to work. On the other hand, if the Wolf had proved the early bird, then, perhaps, he and the Wolf would have, in another place and time tonight, a more personal reckoning than was anticipated in the Tocsin's plan. His eyes picked up snatches of her note as they skimmed it swiftly again. The Wolf, old storehouse on river front, threw trap into the water, old web, spider web, $10,000 Moorcliffe jewel robbery, cash box, safe behind panelling in bedroom directly opposite the door, false bottom, afraid of the Wolf, last few days, unfinished, Wolf does not know, man and wife upstairs, old couple, keep house for the Spider, no suspicion that anything has happened. And then, at the end, a more personal, intimate touch. Jimmie, it is not to save someone else that I have written this tonight, for that is now too late. It is to save you. The Wolf is dangerous, and I am afraid. You know that he has sworn to trap you. He is cunning, Jimmie. Do not underestimate him. That is why I have written this. If you succeed tonight. Jimmie Dale's fingers were tearing the note now into infinitesimal shreds, and, with it, the newspaper clipping. The newspaper itself he crumpled up and tossed into the corner. He crossed the room, replaced the makeup box in its hiding place, put back the movable section of the baseboard, turned out the light, and a minute later Smarlinghue, unkempt, stoop-shouldered, let himself out, not by the French window through which he had entered stealthily in the evening clothes of Jimmie Dale, but unconcernedly, as was the right of any tenant, by the door that opened on the ground-floor passage of the tenement, and shuffled down the street. The Wolf and Spiderweb and Larry the Bat. It was a curious trio. Smarlinghue's lips, perhaps because the wax beneath was not yet moulded comfortably into place, twitched queerly. One of them was dead, the Spider. There remained the Wolf and Larry the Bat. No, he did not underestimate the Wolf. Only a fool, and a blinded fool, would do that. The Wolf had shown his fangs in deadly enough fashion that morning, with a brutal murder, craftily planned and hellishly executed. And yet the Wolf was quite hopelessly illogical. It was no secret in the underworld that the Wolf and Spiderweb had long worked together, and that the Spider was a close friend of the Wolf. Yet the Wolf had murdered the Spider, and at the same time had found a basis for his oath to end Larry the Bat, because Larry the Bat had been instrumental in handing over to the police a friend of the Wolf. Smarlinghue slouched on along the street, but the slouch covered the ground at an amazing rate of speed. He had not far to go, but neither had he a moment that he dared lose. Spiderweb's old antique shop, but a few blocks away, nestled in a squalid little courtyard just west of the Bowery and on the same side of the Bowery as the Sanctuary. Someone, out of the shadows of the street, flung him a good night. Smarlinghue mumbled his acknowledgment from the corner of his mouth and hurried along. His thoughts were still on the Wolf. He had not exhausted the sum of the Wolf's digressions from the realms of the logical. In the old days there had been an intimacy even between the Wolf and Larry the Bat. That underground passage from the shed into that queer house near Chatham Square, for instance, which was known only to the most intimate. But perhaps the Wolf had forgotten, or perhaps even the Wolf had never known he had been on quite such intimate terms with Larry the Bat. Jimmie Dale glanced behind him. There was no one in sight for the moment. He was at the corner of a lane now, and he chose the lane. It was a shorter and a safer route. It bordered on the rear of the courtyard which was his objective, and obviated the necessity of attempting to steal down past the side of the Yellow Eastern unnoticed. No, he did not underestimate the Wolf, but if he had luck tonight. He shrugged his shoulders in a sort of grim whimsicality. His mind reverted to the Spider now. Spider Webb. Facetious in a way the name was. Webb. Spider Webb. And yet the man had come by it honestly, or dishonestly enough. The old antique shop for years covered dealings that were shabbier than the shabbiest of its antiques. It was probable that more stolen had found Spider Webb's a clearing house than any other Mecca of the crooks in New York. It was probable, too, that it had known more police raids than any of its competitors, but, unlike many of its competitors, nothing but what indubitably belonged there had ever been found. But then again, the Spider was a specialist. He specialized in small articles, particularly jewelry. No one in the Bad Lands who knew his way about would ever have dreamt of going to the Spider with anything else. Nor was the Spider without justification in thus restricting his operations. The Spider had always managed to hide his questionable wares until he was able to dispose of them, and they passed again out of his possession, with an ingenuity that baffled, enraged, and mortified the police, and commanded the enthusiastic confidence and admiration of the underworld. But this was, for the most part, past history, and of the days gone by, for the Spider now had grown old, had grown to be an old man, for it had begun of late to be whispered that he talked more than he had been wont to talk in the days of his prime, that he was not as safe as he had been, and in consequence his trade of late had begun to drift away from him. And herein lay the secret of the old man's murder at the hands of the Wolf. The Tocsin's note had not failed to lay stress on this. No one, probably, through a career of half a score of years, knew more about the Wolf and the Wolf's doings than did the Spider. Rightly or wrongly, the word was out that the old man, in his garrulity, was not safe. And the Wolf was inviting no chances where the electric chair was concerned, that was all. The old man would henceforth be perfectly safe as far as any talking went. It was brutal, hideous, but it was the Wolf. Also, the Wolf, tritely expressed, had proposed to kill two birds with one stone. The old man's trade was not entirely gone. Yesterday an old-time lag who had dealt with the Spider for many years and who had pulled the Moorcliffe job, the robbery of a summer mansion a few miles up the Hudson, had fenced the proceeds at the antique shop. $10,000 worth of first-water sparklers. Everybody that was anybody in gangland knew this. The Wolf had seen the psychological and profitable moment to strike. Again, that was all. And again, it was diabolical. But again, it was the Wolf. Jimmie Dale's face was set like flint, and this was the man who had sworn that he would get the Gray Seal. A sort of unholy, passionate joy surged upon him. Well, they would see, he and the Wolf, and perhaps tonight. It was certain that the Wolf would act alone. The man's devilish cunning showed itself in having inveigled the old man to that storehouse on the river bank, rather than to have killed the Spider in the Spider's own home. It might be days, perhaps, before the Spider's absence, for the Spider's peculiar life had demanded mysterious absences before, was even commented upon, and the Wolf had taken pains to see that the body was not, immediately at least, identified. It was very simple, from the Wolf's standpoint. The Wolf was counting it none too easy a task, evidently, to find the Spider's ingenious and storied hiding place, and this would give him a night, 2 nights, or more, in which, undisturbed, he might prosecute his search. And, as he had committed alone, so he would continue to work alone, There were those even in gangland, and in spite of the acknowledged leadership, who would not look with friendly eyes upon the Wolf for this. It was black here in the lane, and now, possibly a distance of 100 yards up from the street, Jimmie Dale's fingers, feeling along the left-hand fence, came upon the latch of a small, narrow door, the courtyard's access to the lane. He passed through, and stood still, listening, looking sharply about him. He knew the place well. It was the heart and centre, the core of its own particular and vicious section of the underworld. Ahead of him, flanking the 2-story tumble-down building that was the Spider's home, was a narrow alleyway, then a small and filthy courtyard, and, its rear upon this and fronting the street, the alleyway again at the side, the yellow lantern that he had been careful to avoid, a dance-hall of the lowest type. The Spider had not unshrewdly chosen this location, nor the proprietor of the yellow lantern his. Their clientele was a common one, and their interests did not clash. From the direction of the yellow lantern came a hilarious uproar, subdued somewhat by the distance, out of which arose the strident notes of a tinny piano beating blatantly the measure of a turkey trot. There was no other sound. There were lights from the rear of the dance-hall, enough, Jimmie Dale knew, to throw a murky illumination over the front windows of the antique shop, but there were no lights showing from the Spider's dwelling itself, that loomed black on the side of the alleyway at his right hand. The old couple that kept the Spider's house were doubtless long since in bed in their own particular apartments upstairs. Jimmie Dale moved softly forward now, gained the back entrance of the Spider's house, and tried the door cautiously. It was locked. From one of the little pockets in the girdle under his shirt came a black silk mask, which he slipped over his face. From another of the pockets came a little steel picklock. He was pressed close against the door now, his body merged with the black shadows of the wall. A minute passed, and then the door swung open and closed without a sound. Another minute passed, and still another. From upstairs came the sound of a stertorous breathing. Nothing else, only quiet, and a silence that was heavy in itself. And then the round, white ray of Jimmie Dale's flashlight winked through the blackness. As between himself and the Wolf, he was first, at least, on the ground. He was in the kitchen of the house. On the opposite side of the room from him were 2 doors, one of them, the one to the left, open, and the flashlight, playing through, disclosed a passageway leading, obviously, to the shop at the front, and continuing to the stairway. He crossed to the right-hand door noiselessly, opened it, and, with a low ejaculation of satisfaction, stepped in over the threshold. It was the room he sought, the Spider's bedroom, or better, perhaps, the Spider's den, that served the man for all purposes. The Spider, it was very plain, was not fastidious. The room was dingy beyond description, the furnishings poor and poverty-stricken in appearance. It was here the Spider met his clients of a sort, and drove his bargains. There was no hint of affluence, the room was miserly. The flashlight swept in a circle around the room. There was a bed in one corner, a table and 2 chairs in another, and a miserable washstand in still another. The centre of the room, save for an old carpet on the floor, was quite bare of furnishings. Jimmie Dale's survey of the appointments, however, was most cursory. They concerned him little. The flashlight's ray was even lifted above them as it moved about. There was only one door, the door by which he had entered, and only one window, which, with a sudden frown, he mentally noted did not open on the alleyway, for the very sufficient reason that the alleyway was on the other side of the house. He stepped quickly to the window and looked out. It was a moment before he could see, and then, with a quick nod of his head, he began, with extreme caution, to loosen the window catches on the sill. There was a narrow space between the house and what was the blank brick wall of the building next to it, and this space extended to the rear, and therefore, indirectly, by circling the house at the back, led to the house and the door in the fence again. Jimmie Dale smiled grimly as he swung the old-fashioned windows back on either side. So far he was in luck tonight, and, with luck, in a very few minutes now be out and away from the house by the same way he had entered it. But luck sometimes was a fickle thing, and a goddess most to be trusted by those who looked after themselves. He walked back to the doorway and levelled his flashlight across the room directly in front of him. The ray fell upon the wooden panelling, and, holding the light steadily on the same spot, he moved forward across the floor to the opposite wall, dropped on his hands and knees, and began to examine the woodwork critically. It was beautiful work, this panelling that went all around the room, very old but very beautiful work, and of very beautifully matched wood. It was entirely out of place with the rest of the room, or would have been, were it not that the panelling itself bore witness to the fact that it had been built in there when the house itself had been built, and bore witness too to the fact that in those days, long gone by, a relic perhaps even of Dutch handiwork, the house had not been unpretentious amongst its fellows of that generation. "Behind panelling in bedroom directly opposite the door," she had written. Inch by inch, over an area a yard square, those sensitive finger tips of Jimmie Dale felt their way, lingering here over a knot in the wood and there over a joint or crevice. 5 minutes went by. And the 5 became 10. An exclamation of annoyance, low, guarded, escaped him. There was nothing. He could find nothing. The Spider's ingenuity had not been overrated. Somewhere there must be the secret spring which operated the panel, but there was no sign of it. Neither was there the slightest sign or indication that any portion of the panelling was even movable. He drew back for an instant, frowning. Perhaps, and then he shook his head. No, the Tocsin did not make mistakes of that kind. The safe was unquestionably behind the panelling in front of him. Well, there was a way. It was distasteful to him because it was crude and bungling, but he could afford no more time in a search that he had already convinced himself was hopeless. From the girdle came a half-dozen little blue steel tools. A Jimmie found and nosed its way into the joint between two panels. There was a low, faint creak of rending wood. A wedge followed the Jimmie. A faint creak again, and now one a little louder, and Jimmie Dale, half turned, listened intently. The narrow board was in his hand. There was nothing, no sound, save that interrupted, stertorous breathing from above, and the tinny jangle of the piano from the direction of the yellow lantern. And now Jimmie Dale smiled again, that curious flicker on his lips that mingled whimsicality and a deadly earnestness. The Tocsin had made no mistake. Showing through the aperture, gleaming under the flashlight's ray, was the nickel dial of a safe. He worked rapidly now. The first panel out, the remainder came much more readily, and finally the entire face of the safe was disclosed. Jimmie Dale stared at it, and pursed his lips. It was an ugly safe, extremely ugly from a cracksman's point of view. Also, there seemed a hint of irony, a jeer almost, in the impassive wall of steel that confronted him. It was one of his own make, one that had helped, in the old days, to amass the millions that his father had left him, and it was one of the best. In an abstracted, deliberate way, his eyes pondering the safe, the blue steel tools were replaced in the pockets of the leather girdle, and then the long, slim, tapering fingers closed upon the dial's knob and twirled it tentatively, and his head bent forward until his ear was pressed hard against the face of the safe. It was very still now, only the breathing from above that seemed in cadence with those strange and paradoxical palpitations that are known only in a great silence. The piano for the moment had ceased its jangle. Jimmie Dale's fingers, from the dial, sought the floor and frictioned briskly over the rough, threadbare carpet until the nerves tingled under the delicate skin, and then they shot to the dial again. Strained, every faculty keyed up to its highest tension, he crouched there against the safe. Again and again his fingers rubbed over the rough carpet, and again the sweat beads oozed out upon his forehead with the strain. And then there came through the stillness a long-drawn intake of his breath. The handle swung the bolt with a low metallic thud. The safe was open. There was the inner door now. Again those slim fingers, almost raw, quivering now at the tips, rubbed along the carpet, and the lips, just showing beneath the edge of the mask, grew tight with pain. Then he leaned forward, crouched once more, his head and shoulders inside the outer door, like some strange animal burrowing for its prey. Faint, musical, like some far distant tinkle, came the twirling of the dial. And then, suddenly, he drew back sharply, his hand shot to his pocket, whipped out his automatic, and motionless there on his knees, every muscle rigid, he listened. There was the piano again, the breathing, the weird pound and thump of the silence. Nothing else. He shook his head in half angry, half tolerant self-remonstrance. He was under strain, that was all. He had thought he had heard a footstep out there in the alleyway. He laid his automatic on the floor within instant reach, and turned again to the safe. Acute and sensitive as his hearing was, it would have taken good ears indeed to have distinguished a step at that distance on the other side of the house. But now he worked, seemingly at least, with even greater rapidity than before. Imagination had had one effect, if it had had no other. It was a spur, a reminder that at any moment there might well be a footstep, and one that was born not only of the imagination. His jaws clamped. He had not counted on this. An old-fashioned iron monstrosity that was dismaying only in its appearance, perhaps, but not this. He had been here far longer now than he... Ah! Tense, low, that deep intake of the breath again. The inner door swung wide. The flashlight's ray leaped, dazzling white, into the interior, and on the lower shelf, upon a flat, narrow black tin box, the cash box. In an instant Jimmie Dale had picked it up. It was not locked, and he lifted the cover. From within there scintillated back the gleam of diamonds. A handful of pendants, brooches, earrings lay there disclosed, and too a string of pearls. $10,000. It was a modest figure. He reached his hand inside the box, and on the instant snatched it back and thrust the box swiftly into his pocket. The flashlight was out. The room was in darkness. This time it was not imagination. Nor, he knew now, had it been imagination before. There was a faint creak of the flooring in the kitchen, a single incautious step that he placed as having come from near the doorway of the passage. And now someone had halted on the threshold of the room itself. Jimmie Dale's brain was working with lightning speed. There had been no time to reach the window, time only to snatch up his automatic and retreat a little from the immediate vicinity of the safe. Had the other heard the slight sound? It was only the brushing of his coat against the wall. Much less had there been time to close the safe. Nor would it have done any good. He could not have replaced the broken panelling. And now... what? The man, with a stealth that he, Jimmie Dale, except for that one incautious footfall, could not have excelled, must have entered through a window from the alleyway into the passage. It was dark, utterly dark, save that the window showed dimly like a faint transparent square set in the blackness. He could not see, but he could sense the other standing there in the doorway, motionless, silent, as though listening. Perhaps a minute passed. There was something nerve-racking now in the silence, something sinister, something pregnant with menace. And then suddenly there came a low scratching sound, and a match flame spurted through the darkness and lighted up a face that was thrust forward through the doorway with a sort of pent-up and malicious eagerness. A vicious face, with sharp, restive black eyes under great hairy eyebrows. A face with a huge jaw, outflung now, that was like the jaw of a beast. It was the Wolf. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Chase. It held for the fraction of a second, that light. No more. It travelled upward past the face, as though the Wolf were holding it above his head to get his bearings. And then, with a sharp and furious oath, the match was hurled to the floor. There was a scuffling sound, and then silence again. Jimmie Dale's automatic was thrust a little forward in his hand as he crouched against the wall. He could have shot the man as the other stood in the doorway. The Wolf had offered a target that it would have been hard to miss. And it would, one day, have saved the law the same task. He was a fool, perhaps, that he had not taken what was, perhaps again, the one chance he had for his life, for he was at a decided disadvantage now, since he knew intuitively that the Wolf, scuttling back, had now craftily protected himself behind the jamb of the door, and yet at the same time still commanded the interior of the room. But he could not have fired in cold blood like that, even upon the Wolf, devil though the man was, murderer a dozen times over though he may be. He, Jimmie Dale, had never shot to kill, not yet. But in a fight, cornered, if there was no other way. He moved a little, a bare few inches, then a few more, without a sound. In the light of the match, the Wolf must have seen the dismantled panelling in the open safe, and a masked figure crouched against the wall, and the Wolf would have marked the position of that crouched figure against the wall. Silence. A minute of it. Still another. Again Jimmie Dale moved inch by inch toward the window. And yet to attempt the window was to invite a shot and expose himself, for, dark as it was, his body would show plainly enough against the background of that lesser gloom of window square. Jimmie Dale's eyes strained through the blackness across the room. He could just make out the configuration of the doorway. The Wolf was just on the other side of it, just inside the kitchen, he was sure of that. Almost a smile was flickering over Jimmie Dale's tight-pressed lips. There was a way. There was a way now if the Wolf did not get him with a chance shot. He moved again and reached the window, crouched low beneath the sill, and passed by the window. And then the Wolf spoke from the doorway in a hoarse whisper, and in the whisper there was a low, taunting laugh. "I been waiting for you to try the window, but you're too foxy, eh? All right, my bucko, then I'll get you another way. With just one shot, see? And then good night. And say, whoever the hell you are, thanks for cracking the box for me." The man's voice came from the right of the doorway, and the door opened inward, and he, Jimmie Dale, remembered that he had opened it wide. It was slow, very slow, this creeping inch by inch through the darkness. It seemed as though his breath was as stertorous as that breathing from above, and that the Wolf must hear. And then the Wolf laughed low again. There was a curious crackling noise, as of paper being torn, and then, quick, in the doorway, came a yellow flame, and the Wolf's hand showed from around the edge of the jamb, and, making momentary daylight of the room, a flaming piece of paper, tossed in, fell upon the floor. There was a flash, the roar of the report, and another, as the Wolf fired. There was the sullen spat of a bullet upon the panelling an inch from Jimmie Dale's head, and a sharp and sudden pain, as though a hot iron had seared his leg. And now Jimmie Dale's automatic, too, cut flashes with its vicious flame tongues through the black. Coolly, steadily, he was firing at the doorway, to hold the Wolf there, to keep the Wolf now in the position of the Wolf's own choosing. The paper was but a dull cinder in the centre of the room, twisted too tightly, it had gone out almost immediately. There came screams, loud, terrified, in a woman's voice from the floor above, and the hoarser tones of a man shouting. A window was flung open. Snarling, blasphemous, furious oaths, the Wolf was firing at the flashes of Jimmie Dale's revolver, but each time as Jimmie Dale fired, the sound drowned in the roar of the report, he moved a good yard forward. Came the trampling of feet from overhead now, and now, as the woman still screamed, answering shouts and yells came from the dance hall. Jimmie Dale was at the foot of the bed now near the corner. He fired again, and instantly flung himself flat upon the floor, and, in the answering flash of the Wolf's shot, placed the exact location of the door itself. There was tumult enough now to deaden the slight sound he made. He crept swiftly past the bed to the wall, against which the door, wide open, was swung back, felt out with his hand the edge of the door, and, leaping suddenly to his feet, hurled the door shut upon the Wolf. There was a scream of pain. The door, as it slammed, perhaps had caught the Wolf's arm or wrist; but before it was opened again, Jimmie Dale was across the room, and, flinging himself through the window, dropped to the ground. The door crashing back against the wall again, the Wolf's baffled yell of rage and an abortive shot told him that his ruse had been solved. He was running now, as rapidly as he could in the darkness and in the narrow space between the Spider's house and the wall of the brick building. Yells in increasing volume sounded from the direction of the yellow lantern, and now he could hear the pound of feet racing across the courtyard toward the antique shop. The woman, from the open window above, was still screaming with terror. If he could gain the door in the fence and the lane! But there was still the Wolf to reckon with. The Wolf had only to run through the kitchen and out by the back entrance, the shorter distance of the two. But the Wolf had already lost a few seconds, so that now the race was a gamble. Could he, Jimmie Dale, get there first? He could not run in the other direction, that would take him into the courtyard, and the courtyard now, as evidenced by the yells and shouting, was filled with an excited crowd emptying from the dance hall. He reached the rear end of the house and darted across the wider space here, racing for the opening in the fence, and suddenly changed his tactics and began to zigzag a little. A revolver flash cut the night. Came the Wolf's howl from the back stoop, and over his shoulder Jimmie Dale saw the other, dark shadowed, leap forward in pursuit, and heard the Wolf fire again. He flung himself against the fence door, and it gave with a crash. Pandemonium reigned behind him. In a blur he saw the courtyard, that was dimly lighted now by the open doors and open windows of the dance hall, swaying with shapes, and, like ghostly figures, a mob tearing toward him down the alleyway. The Wolf's voice, punctuated with a torrent of blasphemy and vile invective, shrilled out over the tumult. "Come on! Here he is! Out in the lane!" "Who is it?" shrilled another voice. "I don't know!" yelled the Wolf. "Catch him and we'll damn soon find out!" Jimmie Dale was running like a hare now down the lane. The Wolf leading, still firing, the crowd poured out into the lane in pursuit. Jimmie Dale zigzagged no longer. There was greater risk in that than in risking the shots. It was black enough in the lane to risk the shots. But his lead, barely 25 yards, was too short to risk their gaining upon him through his running from side to side. His brain, cool in peril, worked swiftly. The Sanctuary. That was the one chance for his life. He had been no more than a masked figure huddled against the wall of the room in there. The Wolf had not recognized him. He would be safe if he could reach the Sanctuary. There were 2 blocks to go along the street ahead, then the next lane, and from that into the intersecting lane, the loose board in the fence that swung at a touch, the French window, and the Sanctuary. But to accomplish this he must gain upon his pursuers, not merely hold his own, but increase the distance between them by at least another 15 or 20 yards. He must, in other words, be out of range of vision as he disappeared through the fence. Well, he should be able to do that. It was the trained athlete against an ill-conditioned, dissolute mob. He swerved from the lane into the street. There was a grim and hellish humour in the thought that a Wolf should be leading this snarling, howling pack, blood mad now, at his heels. The Wolf had ceased firing, obviously because the Wolf's revolver was empty. The others, a lesser breed, and previously intent on a peaceful orgy at the dance hall, were evidently not armed. Jimmie Dale gained 5 yards, another 5, and another 10. He had no fear of being recognized as Smarlinghue even here, where, poorly illuminated as the street was, it was like bright sunlight compared with the darkness of the lane. There was no stooped, bent figure, no slouching gait. There was, instead, a tall, broad-shouldered man whose face was masked, and who ran with the speed of a greyhound, and whose automatic, spitting ahead of him as he ran, invited none of the few pedestrians or those rushing to their doorways to block his path. He swerved again, into a lane again, the lane he had been making for, and, as he swerved, he flung a sidelong glance down the street. Yes, his 25 yards were 50 now, except for the Wolf, who ran perhaps 10 yards in advance of any of the others. The howls, yells, shouts, and execrations welled into a louder outburst as he dashed into the lane. 10 from 50 left 40. 40 yards clear. It was a very narrow margin, even allowing for the blackness of the lane, but it was enough. It was slightly more than the distance along the intersecting lane to the rear of the Sanctuary. He would have pushed aside that loose board before the Wolf turned the corner from one lane into the other. 40 yards. Perhaps he could make it 45. 45 would be safer. And he reeled suddenly, and staggered, and, with a low cry, his hands reached upward to his temples. His head was swimming. A dizziness, a nausea was upon him. His strength seemed as it were being sapped from his limbs. What was it? Yes, the wound in his leg. Yes, he remembered now. That burning like the searing of a hot iron. He had forgotten it in the excitement, but it could not amount to anything, or he would not have been able to have come this far. It was only a passing giddiness. He was better now. See, he was still running. He had only slowed his pace for an instant. That was all. They swept into the lane behind him. He looked back, and his lips grew tight and bitter hard. It was no longer 40 yards. He was not running so fast now. And it was the Wolf and the Wolf's pack who were gaining. He swerved for the third time into the stretch of intersecting lane. The Sanctuary was just ahead, but he must reach that loose board in the fence and have disappeared before the Wolf swung around the corner behind him, or else, since that led nowhere but to the French window of Smarlinghue's room, the game was as good as up if he attempted it. He strained forward, striving to mass his strength and fling it into one supreme effort. He was close now, only another 5 yards to go. Yes, he was weak, his teeth set. 4 yards. 3. If only there were not that glimmer of light, faint as it was, seeping down the lane from the street lamp across the road from the Sanctuary. 2 yards. Now. No. The Wolf's yell, as the man tore around the corner of the two lanes, rang out like a knell of doom. Drawn, white-faced, Jimmie Dale, stumbling now, lurched past that loose board he had counted upon for what was literally his life, lurched past and stumbled on. He could not run much farther. There was one chance left, just one, that there should be no one to see him enter the front door of the Sanctuary, no one lounging about, no one in the tenement doorway. If that chance failed, well, then it was the end. The end of Smarlinghue, the end of Jimmie Dale, the end of Larry the Bat, the end of the Gray Seal, and the Wolf would have kept his pledge to gangland. But it would be an end that gangland would long remember, and an end that the Wolf would share. The street was just before him now. He turned into it, and there came a little cry, a moan almost of relief. The doorway of the tenement was clear. He sprang for it, entered, and, suddenly silent now in his tread, reached the door of his own room, slipped through and closed it softly behind him. And now Jimmie Dale worked with frantic speed. He could hear them racing, yelling, shouting along the lane. A match crackled in his hand, and the gas jet spluttered into flame. The light in the room could not be seen from the lane. He ran across the room, tearing off his mask as he went, and, wrenching the cash box from his pocket, tucked mask and cash box behind the disordered array of dirty canvases on the floor. He dared not take the risk or the time that loosening the baseboard would entail. He flung his hat into a corner, and, ripping off his coat, tossed it upon the cot. Then, snatching up a paint tube, he smeared a daub of paint upon the palette that lay on the table, and laid a wet brush hurriedly several times across the canvas on the easel. From the corner of the lane and street outside came the scuffling to and fro of many feet, as though in uncertainty, in indecision, in hesitancy. A dozen voices spoke at once, high-pitched, wild, frenzied. "Where is he? Which way did he go? Where?" And then the Wolf's voice, above the rest, in a sudden, excited yell. "What's that across there? It's him! There he is! He's kept on up the lane. He's—" The voice was lost in a chorus of shouts, in the pound and stampede of racing feet again, of the pack in cry. The sounds receded and died in the distance. Jimmie Dale drew his head across his forehead and brought it away damp with sweat. He staggered now to the washstand, and from the drawer took out a bottle of brandy, and, heedless of glass, uncorked it and lifted it to his lips. He would never know a closer call. He had been weaker than he had thought. Thank God for the brandy! The fiery stimulant was whipping the blood in his veins into life again, and— The bottle was still held to his lips, but he was no longer drinking. His eyes were on the washstand's mirror. He heard no sound, but in the mirror he saw the door of his room open, close again, and leaning with his back against it, the Wolf. Not a muscle of Jimmie Dale's face moved. He allowed another gulp of brandy to gurgle noisily down his throat. The cool, alert, keen brain was at work. It was certain that the Wolf had at no time that night recognised him as Smarlinghue. The Wolf, therefore, at worst, could be no more than gambling on the chance that the object of the chase had taken refuge here in the tenement, and, naturally enough then, was beginning his investigation with the ground floor room. And yet, why then had the Wolf, deliberately in that case, sent his pack off on a false scent? In the mirror he could see that huge jaw outthrust, the black eyes narrowed, an ugly leer on the working face, and the revolver in the Wolf's hand that held a bead on his, Jimmie Dale's, head. It was Smarlinghue, the wretched, nervous, drug-wrecked creature that turned around, and, as though startled at the sight of the other, almost let the bottle fall from his hand.
"So it was you, eh, Smarlinghue? Curse you!" snarled the Wolf. "Come out here and stand in the center of the room."
Smarlinghue cringed. He put down the bottle with a trembling hand and slouched forward.
"I ain't done nothing," he whined.
No, you ain't done a thing, except crack a box and pinch about $10,000 worth of sparklers."
The Wolf's face, if possible, was more ugly in its threat than before. Smarlinghue, in a sort of stupefied amazement, stared around the room, as though he expected to see a gleaming heap of diamonds leap into sight somewhere before him. He shook his head helplessly.
"I don't know what you're talking about," he mumbled. I heard a row outside there a little while ago. Maybe that's it."
"Yes, mabbe it is," sneered the Wolf viciously. "So you don't know anything about it, eh? You've got a hell of a good memory, haven't you? You don't know anything about the Spider's safe, or about a little fight in the Spider's room, or about jumping out of the window and beating it for here with the gang after you. No, you don't. You never heard of it before. Of course you didn't."
Smarlinghue began to wring his hands nervously one over the other. He shook his head helplessly again.
"It wasn't me." He licked his lips. "Honest, it wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't been out of this room. Honest. Somebody's trying to put me in wrong. I tell you, I ain't been out of here all night. Look!" With sudden, feverish eagerness, as though from an inspiration, he pointed to the paintbrush, the palette, and the canvas on the easel. Look for yourself. You can see for yourself. I've been painting." And then the Wolf laughed. And it was not a pleasant laugh.
"Yes, you've been painting," he jeered. "Sure you have. I know that. Only you've been painting a damn sight more than you thought you were."
The revolver muzzle covered Jimmie Dale steadily, unswervingly. In the Wolf's face was malicious and sardonic mockery. But the Wolf's eyes were no longer on Jimmie Dale's face. They seemed curiously intent upon the floor at Jimmie Dale's feet. Mechanically, Jimmie Dale followed their direction. And his eyes, too, went to the floor. For a moment neither spoke. The game was up. His boot top was soaked with blood, and trickling down the side of the boot, a little crimson stream was collecting in a pool upon the floor.
"You painted some of that on the doorstep."
The Wolf's taunting laugh held a deadly menace.
"And you painted a drop or two of it along the street as you ran. I thought when you bust away from the Spiders and that cursed gang nosed in that I was going to lose out, but I figured that I'd hit you, and I was keeping my eyes skinned to see. And then you commenced to do the drip act, savvy? I was still looking for it when I came out of the lane. You remember, Smarlinghue, don't you? You got your memory back, ain't you? That I was a bit ahead of the rest of them? It didn't take a second to spot that on the doorstep, and there's some more of it in the hall. Damned queer, ain't it? That it led right to Smarlinghue's room."
The laugh was gone. The Wolf began to come forward across the room. The snarl was in his voice again.
"You come across with those sparklers, and you come across quick."
But now Smarlinghue was like a crazed and demented creature, and he shook his fist at the Wolf.
I won't! I won't!" he screamed. "You went there to do the same thing. I had as much right as you, and I got them. I got them. They said he had them there. They were all talking about them today, and I got them. I won. They're mine now. I won't give them to you. I won't. I tell you I won't."
"Won't you?"
The Wolf had reached Jimmie Dale, and one of the Wolf's hands found and shook Jimmie Dale's throat, while the revolver muzzle pressed hard against Jimmie Dale's breast.
"Oh, I guess you will. Did you hear about a man being murdered today with his face cut up? Oh, you did, eh? Well, I happen to know that man was the Spider, and one of these days, mabbe, the police'll tumble to who it was, too. Get me? Suppose I call some of that gang back and show 'em the painting you've done along the hall, eh? And then by and by, when the bulls get wise, it'll be yours for the juice route, not just a space or two for cracking a box. Get me again?"
Smarlinghue, struggling weakly, pulled the other's hand from his throat.
You were there too at the Spider's,"
he choked craftily.
You're in it as bad as I am."
"Sure, I was there,"
mocked the Wolf, and snatched at Jimmie Dale's throat again.
"Sure, I was there. Everybody saw me. The Spider was a friend of mine, and everybody knows that, too. I was just going there to pay a pal a little visit, see? And that's how I found you there, see? Anything wrong with that spiel? It's a cinch, ain't it?"
The fingers closed tighter and tighter on Jimmie Dale's throat.
"And that's enough talk. Give me them sparklers."
He flung Jimmie Dale savagely away.
"Get 'em!"
Smarlinghue reeled backward in the direction of the disordered canvases on the floor. It was quite true. If the Wolf carried out his threat, which he most certainly would do if he did not get the diamonds for himself, Smarlinghue and not the Wolf would be held for the Spider's murder. Jimmie Dale stooped, fumbled amongst the canvases, and produced the cash box. Well, the diamonds would have to go, that was all. He had no choice left to him. But he was still Smarlinghue, still the half-cowed, yet half-defiant, pale-faced creature that shook with mingled rage and fear as he turned again. He clutched the cash box to him, as though loath to let it go, but, too, as though fascinated by the Wolf's revolver, he moved reluctantly toward the Wolf, who now stood by the table. Smarlinghue's hands twined and twined over the box, caressing it in hideous greed and avarice, and he mumbled, and his lips worked. "Half? Give me half?" he whispered feverishly.
"I'll give you nothing," snarled the Wolf.
"Half? Give me a quarter, then," whimpered Smarlinghue.
"Drop it!"
The Wolf's revolver jerked forward into Jimmie Dale's face. And then Smarlinghue screamed out in impotent rage, and, wrenching the cover of the cash box open, flung the jewels in a glittering heap upon the table, and, dancing in demented fashion upon his toes, like a man gone mad, he hurled the cash box in fury from him. It went through the canvas on the easel and clattered to the floor. The Wolf laughed. But Smarlinghue had retreated now, and, crouched upon the cot, was mumbling through twisted lips. And again the Wolf laughed, and, gathering up the jewels, dropped them into his pocket, and backed to the door. He stood there an instant, his eyes narrowed on Jimmie Dale.
"I got the stuff now,"
He was snarling low, viciously, "and mabbe that puts it a little more up to me. But if you ever open your mug about this, I'll do to you what I did to the Spider today. And if you want to know what that is, go and ask the police to let you have a look. Do you understand?" Came the brutal, taunting laugh again, and the door closed behind the Wolf, and his step died away along the passage, and rang an instant later on the pavement without. It was a moment before Jimmie Dale moved, but into Smarlinghue's distorted features there came a strange smile. He reeled a little from weakness as he walked to the door, locked it, and, returning, stooped and picked up the cash box from the floor. In the false bottom, the Tocsin had said. From the leather girdle came a sharp-pointed tool. He pried with it for an instant inside and around the bottom edges, and loosening a sheet of metal that fitted exactly to the edge of the box, lifted out from beneath it several folded sheets of paper. He glanced at the typewritten sheets, a curious, menacing gleam creeping into the dark eyes, then thrust the papers inside his shirt, and, dropping into a chair, unlaced and kicked off his blood-soaked boot. He was very weak. He must have lost, a great deal of blood. But there was something to do yet, still something to do. There was still the Wolf. He tore the sheet on the cot into strips, and washed and dressed his wound. A flesh wound, but bad enough, he saw, just above the knee, and then, this done, he took a damp piece of cloth, went to the door again, opened it and looked out. There was neither anyone in sight nor any sound. The passage was murky, one gas jet alone lighted it, and that was turned down. There were little spots, dark spots on the floor, but the Wolf had told him that. He passed his hand over his head. He was a little dizzy. Then slowly, laboriously, he removed the spots from the hallway, and one from the doorstep. Back in his room once more, he locked the door again. A sense of utter exhaustion was stealing upon him. But there was still something yet to be done. Another gulp of brandy steadied him, steadied his head. He took the papers from his pocket and read them now. Here were the details, minute, exact, with the names of those involved, names of those who would squeal quickly enough to save themselves once they were in the clutches of the law, of two of the most famous murder mysteries that New York had known. The details of two, and, unfinished, the partial details of another. It was the evidence the police had long sought. It was the death sentence upon the Wolf for murder. Jimmie Dale's face, very white now, was set and hard. The Spider had been too late to save himself. Beginning to fear the Wolf, as the Tocsin had explained, he had begun to make a record of those days gone by, meaning to hold it over the Wolf's head in self-protection, deposit it somewhere where it would come to light if any attack were made upon him. Only the Wolf had struck before the Spider had finished all he had meant to write, before he had told anyone or had warned the Wolf that the papers were in existence. Too late to save himself. And yet, if the Wolf still paid the penalty for murder, did it matter if he were convicted for the taking of another life than that of Spider Webb? It was like some grim, retributive proxy. The Spider at least had not been too late for that. For a moment longer Jimmie Dale sat there, staring at the papers in his hand. They were unsigned, the Spider's name nowhere appeared. The Spider had been crafty enough to deal only with crimes in which he had had no personal share. There was nothing, not even handwriting, as the papers now stood, to intimate that they had emanated from the Spider. And therefore, in their disclosure, there could be no suspicion in the Wolf's mind that they bore any relation to this night's work. Nor would the Wolf, tried for another crime, ever mention this night's work. It would be the last thing the Wolf would do. The Wolf had double-crossed the underworld, and the underworld, if it found it out, would not easily forgive. And even in a death cell, clinging to the hope of commutation of sentence, the Wolf would never run the risk of his additional guilt of the Spider's murder leaking out. The role of Smarlinghue in the underworld was safe. And now Jimmie Dale's lips twitched queerly. The papers were unsigned. He took from the leather girdle the thin metal box, the tweezers, and a diamond-shaped, adhesive gray paper seal, and, holding the seal with the tweezers, he moistened it with his tongue and pressed it down upon the lower sheet. It was signed now, signed with a signature that the police and the Wolf knew well. He rose unsteadily, and, taking the empty cash box, loosened the baseboard from the wall near the door, hid the cash box away, and felt through the pockets of his evening clothes. There was a blank envelope there, he remembered, in which he had placed some memoranda, an envelope and a little gold pencil in his dress waistcoat pocket. He found them, and kneeling on the floor, printing the letters, he addressed the envelope to Police Headquarters, folded and placed the documents inside, and sealed the envelope. He replaced the baseboard and stood up. But his hand caught at the wall to support himself. "Tomorrow," said Jimmie Dale weakly. He was groping his way back across the room to the cot. I guess I'm all in tonight." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Voices of the Underworld. Futility. And on top of futility, a week of inaction, thanks to that flesh wound in his leg. Futility seemed to haunt, yes, and torture him. Even his rehabilitation of Larry the Bat, with all its attendant risk and danger, had been futile as far as she was concerned, and he had counted so much on that. And that had failed, and nothing was left to him but to pursue again the one possible chance of success, the hope that somewhere in the innermost depths of the Badlands he might pick up the clue he sought. And so, tonight, he was listening again to the voices of the underworld, and so far he had heard nothing but ominous mutterings, proof that the sordid denizens of crimeland were more than usually disturbed. The Wolf had gone to join his friend, Frenchy Virat, in the Tombs. The twisted lips of the underworld whispered the name of the Gray Seal. Jimmie Dale's fingers, twitching, simulating even in that little detail the drug-wrecked role of Smarlinghue that he played, clutched with a sort of hideous eagerness at the hypodermic syringe which he held in his hands. How many times, here in Foo Sen's or in other lairs that were but the counterpart of Foo Sen's, had he lain, stretched out, a pretended victim to a vice that robbed his face of colour, that shook his miserably clad body, that clouded his eyes and stole from them the light of reason. While he listened. How many times? And how many times in the days to come would he do it again? Would it never be his, the secret that he sought, the clue that would divulge the identity of those who threatened the Tocsin's life, those who, like human wolves, like a hell pack snarling for its prey, had driven her again into hiding and made of her a hunted thing? The fingers closed convulsively over the hypodermic. Wolves, a hell pack. A tinge of red dyed the gray-white, hollowed cheeks as a surge of fury swept upon him. No, it was not futility. No, it was not wasted effort, this haunting of the dens of the underworld. In his soul he knew that some day he would pick up the trail of that hell pack and those human wolves, and when that some day came it would be a day of reckoning, and the price that he would exact would not be small. He lay back on the bunk that Foo Sen had ingratiatingly allotted him. The air was close, heavy with the sweet, sickish smell of opium, and full of low, strange sounds and noises. And these sounds, in their composite sense, emanating from unseen sources, were as the ominous and sinister evidence of some foul and grotesque presence. Analysed, they resolved themselves into the swish of hangings, the swish of slippered, shuffling feet, the stertorous breathing of a sleeper, the clink of coin as of men at play, the tinkle of glass, the murmur of voices, the restive stir of reclining bodies, whisperings. And now he looked about him through half-closed eyes. He was in a little compartment whose doorway was a faded and stained hanging of flowered cretonne, and whose walls were but flimsy boarded affairs that partitioned him off from like compartments on either side. It was very near to the pulse of the underworld. Above ground, opening on a street just off Chatham Square, Foo Sen's, to the uninitiated, was but one of the multitudinous Chinese laundries in New York. Below even the innocent cellar of the house, a half-dozen sub-cellars were merged into one, and here Foo Sen plied his trade. And Foo Sen was cosmopolitan in his wares. Here one hard-pressed might find refuge from the law, here a pipe and pill were at one's command, here one might hide his stolen goods, or hatch his projected crime, or gamble, or debauch at will. It was the entry only that was hard to obtain at Foo Sen's. Jimmie Dale's lips twisted in a grim smile. The old days of Larry the Bat had supplied Smarlinghue with the means which, in the last 6 months, had been turned to such good account that the Smarlinghue of today was almost as fully in the confidence of the underworld as had been the Larry the Bat of yesterday. And yet there had been nothing, no clue. He had wormed himself again into the inner circle of crimeland. He lay here in Foo Sen's tonight as he had once lain in one of Foo Sen's competitors' dives as Larry the Bat, months ago, on the night the place had been raided. But there was still nothing, still no clue. Only the shuffle of slippered feet, the stertorous breathings, a subdued curse, a blasphemous laugh, a coin ringing upon a table top, the murmur of voices, whisperings. One might hear many things here if one listened, and he had heard many things in his frequent visits to these hidden dens of this lower world that shunned the daylight. Many things, but never the one thing that he risked his life to hear. Many things from these friends of his who, if in Smarlinghue they but suspected for an instant the presence of Larry the Bat, would literally have torn him limb from limb. Many things, but never the one thing, never a word of her. Many things, the hatching of crime, as now, for instance, those muttering voices were hatching it from the other side of the partition next to his bunk. Subconsciously he had caught a word here and there, and now, without a sound, he edged his shoulders nearer to the partition until his ear was pressed close against the crack. It did not concern her, but he listened now intently.
"Ah, forget it," a voice rasped in a hoarse undertone. "Sure, I saw it. Ain't I just told youse I saw Curly hand the dough over this afternoon? $15,000, all in big new bills. $500 bills, I think they was. That's what." "How'd youse know it was 15,000?" demanded another voice. There was a short, vicious laugh, then the voice of the first speaker again. "'Cause I heard him say so, and the old guy counted it and sealed it up in an envelope, and gave Curly a receipt, and tucked the green boys into the safe. Ah, say, there's nothing to it. I can open that old tin box with a toothpick." "Mabbe youse can, but maybe the stuff ain't there now. Maybe it's in the bank," demurred the second voice. "Don't youse worry. It's there. Where else would it be? Ain't I told youse it was near 5 o'clock when I went there, and that's after the banks are closed, ain't it? Well, what do youse say?" "I don't like pinching any of Curly's money." The second speaker's voice was still further lowered. "It ain't healthy to hand Curly anything." "Who's handing Curly anything?" retorted the other. "It ain't got nothing to do with Curly. It ain't Curly's money any more. He paid it over for whatever he's blowing himself on, and he's got his receipt for it. It's none of his funeral after that. How is he going to lose anything if we lift the cash? And if he ain't going to lose nothing, what's he going to care? Forget it. What's the matter with youse?" There was a moment's apparent hesitancy. Then, hoarsely: "Youse are sure, that nobody saw youse there?" "Say, youse have got the chilly feet for fair tonight, ain't youse? Well, can it? No, they didn't pipe me. Youse can bet your life on that. I was goin' into the office when I hears some spieling goin' on inside, and I opens the door a crack, and I keeps it open like that, savvy? And when the old guy shoots the ready into the box, and I makes me fade away, I didn't shut the door hard enough to bust the glass panels, neither, see? That's the story, and it's on the level. I beats it then, and I been hunting for youse ever since. Now, what d'youse say? Are youse on?" "Sure." The second speaker's voice had lost its hesitancy now. It was gruff, assured, even eager. "Sure. I guess youse have pulled a winner all right. What's the lay? Have you doped it out?" "Ask me," responded the other, with a complacent chuckle. "Youse look after the old guy, that's all youse have to do. Hook up with him, and keep him busy at his house. Get me? The old nut has a crazy notion of going down to the office in the middle of the night sometimes, and there's no use in taking any chances. Youse can put up some hard luck story on him, throw in a weep, and he's got his goat for as long as youse can talk. Leave the rest to me. Only say, youse keep away from me for the rest of the night, get me? They might smell a plant after youse bein' with him. Youse go somewhere to an all-night joint, so youse have an alibi all the way through, and—" The voice ceased abruptly. In a flash the left sleeve of Jimmie Dale's ragged, threadbare coat was pushed up, leaving the forearm exposed. The hypodermic needle pricked the flesh. There was no sound of any step, but the cretonne hanging wavered almost imperceptibly, as though someone, or perhaps but a current of air from the passage without, had swayed it slightly. Jimmie Dale was mumbling incoherently to himself now, his lips, like his fingers, working in nervous twitches. A few seconds passed, a half minute.
Still mumbling, Jimmie Dale, with a caress like that of a miser for his gold, was fondling the shining little instrument in his hand. And then the hanging was suddenly thrust aside. Jimmie Dale neither looked up nor appeared to be conscious of anyone's presence, but he had already recognised the voices of the two men from the adjoining compartment, who, he was quite well aware, were staring in at him now. The smaller, with sharp, cunning, beady black eyes, the prime mover in the scheme that had just been outlined, was a clever and dangerous box worker known as the Rat. The other, a heavy, vicious-faced man, with eyes quite as beady and unpleasant as those of his companion, was Muggy Ladd, who made his living as a stage hand for those, such as the Rat, who were more gifted than himself. "Satisfied?" inquired the Rat. "He's full up to the eyes with it now. Foo said he'd been hitting it up hard for the last hour." The Rat addressed Jimmie Dale. "Hello, Smarly!" he called out. Jimmie Dale lifted his head and blinked at the cretonne hanging. "Lemme alone!" he complained thickly. "Go away, lemme alone!" "Sure!" said the Rat genially. "Sure we will! Sweet dreams, Smarly!" The hanging fell back into place. Jimmie Dale continued to blink at it, and mumbled to himself. Rat's pleasant little plan of robbing somebody's safe of $15,000 had nothing to do with her, but it involved a moral obligation on his part that he had neither the right nor the intention to ignore. And the fulfilment, or the attempt at fulfilment, of that obligation had suddenly assumed unexpected difficulties. Even while he had listened, and before the Rat was halfway through his story, he, Jimmie Dale, was conscious that he had made up his mind the Rat would rob no safe of $15,000 that night if he could prevent it, and he had intended following the Rat from Foo Sen's. He dared not do that now. Muggy Ladd's cautiousness, that had evidently induced the Rat to inspect his, Jimmie Dale's, compartment, had made that impossible. The Rat had seen him there, and, forced to the deception in order to avert any suspicion that he had overheard the other's conversation, the Rat had seen him in the condition of one who was apparently already far gone under the influence of drug. To risk the attempt to follow the Rat now, to risk discovery by the Rat, was to risk not only the admission that he had been playing a part, but to risk what he had fought for and staked his life for months now to establish, the role, the character of Smarlinghue in the underworld. Nor, for the same reason, would he dare move from the place for some little time. There was Foo Sen and the attendants. Jimmie Dale dropped his head down on the bunk, turned heavily over, facing the partition, and flung his arm across his face. His lips had ceased their nervous working. They were drawn together, thin and hard now. It was bad enough to be forced to remain temporarily inactive, though that in itself was not so serious, for it was still early, not much more than 9 o'clock, and it was only fair to presume that the Rat would make no move for some hours to come. But what was much more serious was the fact that, unable to follow the Rat, he would be obliged to solve for himself the problem of whose was the safe, and whose the $15,000 that was the Rat's objective. The Rat had referred to the old guy. That meant nothing. Curley, however, was a little better. Curley, who had paid over the money to the old guy. Jimmie Dale's forehead, hidden by his arm, furrowed deeply. From Muggy Ladd's initial objection to touching anything that concerned Curley, it could mean only one Curley. He, Jimmie Dale, knew this Curley by sight, and slightly by reputation. Curley and his partner, Haines, kept a small wholesale liquor store in one of the most populous, where all were populous, quarters of the East Side. Also Curley had a pull as a ward politician, which might very readily account for Muggy Ladd's diffidence, and Curley was credited with doing a thriving business, both ways, as ward heeler and liquor purveyor. Certainly, at least, he was known always to have money, and had even been known at times to lend it freely to those in want for a consideration. Yes, it was undoubtedly and unquestionably Curley of Haines and Curley, familiarly known on the East Side as Reddy Curley from his flaming red hair. But to whom had Curley paid over the sum of $15,000? For a moment the frown on Jimmie Dale's forehead deepened, then he nodded his head quickly. If he could find Curley, or Haines, or even Patsy Marles, the clerk who worked in the liquor store, which might possibly still be open for another hour or so yet, it should not, after all, and without even any undue inquisitiveness on the part of Smarlinghue, prove very difficult to obtain the necessary information, for, if Curley had been in a deal involving $15,000, he was much more likely to be boastful than reticent about it. It resolved itself, then, after all, into simply a matter of time. Whisperings, a raucous laugh, a curse, the clink of coin, the rattle of dice, the scuffle of slippered feet, the low swish of the loose-garbed Chinese attendants went on interminably. Jimmie Dale began to toss uneasily from side to side of his bunk, and began to mumble audibly again. Perhaps half an hour passed, during which, from time to time, the curtain of the compartment was drawn quietly aside and the impassive face of one or other of the Chinese attendants was thrust through the opening. And then, suddenly, Jimmie Dale raised himself up on his elbow and pointed a shaking finger at one of these apparitions. "Fu Sen!" He licked his lips as he spoke. "You tell Fu Sen come here." The face disappeared, and a moment later another, the wizened, yellow face of a little old Chinaman, took its place. "You wantee me, Smarlinghue?" inquired the proprietor suavely. "Tell him to help me out of this." Jimmie Dale essayed vainly to rise, and fell back on the bunk. "D'ye hear, Fu Sen? Tell him. Going home." "Allee same bletter stay sleep him off," advised Fu Sen. Jimmie Dale succeeded in sitting upright on the edge of the bunk, and snarled at the other. "You mind your own business, Fu Sen," he flung out gutturally. "Goin' home. Tell him to help me out. Sleep where I like. Makes me sick here. Rotten smell. Rotten punk sticks." "You allee same fool," commented Fu Sen imperturbably, as he clapped his hands. "Mabbe you no get home. Maybe you get run in police cell sleep him off instead. That your business. You likey that. All right." Fu Sen smiled placidly and was gone. An instant later, Jimmie Dale, his arms twined around the necks of two Chinamen and leaning heavily upon them, and stumbling as he walked, was being conducted through a maze of dark and narrow passages that gradually trended upward to a higher level, and presently a door closed behind him, and he was in the open air. It was dark about him, not even the glimmer of a window light showed from anywhere, but in Fu Sen's there were eyes that saw through the darkness, and his progress, alone now, was both unsteady and slow. He was in a very narrow alleyway between two houses, one of the several hidden entrances to Fu Sen's. The alley opened in one direction on a lane, in the other direction on the street. Jimmie Dale chose the direction of the lane, reached the lane, and, still stumbling and lurching, made his way along for a distance of possibly 50 yards. Then, well clear of the neighbourhood of Fu Sen's, he began to quicken his pace. And 20 minutes later, frowning in disappointment, he was standing in front of Reddy Curley's liquor store, only to find that the place was already closed for the night. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. In the Sanctuary. It was 10 o'clock now, an hour since the Rat and Michaelides had left Fu Sen's. Again Jimmie Dale told himself that it was still early, that the Rat would wait for a much later hour, but at the same time he acknowledged to himself a sense of growing and premonitory uneasiness. Certainly, in any case, he had no time to lose. He turned quickly and hurried along the block that separated him from the Bowery. He had a fair idea of the haunts usually frequented in the evening by the men he sought, and, even failing to find the men themselves, there was always the chance, and a very good one, that, where Curley was known, Curley's $15,000 deal might be the subject of gossip which would answer his, Jimmie Dale's, purpose quite as well. But an hour went by, and yet another. Midnight came, and midnight had brought him nothing. It seemed as though he had combed the East Side from end to end, and he had found neither Curley nor Haines nor Patsy Marles, nor had he heard anything, nor had such guarded questions as he had dared to ask without involving possible disastrous consequences to Smarlinghue, should the Rat, after all, succeed and hear of his activities, had any result. And then, still maintaining his efforts with dogged determination, though conscious now that with the hour so late he might perhaps better return to the Sanctuary, change, say, into the clothes of Jimmie Dale, and, crediting the Rat with already having made a successful inroad on the safe, devote his energies to running down the Rat and, if possible, to salvaging the plunder, he was in the act of entering again one of the dance halls he had already visited earlier in the evening, when one of the men he was searching for lurched out through the doorway. It was Patsy Marles, garrulous, drunk, exceedingly unsteady on his feet, and accompanied by 3 or 4 companions. They crowded out past Jimmie Dale and gathered aimlessly on the pavement. Marles' voice rose in earnest insobriety for what was very probably by no means the first time. "Bet your life! Spot cash! 15,000! Spot cash! Sure, I saw it. Only got one boss now. Little ol' Reddy got the papers from lawyer's afternoon. Know old Grenville, don't you? That's him. Old Grenville. Come on, what you standing round here doing nothing?" Jimmie Dale did not enter the dance hall. Instead, scuffling hurriedly along to the next corner, he turned off the Bowery, and, choosing the darker and more dimly lighted streets and, at times, a lane or alleyway, broke a run. In the space of a little more than a second he had at last obtained the information that he had searched for vainly for over 2 hours. There seemed something mockingly ironical in the fact that he had been obliged to search for those 2 hours. What had happened in that time? 2 hours! It was 3 hours now since the Rat had left Foo Sen's. He shook his head with sudden impatience at himself. He would gain nothing by speculating on possibilities. He had the information now. The one thing to do was to act upon it. So it was old Grenville's safe. Old Grenville the lawyer. Honest old Grenville, the East Side called him. The one man, perhaps, whose word was accepted at its face value, and who was both liked and trusted everywhere in the Bad Lands because he was honest. Jimmie Dale's lips tightened as he ran. It was more than ordinarily dirty work, then, on the Rat's part. Grenville was an old man, close to 70 at a guess, and if any one had earned immunity from the depredations of the underworld, it was this curious and lovable old character, honest Grenville. The man was not a criminal lawyer. He had made no enemies even in that way. He was more a paternal family solicitor, as it were, to the dregs of humanity that had crowded his queer and dingy office, now, so report had it, for over 40 years. He was credited with having amassed a little money, not a fortune perhaps, for there were many fees never collected and never asked for amongst the needy, but enough to live comfortably on in the simple and unpretentious way in which old Grenville lived. Yes, it was dirty work, miserable dirty work, the work of a hound and a cur. And the Rat's logic was unassailable. From Patsy Marles' maudlin babbling it was evident that Reddy Curley had bought Haines, his partner, out, that the price was $15,000, and that Grenville, acting for Haines obviously, had received the purchase money from Curley, and in return had handed over what the Rat had taken to be a receipt, but what was probably in reality much more likely to have been a bill of sale. But in either case it was neither Curley nor Haines who would suffer. It was old Grenville, who, if the funds were stolen and not recovered, would have to make the amount good out of his own pocket, and who, as all who knew old Grenville knew well, would unhesitatingly do so at once if it took the last cent that pocket held. Jimmie Dale had halted before a small building on one of the cross streets near the upper end of the Bowery. There were some half-dozen signs on the doorway, for the most part time-worn and shabby, amongst them that of Henry Grenville, attorney at law. There were no lights in any of the windows, but Jimmie Dale, as he tried the door, found it unlocked, and, opening it noiselessly, stepped inside. Here a single incandescent suspended over the stairwell gave a murky illumination to the surroundings. A narrow corridor, dotted with office doors, was on his left. The stairway there was no elevator was directly in front of him. He stood motionless for an instant, listening. There was no sound. He moved forward then, as silent as the silence around him, and began to mount the stairs. Old Grenville's office, he knew, was at the rear of the corridor on the first landing. It was after midnight now, quite a little after midnight. Jimmie Dale's fingers, in the right-hand pocket of his tattered coat, closed over the stock of his automatic. Still no sound. Was he too late to forestall the Rat? Or, by no means an unlikely possibility, was the Rat there now? Or was A low, muttered exclamation that mingled surprise and bewilderment came suddenly from Jimmie Dale's lips. He had reached the landing, and here, from the head of the stairs, he could see a dull yellow glow thrown out into the corridor through the glass panel of the lawyer's door. An instant's pause, and then, chagrined, the sense of defeat upon him, he moved forward again as silently as before. He reached the door and crouched beside it. A murmur of voices came to him from within. Jimmie Dale's lips parted in grim irony. The game was up, of course, but he was occupying precisely the same kind of vantage that, according to the Rat had occupied that afternoon. And if the Rat had been able, undiscovered, to see and hear, then he, Jimmie Dale, could do the same. The slim, tapering, sensitive fingers closed on the doorknob, a thin ray of light began to steal through between the door edge and the jamb, and grew wider, and the voices, from a confused murmur, became distinct. And now, through the narrow crack of the slightly opened door, he could see inside, and he could see that, as he had already realised, he was too late, very much too late, in time only, as it were, for the post-mortem of the affair. Even the police were already on the spot. It was a curious scene. A rickety old railing across the middle of the musty, bare-floored room served to indicate that the space beyond was the old lawyer's private office, and here, inside the railing, a desk, or rather a great flat deal table, spread with a red ink-stained cloth, was littered with books and papers, while behind the table again stood a huge, old-fashioned safe, its doors swung wide open, its erstwhile contents scattered in disorder about the floor. Jimmie Dale's eyes swept the interior of the room with a single, quick, comprehensive glance, and then, narrowed, travelled from one to another of the faces of the four men who were gathered around the table. He knew them all. The stocky, grizzled-haired man in the centre was a plainclothes man from headquarters named Barlow. At the lower end of the table, Reddy Curley and Haines, his partner, faced each other, Curley drumming indifferently with his fingers on the tabletop, Haines scowling and chewing his lower lip, a certain coarse brutality in both their faces that was neither pleasant nor inviting. But it was the white-haired old man, bent of form, standing at the head of the table, upon whom Jimmie Dale's eyes lingered. Old Grenville. The man's hand, as he raised it to pass it across his eyes, was shaking palpably. His face, kindly still in spite of its worn and haggard expression, was pale with anxiety and strain. Barlow was speaking. "You say there's nothing else missing, Mr. Grenville, except the sealed envelope that contained the $15,000 given you by Mr. Curley this afternoon?" The old lawyer shook his head. "I can't say," he answered. "As I told you, I often come here at night to work. Tonight a client kept me very late at my house, so it was only, I should say, a quarter of an hour ago when I reached here. I telephoned you at once, and, awaiting your arrival, I did not disturb anything, so I have not examined any of the papers yet." "I don't think it's a question of papers," observed the headquarters man dryly. "There was nothing else taken then," decided Grenville slowly, "for there was no other money in the safe at the time. In fact, I rarely keep any there." "Well then," said Barlow crisply, "it's pretty near open and shut that someone was wise to that 15,000 being there tonight,
and it wasn't just a lucky haul out of any old safe just because the safe looked easy." He turned toward Curley and Haines. "Were either of you talking with anyone around the East Side tonight who would be likely to make a tip of it, or pass the tip along?" "We weren't there at all tonight," Curley replied. "Haines and I were out in my car, and we just got back when you picked us up at the store on the way up here. But at that, I guess you're right. We didn't make any secret about it, and I dare say after I'd got the business tacked away safe in my inside pocket this afternoon," he grinned maliciously at Haines, "I may have mentioned it to one or two." "Got it tucked away safe, have you? Own it, do you?" Haines caught him up truculently. "Sure." Curley had wicked, little greenish-grey eyes, and their stare was uninviting as he fixed them on his quondam partner. "If you want to grouch, go ahead and grouch. We've been pretty good friends for a pretty good number of years, but I ain't a fool. Sure, it's mine now. I didn't ask you to employ Grenville, did I? I was satisfied to take any old piece of paper with your fist on it, saying you'd sold out to me. But no, you were for having the thing done with frills on it. Well, I'm still satisfied. I came here at 5 o'clock this afternoon and paid the coin over to your attorney, and I got a perfectly good little bill of sale for it, and that lets me out. It's up to you and your Mr. Attorney. Why don't you ask him what he's going to do about it, instead of trying to take it out on me the way you've been doing ever since Barlow told us what had happened, and—" "Mr. Curley is perfectly right, Mr. Haines." The old lawyer's voice was quiet, though it trembled a little. "The title to the business is now vested in Mr. Curley, and you are entitled to look to me for compensation. He hesitated an instant. I hope the money may be recovered. Otherwise—" "Eh?" inquired Mr. Haines sharply. "Otherwise," the old lawyer went on with an effort, "I'm afraid I shall have a great deal of difficulty in raising so large a sum." "The hell you are!" said Mr. Haines uncharitably, and leaned forward over the table. "Don't try to come that dodge. Everybody says you're well fixed. Everybody says you've got a neat little pile salted away." The lawyer's face was ashen, and his lips were quivering, but there was a fine dignity in the poise of the old man's head and in the squared shoulders. "Nevertheless, I am, unfortunately, telling you the truth, in spite of any rumours or public belief to the contrary," he said steadily. "A few thousands, a very few, is all I have ever been able to lay aside. Those are at your disposal, Mr. Haines, and the balance I promise to procure as speedily as possible. But, in plain words, if this money is not recovered, and I do not say this to invite either sympathy or leniency, but because you have questioned my word, I shall have lost everything I own." Mr. Haines scowled. "Well, I'm glad to know you've at least got enough," he said roughly. "It sure will surprise a whole lot of people that 15,000 wipes Mr. Henry Grenville out." A flush dyed the old lawyer's cheeks. He made as though to speak, and, instead, turned silently away from the table, his back to the others. There was silence in the room now for a moment. Again Jimmie Dale's eyes travelled swiftly from one to another of the group, to Curley, grinning maliciously at his ex-partner again, to Haines, gnawing at his lower lip and scowling blackly, to Barlow, obviously uncomfortable, who was uneasily tracing patterns with his forefinger on the top of the table, and back to the old lawyer, whose shoulders now, as though carrying a load too heavy for their strength, had drooped pathetically, and into whose face, in spite of a brave effort at self-control, had crept a wan and miserable despair. "Look here," said Barlow gruffly, "it strikes me you can settle all this some other time. It's got nothing to do with the guy that pulled this break, and I'm losing time. Headquarters is waiting for my report. You two had better beat it. Mr. Grenville won't mind, I guess. I've got your end of the story, and—" Jimmie Dale was retreating back along the corridor, and a minute later he was in the street and scuffling along in a downtown direction.
His hands, in the pockets of his tattered coat, were clenched, and through the pallor of Smarlinghue's make-up a dull red burned his cheeks. Old Grenville and the Rat! The smile that found lodgment on Smarlinghue's contorted lips was mirthless. The old man had taken it like the gentleman he was. He had not perhaps hidden the quiver of the lip. Who would at 70? It was not easy to begin life again at 70. Old Grenville and the Rat! Well, the game was not played out yet. There would be an accounting of that $15,000 before the morning came, and, as between old Grenville and the Rat, it might not perhaps be old Grenville who paid. Hurrying now, running through lanes and alleyways as he had come, Jimmie Dale headed for the Sanctuary. It was very simple now. The Rat, his work completed, would lay very low, asleep probably in the innocent surroundings of his own room. The Rat would not be hard to find. It was necessary only that, in the little interview he proposed to have with the Rat, Smarlinghue should have disappeared. He reached the tenement where, for months now, that ground floor room, opening on the small and dirty courtyard in the rear, had been his refuge, Smarlinghue's home in the underworld, glanced quickly up and down the street to assure himself that he was not observed, then, darting into the dark hallway, he crossed it silently, unlocked the Sanctuary door, stepped through, and closed and locked the door behind him. Nor, even now, did he make the slightest sound. From the top light, high up near the ceiling, and far above the little French window whose shade was drawn, there came a faint and timid streak of moonlight. It did not illuminate the room, it but lessened the degree of blackness, as it were, giving a dim and shadowy outline to objects scattered here and there about the room, and to a darker shadow amongst those other shadows, a shadow that moved swiftly and in utter silence, a shadow that was Jimmie Dale at work. No one had seen him enter, not that there should be anything strange in the fact that Smarlinghue should enter Smarlinghue's own room, but it would not be Smarlinghue who went away. No one had seen him enter. It was vital now that he should not be heard moving around the room, and so invite the chance of some aimless caller in the person of a fellow tenant, for it was no longer Smarlinghue who would be found there. The ragged outer garments he had been wearing lay discarded in a heap on the floor, close to that section of the wall near the door where the baseboard, ingeniously movable, would, in another moment or so, afford them safe hiding until such time as Smarlinghue should reappear in person again. From the nostrils, from beneath the lips, from behind the ears, the tiny, cleverly inserted pieces of wax, distorting the features, had vanished, and now, over the cracked basin on the rickety washstand, the masterly created pallor was washed rapidly away, and the thin, hollow-cheeked, emaciated face of Smarlinghue, the drug fiend, was gone, and in its place, clean-cut, clear-eyed, was the face of Jimmie Dale, clubman and millionaire. He smiled a little whimsically, a little wanly, as he stole back across the room. It was a strange life, a dangerous life. He wondered often enough, as he was wondering now, what the end of it would be. Would he find the Tocsin, or would he find death at the hands of the underworld, or judicial murder at the hands of the law for 100 crimes attributed to the Gray Seal? Crimes! The smile grew serious and wistful as he knelt on the floor and began to loosen the section of the baseboard in front of him. There had never been a crime committed by the Gray Seal. Yes, it was strange, bizarre, incredulous even to himself sometimes, this life of his, the strange partnership formed so long ago now with her, the Tocsin, who had prompted those so-called crimes, that righted a wrong, that brought sunlight into some life where there had been gloom before, and hope where there had been misery, and a love that had come, and then a disaster again, and her disappearance, and his resumption once more of a dual life and a role in the underworld, and yes, in spite of her own danger, those calls to arms to the Gray Seal again for the sake of others, while she refused, through love for him, through fear of the peril that it would bring him, help for herself. He shook his head as, the baseboard removed now, he reached into the hollow beyond for the neatly folded, expensively tailored tweeds of Jimmie Dale. She was wrong in that. Could anything add to the peril in which he lived, as it was? If only in some way he might reach her, see her, talk to her, if only for a moment, he could make her see that and understand, and A low, startled cry burst suddenly from his lips. He felt the blood ebb from his cheeks and surge back again in a burning, mighty tide. It was dark, he could not see, but those wonderfully sensitive fingertips, that were ears and eyes to Jimmie Dale, were telegraphing a wild, mad, amazing message to his brain. The Tocsin had been here in the Sanctuary. She had been here in this room, and within the last few hours, sometime since 7 o'clock that evening, when, as Jimmie Dale, he had come here to assume the role of Smarlinghue preparatory to his vigil in Foo Sen's. His hand, thrust in through the opening to reach for his clothes, had found an envelope where it lay on the top of the folded garments, and his hand was still thrust inside. There was no need to look. The texture of the paper was hers. Hers, the Tocsin's. The blood was racing wildly through his veins. There was a mad joy upon him, and a sense of keen and bitter emptiness. Wild thoughts in lightning flashes swept his brain. She must have been here, then, many times before. She knew the Sanctuary as well as he did. She knew the secret hiding place behind the baseboard. She had come, of course, knowing he was absent. She might come some day thinking he was absent. Yes, why not? Why not? Perhaps that was the way. Some day she might come again. He laughed a little in a shaken way and drew out the letter. With a mental wrench he forced his mind into a calmer state. It was very singular that she should have placed the letter in that hiding place. It could evidence but one thing, that the contents of the letter, unlike any she had ever written before, were not of a pressing nature, for she would know very well that it might have been many hours, days even, before he might go there for the clothes of Jimmie Dale again. What then did it mean? Had she decided at last to tell him all? To let him take his place beside her, share her danger, fight with her? Was that it? He reached hurriedly into the opening again, drew out the little leather girdle, and from one of its pockets took out a flashlight. He had not dared to light the gas before. Dressed, or rather undressed, as he was at present, and no longer Smarlinghue, he dared much less to light it now. He tore the envelope open, and, still kneeling on the floor, the flashlight upon the pages, began to read. Dear Philanthropic Crook, you'll be surprised to find this letter in such a place, won't you? Yes, you're quite right for once, as you will already have told yourself. There is no hurry, for it is too late to hurry. Listen, then. Henry Grenville's safe, the old East Side lawyer, you know. He had read eagerly so far. He stared at the letter now, and the words only danced in an unmeaning jumble before him. It was not for herself. It was not that she had thrown the barriers down and was bidding him come to her. It was again another call to arms to the Gray Seal, and for another's sake. And there came to Jimmie Dale a miserable disappointment, for his hope, shattered now, had been greater than he had admitted even to himself. And then he was aware that, subconsciously, it had seemed to him a most curious coincidence that the letter should be dealing with the robbery of Henry Grenville's safe that night. Yes, certainly, it was a most curious coincidence when he was even then on his way to the Rat. He shrugged his shoulders in his whimsical way. Well, for once he had forestalled the Tocsin. There could be little here that he did not already know. He began to read again, but skimming over the words and sentences hurriedly now. Curly, liquor business. Buying out partner, Haines. This afternoon. $15,000. Large bills, $100, $500, and $1,000 denominations. Sealed in envelope by Grenville. Placed by Grenville in his safe. Head of one of the most successful and desperate gangs in the country. Years under cover through position occupied. Take your time, Jimmie, and be careful before you act. Rest of gang is working Boston and New England this week. Backyard from lane, high board fence, in cellar, cleverly concealed door at right of coal bin. Knot in wood 7th board from wall on level with your shoulders. Short passage beyond leading to door of den. Soundproof room. Exit through other side.
sliding panel to room above, opened by hanging weight inside. In a stunned way now, Jimmie Dale stared for a long minute at the letter in his hand. Then he read it again, and yet again. And then, the flashlight out, as he tore the letter into fragments, he stared again, for a long minute, into the blackness. It was damnable, it was monstrous, this thing that he had read. It plumbed the dregs of human deviltry. But for once the Tocsin was at fault. Of the plot that had been hatched, of those details that she described, there could be no doubt, there was no question there, and there the Tocsin, he knew, had made no mistake. But the Tocsin, yes, and those who had hatched the crime themselves, had taken no account of the possible intervention of an outsider in the person of the Rat. There was even a sort of grim irony in it all, that the Rat should quite unconsciously have feathered his nest at the expense of a far more elaborately arranged crime than his own, and at the expense of those who were of even a more abandoned, dangerous and unscrupulous type of criminal than himself. Jimmie Dale's face hardened suddenly, and suddenly he stooped and pulled his clothes from their hiding place and began to dress. For once his inside information outreached hers. It was still the Rat. Her letter changed nothing, save that afterwards perhaps well, that afterwards perhaps there was others beside the Rat, with whom an accounting would be made. Chapter 12